Chapter 1076. Transactions with Shadow Sect. 1/3. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he really had no choice. Ing Wuxia's situation forced him to do this. Breathing in a deep breath, Sixth Hair continued. Fang Yuan, you were able to take sovereign immortal fetus Gu away at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own capabilities, but because you received the guidance of Heaven's will. Even the fact that you were able to use Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth was also part of Heaven's will's plot, to let you return to the past and ruin my Shadow Sect's grand plan. Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart shook. The first half was still fine, but the content of the second half, even with his mental fortitude, he also could not control himself. Boom. Coincidentally, at this time, there was a huge tremor in the outside world. What is going on? In an instant, Fang Yuan regained his cool. He sat up as he used his Gu worms. His eyes pierced the cloud cover. He saw that there was thunder rumbling in the sky. Several bolts of lightning were flickering. A thunderstorm was brewing. Sixth Hair laughed coldly, but he felt bleak internally. Fang Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation. There is still much of Heaven's will left in Langya blessed land. My earlier words exposed the scheme of Heaven's will. I attracted the fury of Heaven's will. But all blessed lands and grotto heavens are small worlds independent of the 5 regions. Heaven's will cannot control this place. The tribulations are already over. No matter how angry Heaven's will is, there is no use. Fang Yuan did not deny it. He looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue speaking. Sixth Hair was hesitant earlier, but now that he had spoken, he felt relieved on the inside. He spoke even more quickly, continuing. Fang Yuan, your Spring Autumn Cicada also has Heaven's will hidden in it. This has been verified by Lord Ing Wuxia. This is the best evidence proving that every single one of your rebirths were affected by Heaven's will. Spring Autumn Cicada uses everything in the Gu Immortal and only retains a will. This will is carried inside Spring Autumn Cicada and enters the river of time, traveling upwards to your body in the past, achieving a rebirth. Fang Yuan, you have used it many times, you should know this clearly. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he did not retort. Sixth Hair continued. Spring Autumn Cicada has Heaven's will in it. Every time you use Spring Autumn Cicada, it is the best chance for Heaven's will to increase its influence on you. Because at that time, you only have some portion of remaining will left, without your body. Your focus will also be on the river of time. You will not anticipate such a plot working on you. After rebirth, you naturally had to think about how to use your rebirth advantage to cultivate. Precisely so, you were plotted against by Heaven's will. The things you experienced before rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, were they really simply what you know now? Those so-called fortuitous encounters were just bait left by Heaven's will, so that as a tool of Heaven's will, you would grow and reach Etion Mountain, ruining Shadow Sect's plan. According to our deduction, in the future before your first rebirth, Shadow Sect had succeeded. But Heaven's will was not willing to see my main body become a venerable again. Why did Boqing fail in the past? It was because he was a split soul of my main body. And furthermore, after my main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and revived, he would definitely grow beyond all of the other venerables. In the future, Heaven's will was no longer able to eliminate my main body. Thus, it thought of a way, creating a plot to send you back in time, using you to change the past and remodel the future. Fang Yuan suddenly asked, wait, I don't understand something. Why did Heaven's will choose me? Because you are an otherworldly demon, only otherworldly. Demons can change the past. If they are not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable cannot do enough. Red Lotus Demon Venerable tried all his life, but he only broke Fake Gu. He could not even destroy it, or harm Heaven's will. Of course, you are not the only otherworldly demon. But regardless, after taking personal experience and circumstances into account, during that time period, you were the most suitable candidate to be the tool. Sixth Hair answered. Fang Yuan was silent. This was a brand new perspective, a shocking revelation. Sixth Hair's words made Fang Yuan realize that he was immersed in a huge scheme. He thought back over the 500 years of his previous life. He had roamed for hundreds of years. Was it the suppression of Heaven's will? He had wanted to refine blood deity. Did Heaven's will obstruct him from doing so? It seemed too easy that he obtained Spring Autumn Cicada's Immortal Gu recipe. After refining Spring Autumn Cicada, he immediately faced the attack of all the 10 great ancient sections. Sixth Hair looked at his expression and saw that Fang Yuan was moved. But because he did not express himself, Sixth Hair could only curse internally as he asked again. Your Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6. There is a high chance of failure. Why did you succeed every time you used it? That isn't the case. I failed the last time. As Fang Yuan said this, he suddenly was stunned. This point was the strongest evidence proving the presence of Heaven's will. His amnesia did not affect this part of his memories. He remembered that he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower. He could not dodge and had no choice. But before this, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was already vaporized by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be understood as the great strength true martial immortal zombie was destroyed. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was incomplete. It could not refine Gu. Shadow Sect's plan failed. The only other way was He Lu Lan, but she was not at Etion Mountain. Thus, Heavens will no longer needed the tool, Fang Yuan, and he failed when using Spring Autumn Cicada. Instead, Shadow Sect refused to lose. After Heavens will abandoned Fang Yuan, Shadow Sect used the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fang Yuan rebirth and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to progress. What? You do not know that I failed my last activation? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked and felt cold sweat in his hands. He naturally did not know this. He was only a split soul. He did not even join the battle of Etion Mountain. He had been inside Langya blessed land the entire time. Furthermore, he only had Ing Wuxia as a higher-up. A lot of his information came from Ing Wuxia. But he knew that Ing Wuxia had activated Spring Autumn Cicada. Originally, Ing Wuxia was plotted against by Fang Yuan and had no way out. But because of Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a reset which caused the current situation. Sixth Hair was thinking about whether he should tell Fang Yuan this secret. He got more and more nervous as he thought over it. He did not know what reaction Fang Yuan would have after he told him. But at this time, Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief. He let out a breath and calmed his emotions. He continued, "Heavens will plan for you to be a tool. It was a brilliant move. We subconsciously assumed that an otherworldly demon would have nothing to do with Heaven's will. Because of this, even my main body was deceived. After 3 Kings' blessed land, one of our split souls, Old Man Yen Shi, found out that you had Spring Autumn Cicada, that you were someone who had been reborn. But because you already went to Immortal inheritance, and our 100,000-year plan was right before us, we did not want to create external trouble, so we tried to scheme against you. Secretly. Thus, Old Man Yen Shi blocked deductions for you, and that caused the Central Continent Gu Immortals, Feng Jiuji's group, to go to Luo Pa Valley. In that battle, even though the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped, he was captured by old ancestor Shuehu. Heavenly Court, and these Gu Immortals in Northern Plains were all secretly influenced by Heaven's will. They were part of my main body's human tribulation. Fang Yuan, after rebirth, on the way to Northern Plains from Southern Border, you encountered a lot of unexpected mishaps, right? These were all caused by Heaven's will to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Ing Wuxia is in a desperate situation now. A part of the reason was that Lord Ing Wuxia had obtained your body. He also attracted a lot of enemies for you, and is facing the problem for you. Fang Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board. The 10 great ancient sects are after you. Even Heavenly Court is pursuing you. Lord Ing Wuxia is the best example of your future. Do you think you can be safe if you hide in the other 4 regions, and don't go to Central Continent? My main body defied Heaven to refine Gu, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could still come after us. The main reason that most Gu Immortals don't travel regions is not because of the 5 regional walls, but because of their calamities and tribulations. Once they arrive, the result is hard to predict. If their tribulation was affected, they would suffer. Furthermore, Heavenly Court Gu Immortals give their immortal apertures to Heavenly Court. They have no calamities and tribulations. They go outside using a phantom aperture, and they have the method to sleep while preserving their lifespan. Fang Yuan, let me ask this. If I did not inform you today, would you know about Heaven's will? The scheme that made you a tool. You and my main body have deep enmity. That is true, but you are also closely linked to us. Lord Ing Wuxia is in grave danger. If he ends up in the hands of Heavenly Court, your relationship with him and your information would all be leaked. Heavenly Court will come after you, because Heavenly Court are the lackeys that defend Heaven's will. Earlier, Feng Gu and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals went to Northern Plains to investigate, and later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord launched an ambush in Southern Border. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Ing Wuxia are tied together by the same rope. If he dies, you will follow soon enough. Sixth Hair had great eloquence. He spoke without pausing. He listed his reasons with strong evidence. It was truly convincing and understandable. Fang Yuan was so moved he could not help but say, "You are right. This is truly the case. I think we can have a good transaction." Sixth Hair was overjoyed, he thought. This matter is settled. At this moment, he was about to tear up, because recently, he had been under strong pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan succeeded in the tribulation and refined change form Immortal Gu. No matter the reason or motive, the result was clear. He was at fault. He was filled with regret and anguish. Thus, he had to make up for his mistake. Now, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to urge Fang Yuan. It was Ying Wuxie's idea, but Sixth Hair was also a willing party. It seemed now that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Ying Wuxie's only way out. Sixth Hair had helped Ying Wuxie open up this possibility single-handedly. Chapter 1077, Transactions with Shadow Sect, 2/3. Then how do we deal? What do you people need? Fang Yuan asked with an amicable expression. Fang Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials picked up in Earth Trench have a problem. They are filled with Heaven's will. We do not want these. But the huge amount of immortal materials from Falling Heavenly River can be traded. This is our list. Take a look. Sixth Hair took out an information path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it before his consciousness entered the Gu. He nodded as he browsed. A moment later, Fang Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya's sect, can't you get these from Langya's sect's inventory? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. Times are different. The new Langya land spirit is not the same as previously. In Langya's sect contribution points are everything. If I want to get items from the inventory, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my sect contribution points have not reached the number that Lord Ying Wuxie needs. You are right. Fang Yuan nodded before asking. I can give you these immortal materials, but how will these immortal materials reach Ying Wuxie? Treasure Yellow Heaven is currently closed. Ying Wuxie had been selling Immortal Gu. He made a huge commotion. Fang Yuan knew about it. Sixth Hair continued speaking. It is more troublesome without Treasure Yellow Heaven, but there is a way to send these to Lord Ying Wuxie. Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary of Shadow Sect before the Battle of Etion Mountain because old ancestor Shui who had stolen immortal zombie bodies. Zombie Alliance had ordered the branches to create a super Gu formation to connect between the 5 regions. Even if someone attacks a branch, we can transport these immortal zombie bodies to other regions using the super Gu formation. I thought this was just an excuse to plot against the immortal zombies, to think it was real? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. This is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu was not part of Shadow Sect's original plan. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, we had no choice and did it. There were more benefits in keeping Zombie Alliance. If possible, we would not have sacrificed them. Fang Yuan nodded. He thought about the 500 years of his previous life. During that time, Zombie Alliance was still around in the 5 regions, even until the 5 regions' chaotic war, and just before Fang Yuan's rebirth, it still played a significant role in the affairs of the world. But it was different now. Zombie Alliance in all 5 regions was now an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and were refined in the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Up until this point, the 5 regions were still in a commotion because of it. After all, when Zombie Alliance was around, it controlled many resources. These resources were now ownerless. Many Gu immortal experts and super forces were fighting for them. There were bloody scenes. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Shadow Sect indeed succeeded. Zombie Alliance's continued existence proves this point. Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, resulting in Feng Jiuji's death inside Langya Blessed Land. This event is very suspicious. Shadow Sect had spies inside Heavenly Court. Maybe Spectral Soul had revived and controlled Heavenly Court, turning it into his own force. Fang Yuan thought a little and felt that many things in his memories could have likely had a deeper story behind them. This world's secrets are too deep. Legendary people have appeared continuously. Countless experts contest and plot against each other. They are like the countless stars shining in the sky. Even though I was considered an expert, compared to these people, I am not outstanding. Precisely because of this, it is more interesting, isn't it? Ha ha. Fang Yuan thought about this and felt increasingly joyful. On the surface, his lips curled up as he smiled lightly. Sixth Hair could not understand it, he thought. Why is he smiling? And why do I have a bad feeling? Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He looked at Sixth Hair with a shining gaze. His smile became more apparent. Then, what can I get in exchange for my immortal materials? Immortal Gu. Sixth Hair answered, having a calm expression. Interesting, very interesting. Fang Yuan clapped and smiled. What immortal Gu could Ying Wuxie sell? It was obviously Fang Yuan's own immortal Gu. Selling Fang Yuan's immortal Gu back to himself, Ying Wuxie's plan was really amazing. But even Fang Yuan himself felt that Ying Wuxie's idea was quite good. In this world, who would want these immortal Gu more than Fang Yuan? Even if there were such people, they would be few in number. And for other Gu immortals, they were not used to these immortal Gu. They needed to get familiar with them. But Fang Yuan was very familiar with them. He could use them well. These immortal Gu had greater value to Fang Yuan than to others. Furthermore, even if immortal Gu were sold, they needed suitable Gu immortals. For example, A strength path Immortal Gu would not be well utilized by Gu immortals of other paths. Because of differences in paths and conflict in Dao marks, the effect would be reduced. It was not suitable for them. Unless they were using it as a supplementary Gu worm for an immortal killer move, but such situations were rare. One could say, Fang Yuan was the best buyer. Not only did he have use for these Immortal Gu, most importantly, he could afford them. As for how to send the Immortal Gu, Zombie Alliance's Super Gu formation was likely to be used. Fang Yuan smiled. How many of my Immortal Gu are left? Not only do I want to buy them, I also want He Lu Lan's Self-Strength Immortal Gu, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng's Man as before and Landscape as before. I will include these 3 Immortal Gu into my request. Sixth Hair considered it for a while before nodding. I can make the decision on this matter and agree to it. Ying Wuxie had control over Tai Bai Yun Sheng and He Lu Lan. He could make them hand over their Immortal Gu. And the most important thing now was to escape from danger and get away. Other matters could be put aside. Fang Yuan said again, we will trade at the same time. Bring your Immortal Gu. I will pay the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. As a matter of fact, it will take some time for you to see the Immortal Gu. You are aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance branches are being targeted. If Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City did not sink into Earth Trench, it would have been ransacked already. The Super Gu formation is placed in Dark Flow Giant City. It will take some time for me to get the Immortal Gu. But before this, I hope that you can provide some immortal materials first. Because these immortal materials are going to be used for Gu refinement, the faster we refine, the better. Over on Lord Ying Wuxie's end, we do not know how long they can last. Fang Yuan heard this and sneered internally. Sixth Hair is speaking both truth and lies at once. Earlier, he said Ying Wuxie is in grave danger. Now he is indicating that Ying Wuxie can last for some time. On the surface, Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. He rejected. No, impossible. If I pay immortal materials and you do not hand me the Immortal Gu, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry about this. I have prepared an information path immortal killer move to restrict both sides. None of us can break it. Sixth Hair had a sincere expression. Fang Yuan laughed. He waved his hand. Don't talk to me about information path methods. I don't believe it. Since you can subdue He Lu Lan, you must have removed her information path alliance agreement, right? I do. Not cultivate information path. Would I be so foolish as to make an information path agreement with you? This, Sixth Hair hesitated. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not set an agreement with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a new idea. I can use information to exchange for a portion of the immortal materials first. How about that? This information and these secrets have immense value to you. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know what the limitations of Heaven's Will are? Don't you want our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Heaven's Will? And information about otherworldly demons, even information about Langya Blessed Land, don't you want them? Fang Yuan was deeply enticed. Heaven's Will. After understanding that Heaven's Will was plotting against him, how could Fang Yuan ignore it? In this world, who else other than Shadow Sect had greater experience in dealing with Heaven's Will? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to transact, Fang Yuan would still be left in the dark for a long period of time. As for the matter of otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan was very curious. Why did he transmigrate here? Were otherworldly demons were there? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And information about Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for 300,000 years. What secrets were hidden inside? This was extremely important for Fang Yuan, who was getting Langya Land Spirit's help, and also his goal of obtaining Langya Blessed Land. Undeniably, all this information was extremely valuable. They were very helpful to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the room was silent. Neither side was talking. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely say yes. The allure of this information was too high, after all. Of course, if not for this situation, Sixth Hair would not have wanted Fang Yuan to know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke, but instead asked a question. I don't understand something. Since there is a Super Gu formation, why aren't Ying Wuxie and the rest using the Super Gu formation to escape directly? Sixth Hair explained honestly. The Super Gu formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies are considered immortal materials, but they cannot include the immortal aperture. It is too hard to transport Gu immortals across regions. There are some methods, but they are very rare. For example, fixed immortal travel, but immortal Gu are one of a kind. Stargate Gu is an exception, but it is too limited. And not everyone can enter immortal apertures. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate Gu. Fang Yuan had used it many times, and even gave the Gu recipe to Langya Land Spirit. It was not strange that Shadow Sect knew about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate Gu, they had requirements towards the Gu Immortal being transported. The Gu Immortal must have few Dao marks in their body for transportation, especially Stargate Gu. It was only Immortal Gu, even though it used the power of Black Heaven. Only rank 6 bottom-tier Gu Immortals, or those who had only gone through a few calamities, could use it. Of course, the things inside the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture were in another world. They were not considered in this. Thus, back then, Fang Yuan used his dead aperture to contain rank 9 Wisdom Gu. He could transport it using Stargate Gu. Using rank 6 bottom-tier Gu Immortals or Immortal Zombies as the container to use fixed Immortal Travel or Stargate Gu for cross-regional transportation. This was very possible, but it could not be used widely. There was only one fixed Immortal Travel in the world, and Stargate Gu was in the hands of few people. Furthermore, rank 8 Gu Immortals and high-rank Immortal Materials or Immortal Gu have too many Dao marks. They are a huge burden to the Immortal Aperture. Living Immortal apertures could burst, while dead Immortal apertures would break apart even more quickly. They could not go through this many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed the high-rank Immortal Materials into Immortal Blessed Land or Star-Form Blessed Land. These blessed lands that were placed in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 Gu Immortals have their own unique methods to travel across regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Earlier, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had brought a group of people to southern border and thwarted Shadow Sect's plan. They went there through White Heaven. Chapter 1078. Transaction with Shadow Sect. 3/3. There had never been good methods to transport Gu Immortals across regions, because Gu Immortals had little need for this. When Gu Master undergo Immortal Ascension, they would become Gu Immortals of their respective regions due to the Heaven and Earth Qi. For example, they would be a Northern Plains Gu Immortal or a Central Continent Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals had a territorial mentality. Gu Immortals from other regions were usually ostracized. At the end of the Battle of Etian Mountain, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were pursued by southern border Gu Immortals. This point was showed clearly. In this aspect, Eastern Sea was more open. The territorial mentality was not the key. Most importantly, once in a while, Gu Immortals had to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to draw in Heaven and Earth Qi and stabilize it. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Qi needed was very specific. If a Northern Plains Gu Immortal placed their immortal aperture in Central Continent and took in Central Continent's Heaven and Earth Qi, there would be huge problems. The third reason was calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortals faced calamities and tribulations continuously. Who would have the time to run around? What was the point of going to other regions? Unless they had important reasons, like clues to a huge inheritance, or maybe for investigation missions like Feng Gu. There was one thing to note. There was little demand for Gu Immortals to travel across regions, but Immortal Gu and Immortal Materials were not the same. They had huge demand for them, and these demands were mostly settled through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Due to all sorts of reasons, few people researched in regional transportation of Gu Immortals. In history, there were barely any results. Zombie Alliance's Super Gu formation was merely used to transport immortal materials. Who would waste their time and effort to research on something useless? Gu Immortals had huge pressure towards survival. Even though they were immortals, they could not live freely and peacefully. Managing their immortal apertures, raising Immortal Gu, and dealing with tribulations, these were enough for all Gu Immortals to slog their lives out. Thus, since long ago, cross-regional transportation methods for Gu Immortals were very primitive. They were developed slowly. As a result, when the Grand 10 Great Ancient Sects of Central Continent dispatched a team of Gu Immortals to go Northern Plains, they barged through 2 regional walls. In 400 to 500 years, there would no longer be a need to research on this. Because the 5 regional walls would start to disappear, the 5 regions will merge into one. This was something for the future. Forget about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan let out a hearty laugh. He had probed for so long. He finally had a clear understanding of this transaction. Fang Yuan, why are you laughing? Sixth Hair's ominous feeling was growing. Because I am happy. Even though the Super Gu formation can only transport immortal materials, that is enough. Forget about information and whatnot. My first condition is my original body. Hand it to me. Fang Yuan spoke quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan obtained his body, together with his soul, he could use the light of wisdom and borrow the might of Wisdom Gu once again. What did that imply? He would be like a tiger with wings. He would soar to the sky. In the past, Fang Yuan had a flaw. He did not have lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu. But now, Lang Yalan's spirit had a good number of lifespan Gu to feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Heaven's will already. If he had Wisdom Gu's help, how could he be stopped? He would be like an eagle in the sky, or a flood dragon roaming the seas, together with the sovereign immortal aperture. My goodness! Sixth Hair cried out in his thoughts. These few elements alone were shocking. They were unprecedented. If they were combined together, he would gain unimaginable strength. How would anyone else ever compete with him again? That will not work. Sixth Hair shook his head. Without a body, how can Lord Wuxia escape from his predicament? I have bodies. Fang Yuan laughed. I have many strength path immortal zombie bodies. We can trade one for one. You will not suffer a loss for sure. These immortal zombie bodies have more Dao marks than my original body. You are definitely going to profit. Profit my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fang Yuan's shamelessness internally. His expression became ugly. He snickered at Fang Yuan. Let's not beat about the bush. Why would I not know your intentions? Oh, so you know about Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. Immortal Gu and information can be sold, but body, no way. Sixth Hair rejected with a firm reply. But Fang Yuan's mood changed even more quickly. Then there's nothing to say? Goodbye, see you. Fang Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was stunned. He was dazed in place, unmoving. Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan snickered internally. With a flourish of his sleeves, he took his leave. Sixth Hair jolted to awareness. He said, Fang Yuan, wait. You agreed? Fang Yuan did not turn around. He only turned his head. Body cannot be sold. The rest can be negotiated. Sixth Hair insisted. Fang Yuan snorted, walking ahead and through the door, leaving Sixth Hair's vision. Sixth Hair quickly chased him. We have to be willing parties in a transaction. Fang Yuan, why must you make it difficult for us? If we encounter trouble, you will soon follow. Fang Yuan stopped moving, but he did not turn around even now. He left the back of his head facing Sixth Hair. It was very rude. Sixth Hair heard Fang Yuan's words. You are right. But so what if I follow? At most, I will die. Sixth Hair walked several steps and chased after Fang Yuan, urging, Fang Yuan, why the need to say these things? Who would believe such lies? Will you be willing to die? With Shadow Sect around, how many enemies are we drawing away from you? Without us, how long can you last? You think you can deal with Heaven's will? Even my main body failed after 100,000 years of planning. With a common enemy ahead of us, why are you like this? Noisy. A sword wave appeared around Fang Yuan. Rank 7 Immortal Gu wave sword. Sixth Hair was forced to retreat. He quickly said, Careful. Be careful. Don't use Immortal Gu. It will ruin my arrangements. If Lang Yalan's spirit finds out, we will both face the consequences. Fang Yuan snickered. He walked ahead as he said, The body is my first condition. If this cannot be fulfilled, forget the rest. You have 3 days. Go and have a good discussion with your Lord Wuxia. Sixth Hair stomped his feet. 3 days. Fang Yuan, you know that Lord Wuxia is facing great danger. We have to fight for time. Fang Yuan walked away as his voice drifted over. It is great that you realize this. Quickly agree to it. After the deal, you can use the immortal materials to refine Gu and last an even longer time, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression. He gritted his teeth as he pointed at Fang Yuan. Killing intent surged. Fang Yuan, don't go overboard. So what if I do? I will not be the first to die. I can live well inside Langya blessed land for some time. But you guys? Without Wuxia, Spectral Soul's main body will remain trapped in the giant dream realm. The great Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable. He is going to die before me. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. He walked through the door and vanished from Sixth Hair's vision completely. Sixth Hair stared with bloodshot eyes. Fang Yuan's shameless and thuggish attitude dealt a huge blow to him. In less than half a day, Sixth Hair went to Fang Yuan again. Lord Wuxia agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fang Yuan. He wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly. On Wuxia's end, the situation must really be terrible. This was both good and bad. Fang Yuan wanted to gain the most benefits from this trade, but he also wanted Wuxia to draw away the enemies for him. It was most beneficial to Fang Yuan for Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces to fight. We will trade the immortal zombie bodies first, one for one, before we continue with the others. Fang Yuan said, adding, If I find out that you tampered with the body, don't blame me for what I will do. You know I am a person who has been reborn. I can use some future methods. Impossible. We will do the transactions all at once. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool, but Fang Yuan was a tougher nut to crack. A little later, Sixth Hair lost. He raised 3 fingers, gritting his teeth. Fine, we will first trade the immortal zombie bodies. But there are only 2 deals after that. We will conclude this trade in 3 sessions. 3 days later in Langya blessed land, the 2 made their transaction. Okay, next will be Immortal Gu. I want all of my Immortal Gu, along with self-strength, man as before, and landscape as before. Fang Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a curious expression. So many Immortal Gu. Do you have enough immortal materials? Fang Yuan laughed. Of course. A few minutes later. This is what you mean by of course. You casually changed the quantity to be traded by yourself. These immortal materials are not enough to buy even 30% of the Immortal Gu. Sixth Hair screamed furiously. We can continue to negotiate the deal. What do you mean by changing it myself? I did not casually do it. I am very sincere. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Your mother is sincere. Sixth Hair cursed. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened. This means you do not want a deal? Saying this, his sleeves billowed as he turned around. Sixth Hair was beyond furious. Threatening to leave? The same trick again. I don't care. I am not the first to die anyway. Fang Yuan shrugged, latching on Sixth Hair's weakness. Sixth Hair's expression froze. He felt like he had fallen into an icy river. He felt really foolish. Why did he expose his own weakness? But, with Fang Yuan's shrewdness, even if he said nothing, he would sense it. The second transaction was a long tug of war. Fang Yuan's price was way too low. Shadow Sect was not going to take it. In a few days, they went through dozens of difficult negotiations until both sides came to an agreement. Fang Yuan relented a bit, but he still earned the most from this. Sixth Hair had a downcast expression. His straight back had hunched already. Thankfully, there is only one last deal left, the third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions. Why do you want to extend it to 10? Fang Yuan, you shameless bastard. You fiend with no bottom line. Can't you see the big picture at all? Die. Let's just all die together. Sixth Hair screamed. His throat went sore. Blood was flowing out of his nose due to anger. But Fang Yuan only said one thing, reflecting all of these statements. I am not the first to die anyway. Once Ing Wuxia dies, Spectral Soul's main body is going to follow. After all, the dream realm is huge. The consumption of the soul is extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid. Extremely. Fang Yuan's voice was floating around in Sixth Hair's head. Next, he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1079. Regaining his body and spring autumn, a dark and deep pool of soul water undulated with countless ripples. Ing Wuxia opened his eyes wide, the ghost fire in his eyes burning bright as he observed the surface of the soul water. He was viewing a scene that outsiders would not be able to observe. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water. He was half kneeling on the ground and had an expression of remorse and guilt. Lord, I made a huge mistake. When Fang Yuan was facing the tribulation, if I had not used, I have already said that this matter is not your fault. Speaking of which, it is also because I used my trump card to increase my luck, which allowed Fang Yuan to take advantage of it. Ing Wuxia's voice directly transmitted to Gu Immortal Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method of communication between Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia. It was a soul path method, but with the effect of information path, and was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls. Moreover, there was Langya Blessed Land as well. Not only were they able to communicate in real time, they were also able to evade Langya Land spirit senses. Right now, Ing Wuxia no longer had Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path, Immortal Zombie's body. But this vessel, because it was too old, its immortal aperture had already broken apart, and what Ing Wuxia obtained was only the physical body. Unlike Fang Yuan's zombie body, which had a mortal aperture as well as an immortal aperture. As such, it was very inconvenient for Ing Wuxia to use Gu worms. Whether it be Immortal Gu or Mortal Gu, they could only live in parts of his body like on his skin, hair, blood, bones, and so on. Not only would this leak their aura and make it easier for enemies to inspect, it was also not safe. When the physical body gets struck by an attack, the Gu worms could also very well meet with a terrible fate. Gu worms were very fragile. Ing Wuxia could be said to have suffered a huge loss from this transaction with Fang Yuan, but his expression was tranquil. He instead encouraged Sixth Hair. You did this task very well. You constantly expressed weakness to Fang Yuan during the whole transaction process. Good job. Especially the fainting at the end. Without your efforts, I wouldn't have obtained the immortal materials I needed. Sixth Hair sighed. I intentionally fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately he did not do anything to me. Since he knows our background, he is naturally extremely cautious. Moreover, we have already done transactions multiple times now. Both sides have gotten a handle on the other. He has to be wary against us reporting about him to Langya Land Spirit. Ing Wuxia replied. He had been in an absolute plight just now, and had thought about every possible way, before finding there was no way left other than Fang Yuan. Before transacting with Fang Yuan, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. The immortal material list he gave to Fang Yuan had exaggerated contents with huge numbers, hiding the immortal materials he truly wanted within them. In short, he had achieved his goal. He was able to fight for a ray of hope in this desperate situation. As long as he passed this hurdle, his future prospects would be extremely promising. Not mentioning the other Immortal Gu, but the main thing is that Fang Yuan not only obtained his physical body, he now has spring Autumn Cicada as well. His current foundation is extremely huge. Sixth Hair was still worried. Wuxia snorted. Even if Fang Yuan gets back his physical body, does he dare to use it? Spring Autumn Cicada is not a problem. It was already sealed and is going to starve to death soon. Even if Fang Yuan can resolve this problem, Spring Autumn Cicada itself has a failure rate when activating. It still has Heaven's Will hiding inside it. It will be a long time before he will be able to use it. Moreover, the attention of Heavenly Quartz Gu immortals will also be attracted to him. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the visible worry lessening by a lot. He repeatedly nodded his head. Lord, you are correct. Wuxia heaved a long sigh. You will still have to continue to watch Fang Yuan. You are already exposed, but Fang Yuan won't make a move against you. It is okay if we are not able to suppress him. He has obtained so many Immortal Gu just now. They will certainly be a large burden to him. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations will divert even more of his energy. Let him develop. Wait until I gather strength and save our main body. Then we shall settle the score with him. One could learn from experience. After having experienced so much, Wuxia was rapidly maturing. He understood what he could give up, and more importantly, learned to patiently endure. He was, after all, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul, and had the natural skill to become a powerful expert. Suffering and setbacks were of value in life, and he was rapidly growing up because of them. Northern Plains, Lengya Blessed Land. Some time had already passed since the transactions with Wuxia. Fang Yuan gazed at the immortal zombie body in front of him and sighed. I don't dare to use it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After he had regained his immortal zombie body, although he had used almost all the means available to him at present to conduct many careful inspections, he did not find any issues. But what origin did Wuxia have? What origin did Shadow Sect have? Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable. He was the progenitor of Soul Path, a Gu Venerable, a person who had once ruled over the world and all living beings. Would his split soul, Wuxia, have some kind of soul path method to create a sinister trap within this body? It was very possible. Fang Yuan's transaction with Wuxia had not been under any information path restriction from the beginning to the end, because neither side trusted the other. Moreover, Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to Wuxia's. If he used an information path method to restrict himself, it was very possible the other party would secretly break it, and this would make it even more unfavorable to Fang Yuan. Thus, he was completely unable to guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this immortal zombie body back, mainly to obtain the acknowledgement of Wisdom Gu and use the light of wisdom. So he needed to put his soul into this immortal zombie vessel. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters regarding the soul. Fang Yuan did not discover any issues. Perhaps Wuxia had not tampered with it. But the more likely possibility was that there was a huge issue with this immortal zombie body, only that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Fang Yuan trying to decipher Soul Path methods was like an amateur performing in front of an expert. Looks like I still need to inspect this body for a while. I can't be careless. Any slight carelessness and I might fall into a scheme of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was 100% sure of safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or perhaps when there were no other options, he might choose to take the risk. Although I can't use Wisdom Gu, regaining my body and Spring Autumn Cicada is already a great success. Spring Autumn Cicada had all along been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card. Now that Fang Yuan had gotten his body back, Spring Autumn Cicada, which remained in the first aperture as the vital Gu, was naturally also back. In the previous negotiations, when Fang Yuan mentioned for Spring Autumn Cicada to be returned, he was met with strong denial from Sixth Hair. He refused to admit Wuxia had Spring Autumn Cicada. Because neither side was restricted by information path methods, Fang Yuan would not be able to tell apart truth or lies. There were no consequences for lying. However, Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable, directly saying, "That is impossible. If you truly did not have, then you people would ever find it. In any case, I don't care about others, but you must return my Spring Autumn Cicada." Fang Yuan had no bottom line and his stance was extremely resolute. Even though Sixth Hair said that he would swear on his life, shouting loudly as he vowed, Fang Yuan's attitude was unchanged. After wasting a good amount of time, Fang Yuan regained his body and Spring Autumn Cicada. However, Spring Autumn Cicada had an issue. It was sealed by Heavenly Quartz Gu immortals using some strange methods. It was already cut off from the river of time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew Spring Autumn Cicada had Heaven's Will in it. This was his biggest threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring Autumn Cicada both had dangers lurking within them and could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was happy. Even if I can't use them, as long as they are in my possession, It is a huge victory, especially when Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge trump card. After regaining Spring Autumn Cicada and the Immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan demanded fixed Immortal travel in the second transaction. But where would Sixth Hair get it from? No matter how forceful Fang Yuan was, it was no use. Moreover, he could also guess fixed Immortal travel might truly have been destroyed. If they had fixed Immortal travel, they would have already used fixed Immortal travel to make an escape. Why would they come to be extorted by him? A more crucial matter was that Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already completed a transaction. With the transaction, it meant betraying Fang Yuan's sect. Sixth Hair had a hold over Fang Yuan. Land spirits were single-minded and obstinate. If he discovered this, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would probably be of no use. So Fang Yuan finally gave up on fixed Immortal travel. Although he could not obtain fixed Immortal travel, Fang Yuan obtained a large number of Immortal Gu in this transaction. A large number. Among them were Hei Lu Land Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Self Strength Immortal Gu, and Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, as well as Tai by Yunsheng's Landscape, as before, and Man as before. Among Fang Yuan's own, there was Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and Connect Luck Immortal Gu had already been placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Wuxia, and since Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed, these two Immortal Gu were also trapped within it. Each Strength, Cleanse Soul, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark, and Starlight had all self-detonated under Fang Yuan's special will, and Wuxia had not been able to save them. Naturally, this information could be false as well. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair were not bound by information path methods. The bottom lines of both sides had to be probed out by themselves. Maybe Wuxia had secretly withheld some Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan had already done everything he could and had no way to making Wuxia spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan transacted, he would be betraying Fang Yuan's sect once more, and his tough stance would weaken by some degree. While Shadow Sect had obtained a portion of the Immortal materials, and their weak stance gradually strengthened by some degree. Of course, Fang Yuan had the firm upper hand from start to finish. After all, Wuxia was the one in a bad situation. But Fang Yuan also did not want Wuxia to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would soon be met with disaster. It was a much better situation with Wuxia attracting the enemies ahead of him. Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect could mutually weaken each other, while Fang Yuan observed from the sidelines. Fang Yuan was aware that since he had stolen Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would absolutely try to kill him. But this was also a reason for Shadow Sect to secretly protect him. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew he was Ma Hongyun from Shadow Sect's point of view. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to re-refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It was just that the situation currently did not permit them to do this. Since Wuxia had looked for Fang Yuan to do transactions, it meant he was truly at a dead end. Fang Yuan had to leave him some hope. If Fang Yuan truly forced him until he gave up and went to drag both of them down, Fang Yuan would also be implicated and might even die. In fact, what Sixth Hair said at the beginning had been effective. Chapter 1080, Flying Bear Transformation. Several days later, Langya Blessed Land. Two figures were cutting through the air before they suddenly stopped. This land is a desolate area. It is suitable for our spar. The figure ahead observed the surroundings and spoke leisurely. Brother Fang is right. The figure behind was a hairy man Gu Immortal named 12th Hair. He spoke brightly and with a grin on his face. Compared to the other hairy man Gu Immortals in Langya's sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special, because he not only cultivated refinement path, but also cultivated enslavement path. He was a dual cultivator of refinement and enslavement path. It was not an easy thing for Gu Immortals to cultivate two paths, because almost all Gu Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they underwent immortal ascension, the Gu worm they used for breaking open their aperture into an immortal aperture would be what decided their main cultivation path. The Tao marks added on from passing tribulations would mostly be of their main path as well. However, in this world, there were many Gu Immortals that cultivated two paths as well. They were mostly rank 6 and rank 7, cultivating one path primarily, while cultivating another path as a secondary path. Such Gu Immortals often had fortuitous encounters, obtaining immortal Gu that were suitable for cultivating two paths. For instance, Fang Yuan's each strength immortal Gu could increase his strength path Tao marks. If Gu Immortals of other paths obtained it, they could also dual cultivate strength path. 12th Hair was not an exception. In his early years, because of an unexpected surprise when refining Gu, he obtained a completely new Gu embryo from the failed refinement. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path, Tao marks to his body. This made him rather special among all the hairy man Gu immortals. The previous Lang Yalan spirit had taken great care of him. Although enslavement path did not have much of a relation to refinement path, Lang Yalan spirit encouraged 12th hair to continue cultivating both paths, because the enslavement path down marks in 12th hair could provide huge help when refining enslavement path Immortal Gu. The current Lang Yalan spirit regarded 12th hair with even more respect, but what he prioritized was the aspect of battle strength. 12th hair cultivated enslavement path. This was an excellent foundation. Lang Yalan's spirit even gave beast enslavement Immortal Gu to him, intending to nurture him as their enslavement path battle strength. Every emperor had his own favorites, but 12th hair was even more well-liked and was the favorite of the current Lang Yalan spirit. Fang Yuan had not been very sure on the details about these hairy men, but in the secret transactions with Wuxia, he obtained much intel about Lang Ya blessed land. The intel could not be said to be very precious, but they were of extremely huge help to Fang Yuan, letting him have a comprehensive understanding of Lang Ya's sect. Fang Yuan and 12th hair both descended to the ground. Cloud Cover Continent's ground was made from cloud soil. It was white and slightly soft. It was very different from the sensation of an ordinary muddy surface. 12th brother, please. Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Haha, brother Fang, I won't stand on ceremony then. Chestnut Yak, come out. 12th hair laughed loudly. He somersaulted, and while landing on the ground, he hit the ground with his palms. He looked like he was horsing around, before suddenly performed a kneeling ceremony towards Fang Yuan. Gu immortals paid attention to their bearing. This kind of humiliating action was absolutely avoided by human Gu immortals. But these hairy man Gu immortals were different. They had gone through the previous Lang Yalan spirit's nurturing. Each of them were very straightforward with very shallow battle strength. Over these last days, Fang Yuan was already used to the unusual. 12th hair knelt towards Fang Yuan. His excited expression suddenly stiffened. Oh. He raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan. How embarrassing, I failed. No problem. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. It is an immortal killer move. Failure in activation is an unavoidable matter. Try again. Yes, yes. 12th hair repeatedly nodded his head, somersaulting once again towards the back, and with a slam, his knees and hands touched the ground simultaneously. Silence. After being at a standstill for several breaths of time, 12th hair stuck his tongue out, licking his lips. Damn, I failed again. Let me try again. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th hair shouted in determination. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. I'm sorry, wait a while. 12th hair said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. It is understandable. 12th hair gratefully nodded his head as he made an attempt again. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. This continued for a dozen or so times without any success. Fang Yuan had not even made any move, but 12th hair had already spurted out several mouthfuls of blood. Moreover, blood was seeping out of his ears as well, his face getting paler and paler. Failure in activating an immortal killer move would cause backlash to the Gu immortal. Even Fang Yuan also could not bear to see this continue, and could not resist reminding. From my observation, 12th brother, your somersaulting has almost no use towards the immortal killer move. Might as well try discarding it. Somersaulting. 12th hair scratched his head and said, innocently, this is my meticulously designed movement. Don't you feel somersaulting will make me look imposing and cool? Fang Yuan's face almost was distorted to the point of lines appearing, as he thought. Your movement of kneeling towards your enemy is indeed imposing. But 12th hair was also an obedient person who knew to correct his mistake. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, then I will change it. After that, 12th hair no longer somersaulted. Instead, slam, he directly knelt towards Fang Yuan. It was a standstill. Several breaths later, he stood up, puffing out a mouthful of blood, refusing to give in. He said, let me try again. Several tries later, an azure blue radiance suddenly blossomed from 12th hair's hands. The radiance quickly enlarged and actually formed a blue lake on the ground. The lake water surged and a cattle-shaped desolate beast rode the giant wave, charging towards Fang Yuan. Rumble. The blue lake water washed to the shore. The giant yak stepped on the ground and grunted towards the sky. Whoosh! A formless sound wave squeezed out the air and actually stirred up a vortex. This giant yak was bluish-black with a large head and thick lips. A pair of bull horns spaced quite far apart pierced towards the sky. It had a wide chest and a large stomach, but it gradually became slim towards the rear. The whole body looked huge at the front and small at the back. the lower side of its body, and its forelegs were covered with thick hair that were drooping down to the ground. Its tail was thick and large like a brown broom. There was no doubt of the might of this giant yak, and it also had a superb debut, brimming with a tyrannical aura, forming a completely stark comparison with 12th Hair's performance. However, Fang Yuan did not care. Chestnut yak. This giant yak might be a desolate beast, but it was well known for its low battle strength. The impressions of many Gu immortals towards it were of the unique flavor of its meat. It could be eaten raw and tasted like chestnuts. This was the reason for its name. But the chestnut yak's battle strength was naturally not the weakest among desolate beasts. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast were desolate beast dragonfish, which Fang Yuan was breeding. It finally activated. 12th Hair was jubilant and shouted as he pointed at Fang Yuan. Chestnut yak, charge. Snort. The chestnut yak grunted towards the sky once again, but did not move. 12th Hair's face flushed with embarrassment, and seeming holding back his anger, he commanded again. Charge, 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 you foolish yak. The chestnut yak only then started to rush forward. It was already at a very short distance away from Fang Yuan, and reached Fang Yuan within a few steps. Strong winds surged forward. The chestnut yak was enormous, and as it rushed, it was like 4 carriages stacked together. It had quite an imposing aura. Fang Yuan chuckled. Inside his immortal aperture, change form Immortal Gu flew up. Following it, all kinds of supplementary Mortal Gu flew up and revolved around change form Immortal Gu. Transformation path Immortal Killer Move, Flying Bear Transformation. Bright radiance suddenly erupted. An intense light forced 12th Hair to close his eyes. 12th Hair quickly activated his investigative Gu. A layer of transparent crystal covered his eyes, and he was able to open his eyes again. The light had yet to dissipate, but 12th Hair was able to see the scene clearly. Bam! The chestnut yak seemed to have collided into a giant beast. This giant beast was even larger than it. The chestnut yak's collision showed no results. At this time, the light dissipated and revealed the true appearance of the giant beast. This was a giant white bear. Its physique was burly and bulky, and its body was covered in short and densely packed white fur. It had sharp claws, and its short tail was curled up like a white pom-pom, appearing somewhat cute. This was a transformation of Fang Yuan into a desolate beast flying bear. When the chestnut yak saw this flying bear, its eyes immediately popped open as its imposing aura vanished like a flickering candle. It gave a miserable cry before actually turning around and running away. 12th Hair yelled furiously at this. You cowardly yak, you are also a desolate beast. Damn it, go back. He activated his enslavement path method and was only able to regain his control over the chestnut yak after it had ran a large distance. The yak once again charged towards the flying bear. The chestnut yak was herbivorous and had a docile nature. This chestnut yak had been raised by the previous Langya land spirit in order to use its meat as Gu refinement immortal material. Because of Shadow Sect's sudden attack, Langya blessed land's other desolate beasts all died. So 12th Hair could only use this chestnut yak to practice his skills. Fang Yuan quietly stood on the spot, and only when the yak had reached in front of him did he exert strength in his limbs and erupt. Whoosh! The flying bear's enormous physique did not implicate its speed in the least, as it easily dodged to the side. The chestnut yak brushed past the flying bear. The flying bear roared and suddenly turned around, leaping towards the sky. As it descended, the flying bear stretched out its right paw and slammed at the back of the chestnut yak. Bam! There was a strong collision. White cloud soil flew all around. The chestnut yak was heavily injured and was actually slammed to the ground by one smack from the flying bear. A huge crater formed on the level ground. The chestnut yak was defeated in the blink of an eye, lying on the crater without moving. Its eyes revealed its terror, and its whole body was trembling. Chapter 1081. Fang Yuan contributes a plan. The chestnut yak was slammed down by Fang Yuan's own paw, and did not dare to climb back up again. No matter what methods 12th Hair used, he was unable to make this chestnut yak climb back up and fight again. The desolate beast is weak. The Gu Immortal is also useless. Fang Yuan shook his head internally, and dispelled his immortal killer move. In moments, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From within the ball, Fang Yuan's figure slowly walked out and descended to the ground. I lost once again. Brother Fang is truly amazing. 12th Hair tried for a long time, but seeing no success, he could only cup his fists towards Fang Yuan, admitting defeat. He and Fang Yuan had sparred several times already. At first, after he lost, he did not admit defeat and remained obstinate. But after several times, he was already less affected. Loss became normal, and victory instead was the anomaly. 12th brother, you should practice your immortal killer move more frequently. And this chestnut yak is weak and timid. It is better if you change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan advised. 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head and sighed. This is all because Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. When it opens, I will immediately buy a desolate beast for combat. This yak already has none of its wild nature left. I already thought of throwing it away. But I need to bear the cost of buying a desolate beast myself. This is the rule created after the sect was established. Sigh, my beast enslavement Immortal Gu is also not mine. I still need to pay to use it. Enough talking. I need to hurry back to refine Gu and sell them to earn Immortal Essence Stones. See you. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th Hair took back the chestnut yak and hurriedly left. Good. I have obtained 20 sect contribution points again. Fang Yuan gazed at the receding figure of 12th Hair, his mind rippling with some joy. Over these last few days, he had not only been sparring with 12th Hair, he also had similar contact with other Hairy Man Gu Immortals. Although the secret transactions between Fang Yuan and 6th Hair had already finished, 6th Hair repeatedly visiting Fang Yuan's Cloud City during the process was a small flaw. Although Fang Yuan had joined Langya's sect and become an external Supreme Elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals. After all, the human race was powerful currently, while Hairy Men were a type of variant human which suffered persecution from humans. Fang Yuan might be on their side, but the Hairy Man Gu Immortals kept away from him. Why would 6th Hair suddenly pay visits to Fang Yuan on his own initiative? This would certainly incite doubts. To fix this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hair subtly revealed to the other Hairy Man Gu Immortals that he looked for Fang Yuan in order to raise his battle strength. Because the previous sudden invasion by Shadow Sect, along with the tribulations just now, had made him feel his battle strength was truly lacking. So he looked for the human Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan, to ask for advice. To increase the trustworthiness of his words, 6th Hair sparred with the other Hairy Man Gu Immortals and defeated them. 6th Hair was a spy, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul. He had deep combat proficiency, and just using a little bit of it was enough for him to easily defeat them all. This event caused a commotion in the small circle of Hairy Man Gu Immortals. Even Langya Land Spirit heard about it and affirmed 6th Hair's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged other Hairy Man Gu Immortals to ask for guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, the extremely low battle strength of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals had all along been a worry for Langya Land Spirit. After 6th Hair, other Hairy Man Gu Immortals went to Fang Yuan for guidance. With just a little thinking, Fang Yuan realized 6th Hair's intention and enthusiastically welcomed the other Hairy Man Gu Immortals, because this was a profitable thing with no harm to Fang Yuan. First of all, he would be relying on Langya's sect for a long period of time to cultivate more conveniently and be safer when undergoing tribulations. So having a good relationship with these Hairy Man Gu Immortals was a must. Second, like 6th Hair's considerations, Fang Yuan had to cooperate as well to make up for the flaw created because of the transactions. Lastly, Fang Yuan needed sect contribution points. From now on, if he wanted Langya Land Spirit's help to borrow the strength of Langya's sect, he could not always negotiate deals with Langya Land Spirit. Previously, he could make deals with Langya Land Spirit because the Land Spirit had taken a fancy upon his Luo Po Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. But from now on, to make Langya's sect help him, the main thing would be to use sect contribution points. This was Langya's sect's rule. Even Langya Land Spirit took the initiative to comply to it. Langya Land Spirit had already issued sect missions. The types of missions were mainly about guiding Hairy Man Gu Immortals to raise their battle strength. Langya Land Spirit himself was not suitable for these missions, and Fang Yuan was the only suitable candidate. In these last few days, Fang Yuan guided many Hairy Man Gu Immortals, and the response was extremely enthusiastic. Even when the Hairy Man Gu Immortals who came later did not receive good training, they did not blame Fang Yuan and instead found reasons caused by themselves. On one hand, 6th Hair set an example. On the other, Fang Yuan knew about the information of these hairy men and used his exquisite communicative skills to enthusiastically get along with them, making these Hairy Man Gu Immortals have a huge change in their impression of Fang Yuan. As for why Fang Yuan knew about the information of these Hairy Man Gu Immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of intel about Langya Blessed Land from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan calculated. With this, my sect contribution points amount to over 140. This is quite lucrative. Every time he gave guidance would provide Fang Yuan 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fang Yuan had lent Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley and other resources, he had only earned about 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points are enough to exchange for some flowing light fruits. With such thoughts, Fang Yuan moved towards the First Cloud City. In First Cloud City, he saw Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit sized up Fang Yuan and praised. As worthy of change form Immortal Gu. This Hairy Man Gu Immortal you have transformed into has almost no flaws, unless I use Investigative Immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan was arriving, he suddenly had a brilliant idea and used change form Immortal Gu to transform into a hairy man Gu Immortal. His aim was clear. It was to get into Lang Yuan's spirit's good books. Lang Yuan's spirit held the ideology of hairy men rulership, and when he saw this appearance of Fang Yuan, he smiled happily and started praising change form Immortal Gu. In fact, he found his opinion of Fang Yuan rising. Fang Yuan, however, sighed and spoke with a bitter tone. This transformation is still not complete. Although I have changed form Immortal Gu, I lack everlasting Immortal Gu. If I had everlasting Immortal Gu, I could completely transform into a hairy man and truly become a member of Langya's sect. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but after these days of being in contact with other hairy man Gu Immortals, I am deeply moved. Human Gu Immortals are crafty and on guard against each other, but hairy men are forthright and sincere, united, warm and cordial. This is a true home. I already can't bear to part with this place. Lang Yuan's spirit laughed heartily and repeatedly patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan, having such an awareness is good, very good. If he knew Fang Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect just some days ago and did not report the spy, he would flay Fang Yuan, this insidious fellow, alive. But what a pity, Lang Yuan's spirit did not know any of it. I have seen your actions over these last days. You have guided these children and raised their battle strength by a lot, especially sixth hairs. Good, good. These last days, I have heard a lot of good things about you from other hairy man Gu Immortals. Ah, what matter did you come for this time? Lang Yuan's spirit asked. I wanted to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fang Yuan replied. That's a small matter. As long as your contributions are enough, exchanging for flowing light fruits is no problem. Lang Yuan's spirit waved his hand and said frankly. Fang Yuan pretended to hesitate. I have a very slight opinion regarding Langya's sect's development. I don't know if I should say it or not. Tell me about it. I'm listening. Lang Yuan's spirit squinted his eyes and smiled. Fang Yuan spoke. Over these last days of sparring with many hairy man Gu Immortals, I made some findings. Their battle strength needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise them is the problem. Because all of them primarily cultivate refinement path, and although refinement path also has offensive methods, it is inferior to the offensive prowess of other paths. Lang Yuan's spirit nodded. Fang Yuan's words hit his core problems. He could not help but sigh. This is precisely what I am worried about. Fang Yuan continued. Actually, there is a good way to increase battle strength. That is transformation path. Transformation path? Right. Fang Yuan slowed down before continuing. Among all the Gu cultivation paths, to speak of the one that can increase battle strength the fastest, that would be blood path. But blood path is extremely dangerous and is too threatening to others. Its reputation is vile and it is hated by everyone. Moreover, if one's blood path cultivation is even slightly high, their name will be added to Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board, and that would expose us. So blood path won't do. You are right. Lang Yuan's spirit approved. Actually, he was also apprehensive towards blood path. If hairy man Gu Immortals cultivated blood path, he was worried if it would lead to internal strife and conflicts in Langya's sect. Fang Yuan spoke with assurance. Besides blood path, the path that can increase battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low. Its immortal killer moves also don't require any planning. Any kind of transformation is an immortal killer move. Normal immortal killer moves require at least a few years of trial and error, right? And in Langya's sect, there are large numbers of Immortal Gu recipes, which includes many transformation path Immortal Gu recipes. We have many Immortal Gu recipes, but few immortal killer moves. If hairy man Gu Immortals cultivate refinement path primarily and transformation path as the secondary path, they can take advantage of the strengths and avoid the weaknesses. The hairy man Gu Immortals are not hardened. To raise their battle strength would not be a day's work. If they transformed into desolate beasts, their bodies would become tougher. Even if they make some mistakes in battles, it won't be much of a problem. They can fight back. It won't be like other paths such as fire path and water path. The body is extremely weak and without defensive methods, they would be in extreme danger in the battlefield. Transformation path Immortal Gu recipes are easy to deduce, and their immortal materials are easy to obtain. Thus the Immortal Gu are easy to refine as well. Hairy man Gu Immortals can transform into desolate beasts to fight, and it can also be a way to disguise their hairy man identities. Although Langya's sect has deep foundations, the 5 regions are still ruled by humans. As long as we can do so, we should give as little chance to expose ourselves as possible. Chapter 1082, Quality over Quantity? Lang Yuan's spirit could only keep on nodding at Fang Yuan's well-founded words. Reasonable, reasonable. He praised. I am flattered. This is only my shallow opinion. Fang Yuan spoke modestly. Land spirits were straightforward. Langya Land Spirit did not understand Fang Yuan's modesty, retorting with a shake of his head. No, this is not just a shallow opinion. It is a true insight. Your words have inspired me greatly. They are a huge contribution towards Langya's sect. According to Langya Sect's rules, just this contribution could have raised your status by 1 level. For instance, 6th hair could promote to 5th hair. But you are not a true Hairy Man Gu Immortal right now, so you can only receive 200 sect contribution points. At the end, Langya Land Spirit looked at Fang Yuan and sighed in regret. Fang Yuan also showed an extremely regrettable expression on his face. He was only an external elder at present and did not need to complete any missions, and every month, he would get 10 sect contribution points. However, other Hairy Man Gu Immortals were genuine members, and their monthly earnings were much higher. Moreover, the higher the Hairy Man Gu Immortals ranking, the more sect contribution points they would receive each month. How I wish to become a true Hairy Man. Fang Yuan lamented, showing a genuine and sincere expression on his face, as if he truly wanted that. Langya Land Spirit spoke. It is a pity that Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed at the moment. Once it opens, I will start a large-scale purchase of the desolate beasts. I have a slight opinion about this. Fang Yuan quickly spoke. There are many Hairy Man Gu Immortals, and to nurture them, no matter how great our sect's assets are, we won't be able to bear such expenses. Moreover, this is not the way to run a business. I suggest we develop our own resources. Oh, how do you propose we do that? Langya Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan replied. Simple, like other super forces, we occupy the resources in the 5 regions. Langya Land Spirit showed a reluctant expression. He had already thought of this before and also carefully pondered its advantages and disadvantages before considering it an undesirable choice. The reason was evident. Hairy men were variant humans and could not be out in the open in the current age. Although there were variant human forces in Northern Plains, one clear example being Inkman City. This Inkman City only had one Inkman Gu Immortal publicly. And in history, Inkman City's founder, Immortal Yen, had paid a heavy price to reach an agreement with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. These 2 factors allowed Inkman City to barely be able to survive amidst the countless powerful human forces. If Langya Sect's force appeared in the open, with so many Hairy Man Gu Immortals, it would definitely provoke human Gu Immortals, encroaching upon their bottom line. Whether it be Righteous Path, Demonic Path, or Lone Immortal forces, they would not easily allow the existence of such a powerful outside force. Langya Land Spirit might be straightforward, but he was not foolish. He wholeheartedly wanted to make hairy men rule the world, but he was still very aware of the current situation. However, Fang Yuan had already expected this reaction from Langya Land Spirit. As he continued, First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting for Langya's sect to openly fight with human forces for the outside world's resources. We will instead focus on occupying the resources they have not occupied and secretly develop. Realization dawned upon Langya Land Spirit. You are referring to those dangerous forbidden areas? Northern Plains was vast and broad, but the large and super forces had already split the cultivation resources found within it. What remained mainly were the 10 great fierce areas. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fang Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up in admiring fashion. The 10 great fierce areas are dangerous, but at the same time, they contain plentiful opportunities. In my opinion, Earth Trench is a good place. We can set up a teleportation Gu formation, letting the Hairy Man Gu Immortals freely go back and forth the Blessed Land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. They are perfect for the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to train their combat abilities. Moreover, by killing these desolate beasts, we can use their body parts to refine transformation path Immortal Gu. If we capture these desolate beasts, we can also use beast enslavement Immortal Gu to enslave them and make them aid us, increasing the defense of the blessed land. One of the crucial components for this was a teleportation Gu formation. Accurately speaking, a Gu formation that could transport Gu Immortals. Langya Sect undoubtedly possessed such a method, because when Fang Yuan was previously hurrying back from southern border, he used the teleportation Gu formation at Fengbo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and return to Langya Blessed Land. That teleportation Gu formation had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Langya Land's spirit sank into contemplation. This matter is too significant. I need to consider it properly. I am only suggesting. The significant matters in the sect still need to be decided by you, First Supreme Elder. If my suggestion is flawed, I hope you can be lenient. Fang Yuan was deeply aware that pushing too much could be detrimental. He changed the topic to the flowing light fruits he wanted to obtain. After a while, he left with a large number of flowing light fruits. Parting with the land spirit, he returned to his own cloud city and immediately started arranging these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure bundles of light. If ordinary people were to try to touch them, they would just pass through their hands. Special methods were needed to collect these fruits. These fruits did not grow on plants or trees like ordinary fruits either. Instead, they were a pure materialization of dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of many colors, so the same went for flowing light fruits, having all kinds of color like red, brown, yellow, green, black, blue, purple, etc. Flowing light fruits were the food of attitude Gu. The reason Fang Yuan exchanged for flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transactions, the Immortal Gu Fang Yuan possessed had suddenly increased to a terrifying number. Counting his current collection: Rank 9 Immortal Gu, Wisdom Gu. Rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu, Wisdom, Sword Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Dog Shit Luck, Change Form, Strength Chi, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Star Eyes. Among them, to refine Boqing Sword Path Gu Worms, Fang Yuan had left Woman's Heart in Hu Immortal Blessed Land before the Battle of Etian Mountain. He had used the Light of Wisdom to construct a Gu formation, in which Unravel Mystery and Woman's Heart were two components. But Unravel Mystery was brought away by Fang Yuan after it had been activated at the start. Woman's Heart, however, needed to remain in the Gu formation until Boqing's Sword Path Immortal Gu were successfully refined, before it could be taken out. Because of this, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Fang Yuan used Langya's Sect to completely move away the resources in the two Blessed Lands, Woman's Heart was also taken by Langya Blessed Land before finally returning to Fang Yuan's hands. Connect Luck Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, which originally belonged to Fang Yuan, were placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Wuxia, so Fang Yuan was not able to obtain them during the transactions. After finishing the transactions, it was even more impossible for him to get them back. Among the Star Path Gu worms, only Star Eyes Immortal Gu returned to Fang Yuan's possession, while it was a mystery whether the other Immortal Gu like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Thought were in Wuxia's hands. He did not know if they still existed or not. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage broke down, many of its Gu worms were destroyed, but there were still some Gu worms remaining which had been left behind in the Immortal Zombie Body's Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan was not too familiar with those Gu worms, and he did not even remember their appearances, the loss of memories, and also did know how many of them were withheld by Wuxia. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to take these Gu worms back, but before he could even talk about it, Wuxia had already concluded the transaction. Normally speaking, there was a rule for Immortal Gu: quality over quantity. Forget about Mortal Gu. Even for a large number of Mortal Gu, Gu Immortals could raise them. Immortal Gu were the key factor in measuring a Gu Immortal's strength. Very few Gu Immortals raised as many Immortal Gu as Fang Yuan currently possessed. Even many Rank 8 Gu Immortals did not have as many as Fang Yuan. This was not in the least bit exaggerated. It was enough for most Gu Immortals to have 2 or 3 Immortal Gu. Naturally, these Immortal Gu were suited for their ranks. One Immortal Gu, when mashed with large numbers of different combinations of Mortal Gu, could result in different Immortal Killer moves and produce different effects which covered offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. But just one Immortal Gu was not enough. Because with just one Immortal Gu, the Gu Immortal could only activate one Immortal Killer move at one time. If they used a defensive killer move, they would not have offensive methods, or they would lose their movement advantage and could only be in a passive situation. If they used offense, then they would not have defensive method, which could cause the Gu Immortal situation to be very dangerous. But with 2 Immortal Gu, both could be simultaneously used to cover all aspects. Having more than 3 Immortal Gu would become a burden. Generally, they could not be nurtured properly and used. After all, activating Immortal Gu required Immortal Essence. There were few examples where someone used higher rank Immortal Gu like Fang Yuan using rank 7 Immortal Gu. It was because he was a special case and his experiences were different from the vast majority of Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals were very selective in choosing Immortal Gu. They were selective not in terms of quantity, but they focused on and limited the range of types of Immortal Gu. A Fire Path Gu Immortal would perform best with Fire Path Immortal Gu. Using Water Path or Ice Path would simply be looking for trouble. Even if they had Immortal Gu of other paths, they could at most be used as supplementary Gu worms for Immortal Killer moves. The quality of Immortal Gu was valued, not their number. This was common sense in the cultivation world. Almost all Gu Immortals knew of it. To Fang Yuan, however, this was not applicable, because he had the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had no worries about not having enough space in his immortal aperture. The rate of time was also fast, allowing the resources inside to grow extremely quickly. These were all part of his potential. Fang Yuan was already aware he had the potential to bear the burden of supporting large numbers of Immortal Gu. Since he had this potential, he naturally would excavate as much of it as possible. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was earning a lot daily. His current financial condition was extremely good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. This 1 year was in relation to the time in the immortal aperture. In terms of the time in the outside world, his aperture would produce 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This number was already a lot. Even those of the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. When factoring in Fang Yuan's monthly income, this number was simply a drop in the bucket. This meant Fang Yuan had the capital to provide for these Immortal Gu. There was also Langya's Sect, which could be relied upon to a certain degree. These three reasons added up to make Fang Yuan determined in raising large numbers of Immortal Gu to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, whether it was facing heaven's will or the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan needed to ensure his strength was high. A Gu Immortal's battle strength mostly came from their Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Currently, Fang Yuan had few Immortal Killer moves, and he could not use Wisdom Gu either. Deducing more would require too much time, so he could only place his efforts in the aspect of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of Ying Wuxia's scheme. It was to increase Fang Yuan's burden by giving him these Immortal Gu and letting him have no time and energy to influence Shadow Sect's movements. However, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of Immortal Gu to keep up his battle strength. He also had the potential and the capital to raise these Immortal Gu. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. The 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture was the most crucial reason. Chapter 1083. Feeding Immortal Gu. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was on his Immortal Aperture. Large numbers of light path Mortal Gu flew around before carrying flowing light fruits towards the sky, piercing through layers and layers of heavens. After a long period of flying, these flowing light fruits finally reached the highest layer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After considering it, Fang Yuan stored all the flowing light fruits in the highest layer. Although there are quite a few space path Dao marks, I cannot imitate land spirits and directly use space path Dao marks to teleport. After all, there is a huge difference between a Gu Immortal and land spirit. Land spirits are special existences formed from heavenly power merged with the Gu Immortal's obsession. The sovereign immortal aperture is extremely vast. It seems I will have to arrange a transportation Gu formation inside to facilitate the ease of transferring resources and to adjust the structure and the layout of the various resources. Fang Yuan's thought process was quite scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the highest layer of the aperture. The Gu worms Fang Yuan had mobilized brought the flowing light fruits to a specific location. Poof, poof, poof. In the next moment, soft explosions went off endlessly. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after the other. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but after self-detonation, they rapidly formed into aurora lights that filled the sky, shining with all kinds of colors, forming a beautiful sight. The essence of these flowing light fruits was condensed aurora light. The reason Fang Yuan gathered these flowing light fruits was to feed Attitude Gu. But why was he detonating these flowing light fruits? It was because although the quantity of these flowing light fruits was not small, it was far from enough to fill Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Although its duration between feeding times was extremely long, every feeding session required an enormous amount of flowing light fruits. This was normal when feeding Gu worms. Normally, the higher the rank of the Gu worms, the more food they required, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. Gu worms altogether had 9 ranks. Rank 8 was only below rank 9. The amount of food Attitude Gu required was naturally an enormous number. So Fang Yuan obtained these flowing light fruits in order to produce more fruits from them. He detonated 80% of these fruits. He let the remaining 20% of the fruits float to the sky, nourishing them in the vast aurora lights. As for the light path Mortal Gu which carried the fruits, Fang Yuan retrieved and stored them. My sect contribution points were originally not many, but who could have thought that after giving a suggestion, Langya Land Spirit himself increased my sect contribution points, and I was able to exchange for a satisfying number of these flowing light fruits. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of Immortal Gu, Dazzling Light Gu, to let these aurora lights grow. Dazzling Light Gu could erupt with red aurora lights. To maintain their survival, Fang Yuan would need to add in their food here, which was scorching swan stones. However, neither of these were available in Langya's Sect's treasury. Fang Yuan needed to wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven reopened to put this plan into action. Moreover, Dazzling Light Gu is only the simplest method to produce aurora lights. It is not very effective. There are Gu Immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven who sells flowing light fruits. I remember that among them are Visitor Qinxia, Qing Huizi, and Fairy Kaixia. Maybe I can ask for guidance from them, paying an amount to purchase their insights. But whether this succeeds or not, it will depend on their decision. There was still quite a long time before Attitude Gu starved. Fang Yuan was planning for the future by doing this. After all, Attitude Gu's appetite was too huge, making prior preparations wouldn't be the least harmful. Right now, Fang Yuan's situation was still rather leisurely. Although he had gained a lot of Immortal Gu, it was not the time to feed most of them. And the first earthly calamity had been passed not long ago. There was still ample time before the second calamity. Fang Yuan now intended to focus on managing his immortal aperture as his main priority. I have already prepared for Attitude Gu's feeding. But Attitude Gu is not mine. There is He Lu Lan's will inside it. Right now, I know that He Lu Lan has betrayed the agreement and sided with Ying Wuxia. So some of the information path restrictions on me should have been broken as well. That means I can now refine this Attitude Gu to make it my own. Attitude Gu was the greatest harvest Fang Yuan made recently. Even Fang Yuan, when he borrowed Gu from He Lu Lan back then, had not thought there would be a day Attitude Gu would fall into his hands. But refining Attitude Gu was not a simple matter. Because Attitude Gu was not a wild Immortal Gu, moreover it was rank 8, while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 Gu Immortal. For him to forcibly refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu of another person was not only incomparably difficult, it could also destroy Attitude Gu if he did not handle it properly. But I have a method which can help me refine Immortal Gu of others. That Gu formation which I thought of before, I will just name it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fang Yuan casually chose a name. He was not concerned about these minor details, which was why he only named the Gu formation now. Previously, he had robbed Mini Sword Path Immortal Gu from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, and to refine them, he used the light of wisdom and star thoughts to deduce the Wisdom Refinement Formation. The Wisdom Refinement Formation was constructed by using the light of wisdom, with woman's heart and unravel mystery as the cores and large numbers of supplementary Mortal Gu. Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Wave Sword, and Rank 8 Wisdom Sword were all refined by Fang Yuan with the help of the Wisdom Refinement Formation. But the issue right now was that Wisdom Gu did not acknowledge Fang Yuan, which meant he could not use Light of Wisdom. So how would he arrange the Wisdom Refinement Formation? To bring about the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan's soul had to be in his original body. Only then could he obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. So this issue came down to the previous point, that was Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The plan of refining Attitude Gu and making it completely his was set aside for the moment. Fang Yuan's next plan was to feed Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was like Attitude Gu. It was similarly a rank 8 Immortal Gu. It was classified under Sword Path and also under Wisdom Path. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of love. In the past, Sword Immortal Bo Qing used this Immortal Gu to cut the Wisdom Path down marks left by Love Gu on his body, getting rid of the restrictions and regaining his freedom. He even used this to incite Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao to rebel, using her for his own purposes. This Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu could be said to be an amazing method which helped Bo Qing to turn the tides of his situation. Right now, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was already refined by Fang Yuan, but it was rather difficult for Fang Yuan to use it currently. It was already very hard for Fang Yuan to use rank 7 Immortal Gu. Using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, if compared to a situation on Earth, might be like trying to run an aircraft carrier with 2 AA batteries. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was a genuine rank 8 Immortal Gu, and needed rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. One could see how outstanding Attitude Gu was from this point. Although it was also a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu could be activated using mental energy and be freely used by even rank 6 Gu Immortals. It was worthy of being a legendary Immortal Gu recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu feeds on multicolored Overlord flowers. This flower is extremely huge. Each mature multicolored Overlord flower can cover an enormous surrounding range. For the flower to mature, it requires large amounts of illumination, intense sweet scents, as well as pearl soil. This difficulty was very high, many times higher than flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were only a rank 6 immortal material, while multicolored Overlord flowers were rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to plant multicolored Overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed to fulfill 3 conditions: illumination, sweet scents, and pearl soil. First, illumination was quite difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had about 100 or so light path down marks, so it was filled with some light, and was not dim like his immortal zombie body's dead aperture. But this light was certainly not enough to fulfill the demands of multicolored overlord flowers, unless he used the aurora lights of flowing light fruits. But if he did that, his plans for flowing light fruits would be completely ruined. Light would be used up, it was consumable, especially since those aurora lights did not have any source right now. The most basic solution was to increase the number of light path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Light path Gu immortals with deep foundation and accumulation often had limitless illumination in their immortal aperture. But for Fang Yuan to achieve this in a short period, apart from having the earthly calamity be a light path calamity, he would have to kill light path Gu immortal and absorb their Dao marks. The former was up to heaven's will, it could not be relied upon, while the latter was dangerous and also not reliable. Battles were hazardous and terrifying. Back then, Fang Yuan was able to kill Qi Zai because the latter had underestimated him, chasing him all the way. Fang Yuan had also used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face before he killed Qi Zai, obtaining the corpse and the soul. The first condition, illumination, was the most difficult to resolve. There were many ways to obtain the other two, sweet scents and pearl soil. Pearl soil, especially, was sold on a large scale in Treasure Yellow Heaven and was also not expensive. Of course, Lenya Blessed Land did not have them. The aforementioned plans were only those for feeding Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu, and they already took up much of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Fortunately, Rank 9 Wisdom Gu's feeding was already taken care of by Lenya Land Spirit. Wisdom Gu's food was Lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he would want to take its food. The feeding plans for Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu have already been arranged. Next would be the Rank 7s, Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, and Calamity Beckoning. Fang Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Gu with the black blood of the 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 heads. Fang Yuan had once bought the snake's corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but now for his long-term plan, he intended to move over several 6-headed snakes into his immortal aperture to breed them. As for the other Rank 7 Immortal Gu, their feeding plans required Fang Yuan to carefully arrange them. Naturally, Fang Yuan did not forget Chu Du still had his Rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Its feeding issue was handed over to Chu Du in any case. Chu Du coveted Fang Yuan's Tribulation technique. How could he let Flying Sword Immortal Gu starve? In this aspect, Chu Du could be considered to be helping out Fang Yuan and decreasing his burden. Chapter 1084, Manipulating Mortals, Plotting Against the Land Spirit in Lenya Blessed Land, the capital of Black Hair Kingdom. There was hubbub of voices, a nationwide competition was reaching its end. On the arena, the final 2 Gu masters were in an intense battle, chasing for the final throne of victory. Almost all the observing hairy men were supporting one side, because the other side was Guyu Fangzheng. He was a human Gu master, so he naturally would not receive the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair King observing from the raised platform was frowning. He did not want to see the final winner of the first national martial contest to be a human Gu master. Would this not make his kingdom the laughingstock of the other 2 kingdoms? It would even seem like the Black Hair Kingdom's talents were declining to let a human Gu master easily obtain victory. If Fangzheng won, it would no doubt seriously infringe on Black Hair Kingdom's political interests. So the Black Hair King had already planned beforehand and tampered with this battle. It has finally activated. Black Hair King suddenly felt joyous as his eyes flashed with bright lights. On the arena, Fangzheng suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down to the ground. What's happening? Fangzheng paled in fright and subconsciously pushed his hands. Rumble. Surging waves rose up out of thin air and charged towards his opponent. Fangzheng's opponent was a rank 5 Fire Path Hairy Man Gu master. Fangzheng's sudden powerful attack gave this hairy man a scare. He immediately jumped to the air to avoid the wave. Under his hairy feet were 2 lantern-like flames, which could let him float for some time. But because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fangzheng. Fangzheng was slowly recovering but still felt extreme dizziness. His condition was quite bad, but he had experienced many setbacks and tempering. So right now, he had already restrained his expression, not showing anything wrong on the outside. The wave appeared quickly and dissipated just as quickly. The hairy man Gu master also hurriedly descended. He was not a flying master. Standing in the air would make him a good target. Just now, he was forced to dodge the water wave with no alternative option. Right now, he was immediately making up for it. The 2 sides confronted again. Fangzheng, you have been schemed against by someone. I do not know when, but someone secretly planted a Gu worm in your soul. Fang Yuan's will revealed the truth to Fangzheng. How could it be? Fangzheng was shocked and furious. Fang Yuan's will sighed. This soul path Gu worm has a faint connection with that Black Hair King sitting on the platform. It seems he is the one who schemed against you. Damn it. Damn it. Fang Zheng clenched his fists, finally showing a furious and hatred-filled expression. What happened? Fang Zheng's opponent was observing his expression and suddenly seeing his expression change. He thought Fang Zheng was preparing a powerful move and was immediately on complete guard. Fang Yuan's will sneered. Now do you believe me? I already told you Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups won't let you win so easily. This martial contest has all along been a tool for those in power. Although they advocate fairness on the surface, those that truly expect it to be fair are fools. You are right. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, his eyes opened wide as if fire would burst out. But I want victory even more now. This enthusiasm. You are still so young, my foolish brother. Fang Yuan's will was very aware of Fang Zheng's unwillingness to give in, thinking of this secretly. Actually, the best response would be to intentionally lose to the opponent and end it second. With that, Fang Zheng would not have to overwork himself, and Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups would also be happy to accept the result. Such an outcome would not only show Black Hair Kingdom's talents to be outstanding, it would also show the king's generosity of promoting talents no matter their origins, even accepting a human Gu master. However, Fang Zheng wanted to get the first position. Not only was it making it hard for himself, he was also turning other hairy men hostile to him. First or second, what's the difference? Just momentary victory or defeat. It would not be a turning point of one's life. Was it really so important? But Fang Yuan's will was happy to see this. Fang Zheng was deeply prejudiced against him. Only by using constant pressure from external force could Fang Zheng work together with him and be subtly influenced. And the current choice made by Fang Zheng would result in an enormous obstruction, which was greatly beneficial for Fang Yuan's training plan. So, Fang Yuan's will decided to do all he could to bring about Fang Zheng's wish. He spoke. I am only a will. You can only think about how to get rid of this soul path Gu worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured, and so you cannot use River Swallowing Toad anymore. After all, commanding River Swallowing Toad to battle uses up an enormous amount of your mental energy. Although you have lost this trump card, you still have hope to win. Just listen to my instructions now. Fang Zheng let out a muffled snort. Although he did not feel good about it, with the current situation as it was, he could only give tacit consent to the words of Fang Yuan's will. Fang Zheng himself might not be aware of it, but after these days of interaction, he had indeed begun to change. Just as Fang Yuan went out of Luo Pa Valley, his will returned to him. After careful inspection, finding no issues with it, Fang Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like tidal waves and surrounded this will, closely interacting with each other. In just an instant, Fang Yuan learned of Fang Zheng's recent developments. Oh, under my will's instructions, he defeated his opponent and obtained first. Doing pretty well, I see. But with this, he has caused the entire Black Hair Kingdom to lose face. Haha, interesting. Winning the competition, but losing even more. Your coming days will not be so comfortable, my little brother. But this is very helpful to my re-education plan, isn't it? Moreover, I still have an arrangement left in Steel Thread City, which is currently being prepared. Fang Yuan condensed another will of his. Its size was several times larger than the returned will. Re-educating Fang Zheng would need the will to think, which would cause it to be consumed continuously and require replenishment from Fang Yuan frequently. Right away, Fang Yuan pointed forward with a finger. Several rank 5 Gu worms flew out and guarded this enormous will as they flew down to Black Hair Continent. When they arrived just above Black Hair Continent, this will further divided into two parts. One part flew towards Black Hair Kingdom's capital, while the other portion flew to Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City's city lord was that female hairy man who favored Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan's will quietly seeped into her mind. It was easy for a Gu Immortal to plot against a Gu Master. The female city lord was currently processing some documents, strictly managing the affairs of the city. She did not have even the slightest awareness of Fang Yuan's will, and also did not sense her lower abdomen had slightly swollen. My hidden card has been placed. In the sky, in Cloud Cover Continent, Fang Yuan chuckled as he withdrew his gaze. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals was indeed quite the symbol of being an immortal. The fundamental cause of it was that the strength of Gu immortals far surpassed mortals. Changing Fang Zheng's perspective has already shown slight success. Moreover, it is progressing smoothly. But I have yet to deduce Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe. The problem is still Wisdom Gu. Right now, some days had already gone by since Fang Yuan stored flowing light fruits in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was increasingly feeling the disadvantage of not being able to use the light of wisdom. However, the issue in his immortal zombie body was still in the process of being resolved. Fang Yuan pondered. His soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect's, but he still thought of a way. He could increase his soul foundation. This was coping with the changes by sticking to the fundamental principle. If he cultivated his soul to the terrifying level of spectral soul, Any soul path traps in his body would be of no use. Naturally, for Fang Yuan to cultivate to spectral soul's level was extremely far off into the future. But Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Ying Wuxie's hands, who was only a split soul that was far inferior to the main body. Thus, for the last few days, Fang Yuan was not only managing his immortal aperture and guiding Hairy Man Gu immortals, earning large numbers of Sect contribution points. He also made time to enter Luo Pa Valley every day to temper his soul. Afterwards, he would use Guts Gu to heal and strengthen the soul. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation proclaimed by spectral soul demon venerable. Not even 10 days had passed, and Fang Yuan's soul foundation had already become quite deep. However, Fang Yuan was still not confident at the moment to test out the trap that might be in his immortal zombie body. Another day went by. Fang Yuan came out of Luo Pa Valley and saw an information path Gu worm flying towards him. Fang Yuan read it briefly. Langya Land Spirit had called for him to discuss important matters. Fang Yuan was immediately joyous, thinking to himself that it was finally here. Actually, he had also been secretly waiting for Langya Land Spirit's response. He immediately set out, and not long later, he arrived at the first cloud city with the appearance of a hairy man. Langya Land Spirit greeted. "You've arrived, come sit over here." Fang Yuan had just sat down when Langya Land Spirit spoke again. "I considered your suggestion for some days, and I feel it is quite reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not very appropriate. You might not be aware, but currently Earth Trench is in a mess, much more activity there than in the past. Many Northern Plains Gu immortals of righteous path, demonic path, or even lone cultivators are hanging out there." Fang Yuan revealed a slightly surprised expression and deliberately asked while knowing the reason clearly. "What is the reason?" "Because of the battle on Etian Mountain, each region's zombie alliance has now become an empty shell. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also disappeared without a trace, inciting many doubts and probes. Zombie Alliance's members seem to have almost all died. The probing Gu immortals became more audacious, seeing no response. Not only have they already encroached upon Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they have also invaded Earth Trench. That is where the final territory of Zombie Alliance is. According to the rumors, a righteous path wisdom path Gu immortal deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Darkflow Giant City, had sunken into Earth Trench and disappeared." Langya Land Spirit replied. "So it was like that." Fang Yuan showed a look of realization. "Since that is the case, Earth Trench is now a dangerous territory. It seems my previous suggestion cannot be implemented." While saying this, Fang Yuan inwardly thought, "It seems that although Shadow Sect intentionally sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they had also left behind some defensive measures, like Darkflow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. With Shadow Sect's methods, since they could make Darkflow Giant City sink into Earth Trench, it is probably hidden very well. It will be very difficult for the Northern Plains Gu immortals to find it. Their efforts might even be in vain." Langya Land Spirit continued. "Earth Trench's situation is too complicated, we cannot meddle in it. But your suggestion is still good. I have decided to adopt it. At present, the location I have decided upon is also one of the 10 great fierce areas, this one." Saying this, Langya Land Spirit pointed at a part on the map. Fang Yuan's sight followed Langya Land Spirit's hairy finger to the bottom right part of Northern Plains. To the southeast of a super force, Guan tribe, and northwest of another, Lu tribe. Fang Yuan's expression had no change, as he inwardly rejoiced. This is it. The location pointed out by Langya Land Spirit was Tai Qiu. Fang Yuan's true target was also Tai Qiu, but it was not good for him to say it immediately. He could only beat about the bush, leading Langya Land Spirit to comprehend the answer himself. Tai Qiu was one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains. A type of giant grass grew here. This grass was extremely large and sturdy. One stalk of grass could compare to a normal tree of 100 years in age. This giant grass grew everywhere in Tai Qiu. The huge swathes of grass formed into a large primitive jungle. Inside the jungle lived large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, and one could even see vague indications of immemorial desolate beasts. So even Gu immortals did not dare to intrude. Even those rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. A slight slip-up and the disturbance could create a beast tide here. Dongfang Changfan had set up his inheritance here for his possession revival plan. Later, Fang Yuan and the rest had also fought an intense battle at Tai Qiu. "This place, you should be familiar, right?" Langya Land Spirit smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said, "It is indeed somewhat familiar because of Dongfang Changfan's matter." Saying this, he glanced at Langya Land Spirit. The latter clearly knew of this history. "I intend to set up a teleportation Gu formation here at Tai Qiu. What do you think?" Langya Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan spoke with hesitation. "To speak the truth, I don't suggest setting up a Gu formation in Tai Qiu. It is because I am slightly familiar with it that I feel we cannot do it. This is a hornet's nest. Just a slight commotion can lead to a beast tide. And this beast tide won't be a simple mortal beast tide. It will comprise desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. There is even a possibility of attracting immemorial desolate beasts. I had fought here before, but that was because Dong Fong Chong Fan had set a battle stage using an immemorial ruined bat's corpse. The immemorial desolate beasts aura deterred other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was because of this that there was no beast tide. But when the tribulation struck and the immemorial desolate beast's aura was eliminated, that immemorial ruined bat's corpse was immediately split up and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. We can see how terrifying Tai Qiu is from this. If we were to set up a teleportation Gu formation in Tai Qiu and set it around the periphery, we might be able to travel back and forth, but our Sect's Gu immortals will also be easily sensed by other forces. While if we set the teleportation Gu formation inside the inner regions of Tai Qiu, once a battle goes awry, the Gu immortals would not be able to escape. Even if we choose an optimal location that considers these, once the battle's scale enlarges slightly, it will lead to a beast tide, which could then be sensed by humans. It is because of these reasons that super forces don't want to touch Tai Qiu. Our sect needs to worry about much more than them. This area is not a good choice. Fang Yuan analyzed the pros and cons of the plan, speaking with a loyal expression as if he wanted to convince Lang Yulan's spirit. Lang Yulan's spirit laughed heartily. While laughing, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a good while before speaking. Fang Yuan, you are right. But you can be assured. Tell me, what is this? Lang Yulan's spirit looked like he was offering a treasure as he handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan inspected it, he pretended to have a shocked and joyous expression, stammering. This is actually such a detailed map of Tai Qiu. This is truly a godsend at the most crucial moment. Ah, no, our sect's foundation is actually that deep. If I had not seen this personally, I might not have believed it. Good kid, has your vision expanded? Lang Yulan's spirit laughed brightly as he jumped and waved his hands. Amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, expressing in a sincere way. Lang Yulan's spirit excitedly explained. In the past, to acquire immortal materials from Tai Qiu, my main body made repeated trips there, and after combining his experiences with others' deductions, he got this Tai Qiu map. So it was like that. Fang Yuan looked like he was enlightened. In truth, he was already aware of it. This intel was a small part of what he obtained from the transactions with Shadow Sect. This Tai Qiu map allowed Fang Yuan to plan and intentionally mention Earth Trench, while he was in fact luring Lang Yulan's spirit's attention to this place. Lang Yulan's spirit pointed at the information path Gu worm in Fang Yuan's hand. This map not only records all the topography of Tai Qiu, it also records the distribution of the various beast groups. But there is a huge flaw. This map was created a long time ago. There will definitely be many changes in Tai Qiu after all these years. First Supreme Elder is right. I also have this worry. Fang Yuan quickly confirmed. Lang Yulan's spirit continued. Aren't you familiar with this place? You are also a human Gu immortal with change form Immortal Gu to boot. I intend to send you there with this map. Lang Yulan's spirit had yet to finish speaking when Fang Yuan stood up straight and spoke without hesitation. First Supreme Elder only needs to give me the command. Being able to work for the sect, and in such an important matter at that. This is my honor. Lang Yulan's spirit laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, indicating him to be seated. Fang Yuan, you are good. I didn't misjudge you. Rest assured, the sect absolutely won't treat you unfairly. On your trip, act according to the circumstances. The main matter is to inspect Tai Qiu's terrain and improve this Tai Qiu map. If you get the opportunity, you should set up the basic form of the teleportation Gu formation at a suitable location. There are 3 locations on the map. These 3 locations mark the areas of the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Prioritize in inspecting these 3 locations. If you can set up a teleportation Gu formation in one of them, that would be great. Naturally, you need to take care of yourself and move about secretly. Even if you are discovered by humans, never disclose the existence of our sect. Lang Yulan's spirit repeatedly reminded. Fang Yuan quickly nodded, even patting his chest in assurance. First Supreme Elder, you can rest at ease. I will make some preparations and set off immediately. Good. Lang Yulan's spirit laughed loudly, extremely pleased with Fang Yuan. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Lang Yu blessed land's foundation was deep. Fang Yuan was rather at ease placing Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu here. Even if there was the spy from Shadow Sect, it would not hamper this situation. The disturbance Sixth Hair could create was small. Adding on that Shadow Sect was already barely able to take care of itself. It would not dare to invade Lang Yu blessed land. As for Heavenly Court, even if they discovered Lang Ye Blessed Land, what would they do? During the Five Regions Chaotic War, Heavenly Court attacked Lang Ye Blessed Land, and a few times at that. In the end, Fang Yuan was killed off before they were able to conquer Lang Ye Blessed Land. Even more importantly, at present, the regional walls still existed in the five regions. Inspecting his Immortal Gu once again, Fang Yuan decided to carry almost all of these Immortal Gu with him. As for his immortal zombie body, he also brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture had enough space to carry them all. Speaking of which, his immortal zombie body was quite a problem, and the spring Autumn Cicada inside was even more of a problem. Spring Autumn Cicada was currently sealed by some unknown methods. It was unable to absorb the water of the river of time and could only bear its hunger passively, gradually falling towards the abyss of destruction. Not only this, Spring Autumn Cicada still had Heaven's will in it. Fang Yuan already knew about this from the transaction. He also knew of much precious information regarding Heaven's will. These were huge gains. I have the sovereign immortal aperture, which is a small world independent of the outside world. But right now, I am carrying Spring Autumn Cicada and large numbers of snow monsters filled with Heaven's will. There will definitely be obstructions when I go to Tai Qiu. Just like when I was hurrying back from southern border, I met the cloud beasts, was pursued by Qi Zai, and so on. Fang Yuan understood this clearly. He was no longer ignorant regarding Heaven's will. Instead, he knew a lot. Heaven's will was not omnipotent. Heaven's will had its own restrictions. After understanding Heaven's will, the threat of Heaven's will decreased immensely. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamities might had sharply increased. Fang Yuan knew that was Heaven's will trying to eradicate him. But he underwent tribulation in the northern icy plain which unknowingly had helped him a lot. The reason was, a large portion of the earthly calamity had been influenced by reckless savages' true meaning, taking over the role of Heaven's will, forming into iron crown eagles, ruined bats, and so on. Only the snow monsters were formed from Heaven's will. Their bodies held purely Heaven's will. They would not rest until they eradicated Fang Yuan. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning had weakened the dangers of the snow monsters by a large degree. Currently, these snow monsters were still in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Each of them held Heaven's will, like Spring Autumn Cicada. When Fang Yuan went outside, he would be as clear as a torch in the darkness to Heaven's will's perception. Heaven's will cannot make a move by itself, unless it is during calamities or tribulations. When I go out now, Heaven's will would definitely influence others to kill me. I will deal with whatever it sends when the time comes. Bright light flashed. In the central region of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young-looking Gu Immortal appeared out of thin air. He wore snow-white clothes. His face looked mild like jade. His dark hair reached down to his waist, and he had a pair of dark eyes which seemed to have unfathomable depths. He was Gu Yu Fang Yuan. I am out. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and immediately activated defensive Gu worms and investigative Gu worms. Many types of investigative methods were activated together. His gaze scanned all directions, and his perception covered everything within 10,000 steps. It was temporarily safe. Ever since Lang Ye Blessed Land migrated from Crescent Lake, its exact location was only known by Lang Ye Land Spirit. This was among the greatest secrets of Lang Ye Blessed Land. The Land Spirit would not tell anyone. But he had also arranged several teleportation Gu formations outside, facilitating transportation between the inside and the outside world. This response was much wiser than the previous Lang Ye Land Spirit. One of Lang Ye Blessed Land's teleportation Gu formations was set up at Fengbo Cliff. Now, Fang Yuan learned of the location of a second teleportation Gu formation. It was this place, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. I need to get a move on. It is not safe to stay for long at this place. At Fang Yuan's will, Gu worms started to fly inside his immortal aperture. His figure shot upwards like an arrow. His field of vision immediately expanded, and as he looked below him, Dragon Elephant Plain's terrain entered his vision. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain and an extraordinary majesty to it. There was plenty of water and lush vegetation. Dragon elephant groups were scattered everywhere. This was a famous habitat of dragon elephants in northern plains and was under the control of a nearby superforce. Grand rivers and hills, such a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan praised before hiding his figure and flying away. Chapter 1086, Speed. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan had already left Dragon Elephant Plain. He saw a huge field of clouds in front of him. Fang Yuan subconsciously slowed down. He was very cautious of white clouds now, ever since he encountered those pesky cloud beasts in southern border. Learning from experience, Fang Yuan became very wary of large areas of clouds. After inspecting them, Fang Yuan relaxed. The clouds had no problems. He flew into them. His vision was covered by the thick, white clouds. But it was all right. Fang Yuan had investigative methods to use, be it hearing or sound waves, or even using his consciousness. He could fly freely inside the clouds without feeling like a lost insect. Gu immortals had access to most mortal methods. They could deal with many situations. Fang Yuan's speed fell. He stopped all movement. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he activated countless Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of mortal Gu moved like a storm, creating a huge, bloody tornado in the sovereign immortal aperture. The core immortal Gu flew up next. Rank 6 blood asset immortal Gu. It descended like a ruler with imposing aura. The rest of the mortal Gu were assistants, creating the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was activating, Blood Torrent. Blood-red light rushed out of Fang Yuan's body before turning into liquid, forming a river of bloody water. The blood carried Fang Yuan and tore through the clouds, moving forward rapidly. The speed was so fast, completely at a different level to before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan left Dragon Elephant Plain, that place was within a Righteous Path Superforces territory. He did not use an immortal killer move. Because most immortal killer moves would leak strong aura from them, attention would be drawn to him. Thus, Fang Yuan only used mortal killer moves when leaving Dragon Elephant Plain. .com.tks. But now, after leaving it, he could finally use an immortal killer move. His speed rose sharply. He moved ahead rapidly. A long bloody trail was drawn out, but it was concealed by the thick clouds. It could not be seen from the outside. This was the advantage of flying in the clouds. If not for the cloud cover, Fang Yuan could only conceal his tracks. Openly flying like this was too attention-grabbing. In a short moment, this huge area of clouds was pierced through by Fang Yuan. He had already traveled past an enormous distance. Outside of the cloud layer, Fang Yuan stopped using Blood Torrent. During this time period, Blood Path demonic immortals could not display themselves. They had to be concealed. Blood Path was a target of attack from all over. Fang Yuan did not want to attract trouble due to Blood Path, especially when Heaven's Will was locked onto him. Unless I can modify Blood Torrent and prevent others from sensing its Blood Path nature. Fang Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had already modified Blood Torrent again. While cultivating in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been practicing his Blood Path killer moves and Strength Path killer moves. One day, Fang Yuan had an inspiration when practicing. He modified Blood Torrent. Originally, when using Blood Torrent, hundreds of mortal Gu would appear around Fang Yuan, flying around in a big circle. After modification, these mortal Gu flew in a spiral in his immortal aperture. This was a small change, but it fixed one of its major flaws. Flying around the Gu immortal meant it could be easily attacked and destroyed, but being in the immortal aperture was safe. Just this alone showed great improvement. But Blood Torrent was still very eye-catching. When flying in the sky, it created a long river of blood. Anyone would notice it. It would even emit a strong and foul bloody smell that would make one puke. If these flaws were not fixed, Blood Torrent could not be widely used. If the light of wisdom could be used, these modifications could be done overnight. But Fang Yuan was unsure of the safety of the immortal zombie body at this time. It was fine with clouds covering it, but without clouds, Fang Yuan would not use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape, Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Sword Escape, Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan flew forward like a sword. Compared to Blood Torrent, he was even faster now. Just Sword Escape, Immortal Gu alone surpassed a rank 6 Blood Path killer move. Even though with his cultivation level, using Sword Escape, Immortal Gu with Green Grape Immortal Essence was not worth it. Fang Yuan was very firm on doing this. The biggest factor of this trip was speed. Speed. He had to move quickly. It was because of Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will follows the way of heaven. Taking away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it treats me as an eyesore. But the way of heaven has its own rules and regulations. Heaven's Will has to follow certain rules and is limited to an extent. Heaven's Will cannot act casually. It can only attack me directly during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Heaven's Will can only engineer situations and circumstances to kill me. How can Heaven's Will create such situations? By affecting the living beings of this world. Like in the past, when Fang Yuan was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was affected by Mo Yao's fake will. Heaven's Will was vast and omnipresent. It could affect other life forms. This influence was on the subconscious level. It was very situational. In most situations, decisions were made in an instant. Heaven's Will could influence countless life forms and countless decisions that they make. Through many subtle influences, these life forms could gather together into a force that would be fatal. But this way, to influence others and set up fatal traps, time was needed. Therefore, Fang Yuan emphasized on speed. The faster he was, the less time Heaven's Will had to influence other life forms and create situations to deal with him. During the journey from southern border to northern plains, Fang Yuan did not know this. He also lacked movement methods, especially at the start. It gave Heaven's Will a lot of time to set things up. Now that Fang Yuan knew Heaven's Will's weaknesses, he naturally made use of them. This was an effective method that Shadow Sect used against Heaven's Will. Shadow Sect followed a key principle: accumulating in secret, striking at once like a volcano, moving as fast as lightning, achieving one's goal. Fang Yuan learned fully from this. To deal with Heaven's Will, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are the best role model. They are my enemies, but these enemies have aspects in which they are superior to me. I naturally must abandon bias and learn from them. And I have a huge advantage compared to Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. Shadow Sect members have to think about themselves when acting and use self-will to cleanse themselves from Heaven's Will's hidden influence. But I do not need to. As a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's Will cannot influence me. To guard against Heaven's Will, Fang Yuan used Sword Escape, disregarding the intense Immortal essence consumption. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had preserved most of his accumulated cultivation resources. He was raking in money daily. It could be said he was very affluent. Even though he needed to build and manage his own Immortal aperture, most of his plans had not started yet. Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed now. The things he could get from Langya's Sect's inventory were limited. Fang Yuan tore through the sky, bursting with a sharp sound along the way. He seemed to have turned into a flying sword, roaming the desolate plains with peerless sharpness. Suddenly, there was a growl filled with pain and fear. An ancient desolate beast was escaping for its life. A wild rank 7 Immortal Gu was chasing it. The two entered Fang Yuan's vision. In front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild Immortal Gu behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast, one with a horn on its forehead and 6 wings. On its back was an ancient desolate beast, and this dragon centipede was 7 li long. It has a centipede body and a dragon head. There were countless legs split across the two sides of its body, moving continuously. It had a hard bronze shell. Under the light of the sun, shining and dazzling golden color could be seen. It was very bold and grand-looking. Some wild Immortal Gu lived in desolate beasts and desolate plants, absorbing their nutrients, living in coexistence while treating them as food. But this was only the majority of cases. The dragon centipede was a fierce and savage wild Immortal Gu. It directly captured desolate beasts and desolate plants, treating them as prey, surviving through hunting. This was the only dragon centipede Immortal Gu in the world. It was rank 7. It was capturing ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants to fill its stomach. Fang Yuan was flying straight ahead. This pair appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Something happened after all. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Last time was a cloud beast group. This time, it was a horned 6-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu. Wild Immortal Gu had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Heaven's Will. The horned 6-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Beasts like horses mostly had higher intelligence. It was harder for Heaven's Will to influence them. But now, it was escaping and moving without thinking. Heaven's Will only needed to influence it slightly to change the direction that the horned 6-winged Pegasus was escaping. These two were here to block Fang Yuan's path. The Pegasus was escaping for its life. It would try its best to crush all obstacles ahead. And the dragon centipede's gaze was also on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu Immortal aura was apparent. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. His aura was much weaker than the horned 6-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was also strong, coming from the rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Gu. This attracted the dragon centipede more, because the dragon centipede was full of sword path down marks as well. Its countless limbs contained sword path down marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these sharp swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes in the ancient desolate beast. It was very fierce. Fang Yuan's reaction was at lightning speed. He instantly stored Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The aura vanished instantly. The dragon centipede was confused, but its focus was still on him. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey which could conceal its aura. Fang Yuan's body shook as countless figures appeared. Convergence of enslavement and strength path, immortal killer move, myriad self. In the earlier transactions, Fang Yuan had obtained many strength path Immortal Gu. His strongest method from back, then had returned. Even though he did not have cleansed soul Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used other Mortal Gu to replace it. Myriad Self's power fell, but at this moment, it was very useful in confusing his enemies. Countless Fang Yuans flew around the place, like a school of fish swimming in the sea, scattering around after encountering a huge whale. The dragon centipede was even more confused now. Its speed fell for a moment. Next, its 7 li-long body attacked like a whip. Boom boom boom. Countless strength path phantoms of Fang Yuan were destroyed. The horned 6-winged Pegasus also crushed many of Fang Yuan's phantoms as it rapidly escaped. The dragon centipede saw that the Pegasus was escaping. Its attention was focused on it once more. The two escaped and chased, quickly getting out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. His true body descended. With a thought, countless Fang Yuan phantoms dissipated at once. Move. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape again, flying into the sky, leaving. Chapter 1087. A goat explores Tai Qiu. Fang Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When seeing thick cloud cover, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He passed several dangerous areas along the way. There were also lone Gu immortals or super forces around. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Immortal Gu openly. He used mortal killer moves. His strategy was correct. After the horned 6-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, no other unexpected surprises occurred. Heaven's Will needed time to lay out traps. On the other hand, there was a limit for Heaven's Will's influence on other life forms. Like the influence on the horned 6-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, Heaven's Will could not order either of them to attack Fang Yuan. Heaven's Will's influence was based off situational decisions. Fang Yuan's speed was very fast. Heaven's Will could not create obstacles in time. Heaven's Will could think and plot. This was because of star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to the intel provided by Shadow Sect, before star constellation Immortal Venerable, Heaven's Will was much easier to deal with. But after her, Heaven's Will became much more crafty. Thus, Fang Yuan was not purely flying straight ahead. He curved and took detours, moving forward in arcs. If he moved straight, his route would be easily deduced by Heaven's Will. It would lay out dangers along the way and wait for Fang Yuan to fall in. In fact, Heaven's Will might even deduce that Fang Yuan's true destination was Tai Qiu and set up arrangements there. That would be dangerous. Not only would Fang Yuan be unable to complete the Sect mission, his life would be in danger. However, with Fang Yuan's fast advancement, Heaven's Will could not stop him. Of course, Fang Yuan would not purposely backtrack. If Heaven's Will formed an arrangement that was behind him, he would be going into a trap that he had already evaded. That would be stupid. This way, his route was very far. The total length of his journey was extended multiple times. However, in the end, Fang Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, along the horizon, Tai Qiu entered Fang Yuan's vision. Tai Qiu was in sight. A vast amount of ordinary grass formed a huge yellow plain. Tai Qiu's appearance was like a jade green tower standing tall in a thick forest. In this yellow plain, it was very eye-catching. As Fang Yuan got closer, the green Tai Qiu expanded in the horizon, becoming bigger in Fang Yuan's field of vision. It was like dye that was spreading rapidly on paper. Eventually, Tai Qiu filled Fang Yuan's vision completely. A vast amount of giant grass covered this area. Figures of beasts were roaming inside. Tigers were roaring as wolves howled. There was a stream of continuous noise. Far and wide, it was a grand scene of the wilderness. At this moment, there was no point for Fang Yuan to hide it from Heaven's Will. His speed became slower. He stopped using Immortal Gu, directly entering Tai Qiu. Compared to the giant grass, he was tiny. Compared to the entirety of Tai Qiu, he was like a fly that had entered a palace. The lush, giant grass blocked out the sky. The entirety of Tai Qiu was concealing an unknown number of fierce beasts and mutated plants. There was a commotion ahead. It seemed like a beast tide was about to form. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal aura and hide from others to prevent deductions. It could also hide one from Heaven's Will to a degree. Change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, entering Tai Qiu. The commotion ahead slowly faded. If Heaven's Will could feel emotions, it must be shocked and furious now. Fang Yuan smiled, before shaking his head and sighing. Unfortunately, Heaven's Will has no emotions. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fang Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lulan was still immortal, she relied on this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength, true martial physique aura, thus surviving. Why did the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques surpass ordinary people? Because Heaven's Will takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It did not want an existence like one of the 10 extreme physique to upset the balance of the world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. The power of his calamities and tribulations were much greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effect. Fang Yuan suddenly thought. Fairy Jiangyu was a member of Shadow Sect. To resist Heaven's Will, Shadow Sect definitely had many tools such as Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Ing Wuxie can escape from this predicament, and make use of Shadow Sect's remnant forces, his future might be unhindered. He would have an easier time ahead. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This was a common desolate beast in Tai Qiu. Even though he was in disguise, he blended in perfectly. Unlike his Gu immortal body, which was completely different and eye-catching in Tai Qiu. Soon, he encountered a desolate beast. A golden sand dark stallion. This was a huge horse. Its body was larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan became. It has bulging muscles and strong bones. Its skin was dark gold. It had 6 hooves that were dark and deep. The golden sand dark stallion was eating grass. Sensing the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan had turned into, the golden sand dark stallion raised its head, observing this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their respective territories. The coiling mountain goat had invaded the golden sand dark stallion's territory. But the golden sand dark stallion did not eat meat. It also had a calm temperament. The coiling mountain goat was also a herbivore. The golden sand dark stallion subconsciously felt that the coiling mountain goat had no threat. But it was still very alert. It stared at Fang Yuan until he went far away from it, before lowering its head to eat grass again. Fang Yuan chose to become a coiling mountain goat. He had considered it deeply. Actually, in northern plains, there were lots of wolf desolate beasts. But if he became a desolate beast wolf, he would face an intense reaction from the golden sand dark stallion. Getting past the golden sand dark stallion, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Tai Qiu. Even in the case that he could not remember something, he had it copied in many information path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fang Yuan looked around, but the giant grass became taller and taller. The giant grass in the periphery were tall as trees, but as he went in, the giant grass became as tall as towers. The giant grass in the center of Tai Qiu were as tall as hills or mountains. The coiling mountain goat's body was not small, but as Fang Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and thicker. The coiling mountain goat looked smaller and petite. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. These desolate beasts were either in groups or alone. Most of them were herbivores, but there were some carnivores as well. Fang Yuan made use of his mind. His intelligence far surpassed desolate beasts. Thus, after some hurdles, he managed to get through them. Ba ba ba. The cries of goats entered Fang Yuan's ears. In the grass ahead, there was a huge group of coiling mountain goats. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. It seems that I am deep into Tai Qiu already. This is the first large group of desolate beasts I've seen. This goat group had about 100 of them together. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground sunbathing, while some young ones were playing around. Fang Yuan entered their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they were seeing this unknown goat. Fang Yuan moved carefully. Even though he had changed form Immortal Gu, there was a hidden threat. If one of the goats in this group had a wild investigative Immortal Gu and could see through Fang Yuan's concealment, it would be a disaster. To play safe, Fang Yuan secretly activated Attitude Gu. Immediately, the goat group felt Fang Yuan's attitude and looked at him with warmer gazes. Fang Yuan took a few steps forward. There were several young desolate beast coiling mountain goats that ran to him, observing him with huge curious eyes. 2 of them were running around Fang Yuan, jumping around. Fang Yuan walked away from them safely, leaving the goat group. The young coiling mountain goats moved with him for a while. As he got away from the goats, they were called back by their parents and returned. Fang Yuan sighed as he felt some pity. If he could bring 2 or 3 of these younglings with him and raise them inside the sovereign immortal aperture, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have a chance to do so. Leaving the territory of the coiling mountain goats, Fang Yuan was very close to the first location indicated on the map already. He was not careless. He inspected himself. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power of concealment is weakening, but it can still last for some time. Fang Yuan had an accurate assessment. After activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu once, it needed to rest for some time before Fang Yuan could use it again. Its power was left behind in Fang Yuan, concealing his aura. But as time passed, or due to other forces, the concealment would weaken. And depending on the target, the protection effect varied. For example, it had been more effective on He Lu Lan when she was immortal. If used on Dark Path Gu Immortals, the effect would be lower. If used on Gu Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even worse. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's Dao marks did not conflict, otherwise, the effect would be horrible. In conclusion, Fang Yuan had to complete his mission while Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power was still concealing him. Otherwise, after the concealment fades, heavens would focus on him, and the countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would attack Fang Yuan together. The situation would be dire. After a moment, Fang Yuan got close to the first location. Before reaching, Fang Yuan already knew that the location had completely changed. because the map indicated that there was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast, a Qi Grand Lion, here. What guarded the corpse was a group of Qi Grand Lions. They were a mix of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But the hill-like corpse was gone. There were no Qi Grand Lions either. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer moves and heard some faint wolf howls. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Desolate beast black blood wolves. In this scale, at least 30 of them. A group of desolate beast wolves. Even though the size was not large, they are fierce carnivores. The territory of wolves was larger. Fang Yuan did not need to observe them from close by. He just needed to use mortal investigative methods and hearing to get a lot of information. This was the intelligence of humans. Within this group of desolate beast wolves, there might be wild Immortal Gu, but they could not be activated at will. Compared to Gu Immortals who controlled Immortal Gu, it was a different story. Fang Yuan thought to himself, the first location has changed. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Qi Grand Lion's corpse, those desolate beasts, or the ancient desolate beast Qi Grand Lions, they have all vanished for some reason. 300,000 years later, a small group of black blood wolves are occupying this place. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He gave up on this place. He took a detour past the wolf group's territory, heading to the second destination. Chapter 1088. A monkey achieves success one day later, Tai Qiu. This place. Fang Yuan's hands were holding onto a giant strand of grass that was hundreds of meters tall. He climbed upon it and looked afar. There was a trunk of a huge tree ahead, resembling a giant ship that was washed ashore. But the tree only had part of its trunk left. It was dark and in ruins. It seemed to have been hit by lightning. Fang Yuan's appearance had also changed greatly. He had turned into a monkey. A fire-swallowing monkey. An ancient desolate beast. Even though he was not big, he was not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan had stopped using the coiling mountain goat's appearance. The coiling mountain goat could not enter deep into Tai Qiu. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts roamed. Fire-swallowing monkey was a special case. It was strong, but only ate fire. Thus it roamed around the place. It did not compete with other desolate beasts for food. It was a suitable disguise for Fang Yuan. Without becoming a fire-swallowing monkey, Fang Yuan could not move in here. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. Fang Yuan looked into the distance as he muttered. This was the third destination on the Tai Qiu map. The first location was occupied by a group of desolate beast black blood wolves. The second area was empty. It was a region between two carnivorous groups. Fang Yuan's current location was the final one marked on the map. There was once a Thousand Snakes Haze tree here. This tree was like a mountain, occupying a huge area. It was immemorial level, with 70,770 branches. The branches were like long snakes. At the tips of the branches, there were snake heads. The roots of this tree was deeply buried in the earth. They were thousands of meters long. It ate passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts as food. When hunting, the tens of thousands of branches would dance around, moving like slithering snakes, coiling around the prey and strangling them to death, before sucking up their blood to survive. For the longest time, the countless life forms that died under the tree rotted and piled into a mountain. Their grudge was overwhelming. The place was filled with a dark aura. Positive and negative energy are drawn to each other. Whenever there was a storm, grand heavenly lightning would strike on the Thousand Snakes Haze tree. It was fine if it were ordinary storms, but if it was unlucky and met with an extraordinary heavenly lightning bolt, the result would be disastrous. The Thousand Snakes Haze tree had no natural enemies. It was at immemorial desolate beast level. It dominated its territory. It might have attracted the attention of heaven's will, resulting in lightning strikes. In any case, 300,000 years ago, there was a huge fire in Tai Qiu. This Thousand Snakes Haze tree was burned and resembled an erupting volcano. It lit the sky of the surroundings for months without ceasing. But this Thousand Snakes Haze tree isn't dead yet. There was a dark and wary gaze in Fang Yuan's eyes. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he left this Tai Qiu map behind. It was 300,000 years old. This Thousand Snakes Haze tree had lived for 300,000 years. It was not dead yet. There was still signs of life in it. Man is the spirit of all living beings, but our vitality, lifespan, body, and soul are far inferior to other beings. This Thousand Snakes Haze tree has the strongest vitality. It is still alive even after the lightning and fires. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Right now, the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was completely lying on the ground. More than half of its tree trunk was rotten. A few li remained. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze tree was taller than a mountain if it was upright. The attacking range of its branches and vines covered an enormous surrounding area. Fang Yuan could acutely sense that on this segment of the Thousand Snakes Haze tree, dozens of branches were still alive. They were like pythons, coiling and moving around. Slowly, if any prey entered their range, they would strike swiftly, killing the prey. Even though the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was in a sad state, it was still an immemorial desolate plant. It was easy to kill ancient desolate beasts and desolate beast groups. Fang Yuan observed for a while and discovered something new. Fortune and disaster really comes together. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze tree killed many life forms and created a mountain of corpses, causing the lightning to strike it. But this Thousand Snakes Haze tree only has this tiny segment left. It can only hunt a limited number of prey. Qi and grudge are not accumulated here, thus no lightning struck it again. That was the reason why this Thousand Snakes Haze tree was still around in the world. But Fang Yuan frowned gradually. He took a huge risk in coming to Tai Qiu. It was to find a suitable location to set up the Transportation Gu formation. There were 3 locations indicated in Tai Qiu for Fang Yuan to visit. The first 2 were gone, and the third was unsuitable, because the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant. It had incredible battle strength, rivaling rank 8 Gu Immortals. Even if it were the weakest of all rank 8 beings, Fang Yuan could not defeat it. This was a huge problem for Lang Yu's Sect's plan. If they fought here, a beast tide might happen. That means I completed part of my mission and failed a part. Even though I made Tai Qiu's map more accurate and eliminated 3 locations, I did not find a location that suited Lang Yu's Sect in setting up the Transportation Gu formation. It can't be helped. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power is weakening. I should leave first. I will return to explore Tai Qiu again another time. Fang Yuan sighed internally. If he could succeed this time, that would be best. After all, Fang Yuan's recent situation was not bad. He had no immediate internal or external threats. If he did not succeed, by the next time, Fang Yuan would not have much time or energy to spare. He was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge job. He also had his own cultivation to worry about. He had to settle his immortal zombie body's problem, as well as turn Fang Zheng's mindset. It could not be helped. Most things in life did not go according to one's wishes. Fang Yuan slowly left. He chose the direction closest to the exit and took his leave. But the problem was, after Fang Yuan moved for a while, he discovered some peculiarities. First, 2 ancient desolate beasts were fighting, causing a huge commotion. Next, 3 desolate beast groups were also facing each other. They were about to erupt into battle. And unfortunately, these 3 desolate beast groups were blocking Fang Yuan's path. These all point to the occurrence of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of Dark Limit Immortal Gu on my body has weakened to this degree. Even though Heavens will cannot detect my location, it already known the general location. Thus, it is creating a beast tide to wreak havoc Tai Qiu. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right. I have Spring Autumn Cicada and large numbers of snow monsters with me. They all have Heaven's will. Even though they are restricted inside my immortal aperture, the Heaven's will inside can resonate with the parts in the outside world. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper. He had somewhat underestimated Heaven's will's power. Logically speaking, any immortal aperture world, be it a blessed land or grotto heaven, was independent. They had nothing to do with the world of the 5 regions. Heaven's will could not interfere in these small worlds. But now Fang Yuan knew, if Heaven's will existed in these small worlds, then it could cause a resonance with the Heaven's will in the outside world, collaborating with one another. Using Heaven's will's connection, and with Dark Limit Immortal Gu's weakening, even though Heaven's will could not find Fang Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide that could seek out Fang Yuan before eliminating him mercilessly. Experiments lead to the truth. Or maybe, the intel provided by Shadow Sect regarding Heaven's will was not complete. I cannot stay here, Fang Yuan thought as he moved. He stretched out his monkey arms, jumping on giant grass strands, moving away from the beast groups, evading Heaven's will's trap. But he was bound to fail. It was too late. The 2 ancient desolate beasts fought and went towards the beast groups that were in conflict. A huge chaotic battle started as a result. The impact of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, triggering even more chaos. As the havoc grew, a beast tide formed, rampaging towards Fang Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were in a frenzied state. They were in a berserk state, only listening to their survival instincts as they growled frenziedly, roaring. Prey began to attack the predator. Many beast groups that had lived together were now broken apart. There was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts scattered in fear. A strong force was forming. This force brought along other fierce beasts. Even if they were unwilling to, they could not help themselves. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger. It was like an unstoppable flood, sweeping everything. Anything that stood before this force, be it desolate beast or ancient desolate beast, was decimated. Fang Yuan felt like he was a small plank floating on top of raging waters. He could not help himself. He could only move forward along with the beast tide. He had to continue his disguise. If he was exposed, Heaven's will would overwhelm him using the beast tide. By then, even if he had unlimited immortal essence and a large number of immortal Gu with him, he would die without an intact corpse. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan had changed form and attitude Gu, and even familiar face, simply disguising himself was not enough. Dark limit immortal Gu's power was fading. By some point, Fang Yuan would be exposed to Heaven's will. He could not expose himself. That was courting death. But he could not stay hidden forever. That was waiting for death. Fang Yuan was in deep danger. He could not find any solutions for the moment. Maybe I can take a risk for a chance of survival. He suddenly had a thought. If there was no other choice, he could only do this, entrusting his hope in Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. But this was deep inside Tai Qiu. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and ancient desolate beasts were also high in number. Heaven's will had too many options. It could choose and influence them. It could block Fang Yuan easily. At this time, the beast tide suddenly changed directions. It was moving forward before, but now, it turned at an angle. Fang Yuan looked ahead. Joy was showing in his round monkey eyes. He looked at the mountain-like red corpse in front. There were still buds of blue flames burning on the bones. The heat was concealed, and there was no warmth at all. But Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of danger. This was an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. It seemed to have just died. The immemorial aura was overwhelming. Even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. Truly a surprise when I least expected it. Hope is just around the corner. At this moment, Fang Yuan really wanted to laugh loudly. Chapter 1089. Formation Path Great Grandmaster Fly. The fire-swallowing monkey's body moved agilely in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tide under the concealment of smoke and dust, getting close to the immemorial desolate beast's corpse. From the appearance, it resembled an elephant corpse. Tattered gray-blue elephant skin hung over flesh and blood that had dried and rotted. Its white skeleton formed a rack, and with the skin, a giant tent was made. This was a half-collapsed tent. There was an intense aura from within it. When this immemorial desolate beast was still alive, it must have undergone a fierce battle. Fang Yuan had a question in his mind. What could have killed this immemorial desolate beast? He was currently very close to the center of Tai Qiu. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains. It was very dangerous, and its contents were unknown. The immemorial desolate beasts hidden in it made even super forces feel headache. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength equal to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in the open. Even if he was at the periphery of Tai Qiu, if he was careless, he would trigger a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beast and beast tides. These two reasons were why northern plains Gu immortal forces refused to meddle in here. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly. He flew towards the tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind, but Fang Yuan felt his pressure increasing. A formless force was repelling Fang Yuan in waves. He felt like he was moving against a tide as he entered deep into the sea. After getting close, Fang Yuan started to hear things. Swish, swish, swish. All he could hear was the ebb and flow of waves. Water path down marks. Fang Yuan was slightly shaken. Undoubtedly, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundant number of water path down marks. Even though the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water path down marks in its bones and skin were left. They were affecting this area at all times. Fang Yuan had seen the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast before. It was during Dong Fang Chong Fan's tribulation. Back then, the immemorial ruin bat's corpse was modified by Dong Fang Chong Fan. Thus, Fang Yuan did not have the same feeling as now. Inside the Super Gu formation of Earth Trench, Fang Yuan had obtained a number of immemorial immortal materials. These immortal materials had lots of Dao marks in them. Lights of Dao marks could even be seen with the naked eye. But these immortal materials were just a small portion. In terms of the number of Dao marks, they could not compare to this immemorial desolate elephant's corpse, which was nearly complete. The number of accumulated Dao marks in an immemorial desolate beast was quite terrifying. And most importantly, this immemorial desolate beast had died just recently. Thus, Fang Yuan felt a repulsive feeling. It was hard to get close to it. When immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants stay in a place for long, their Dao marks would affect the environment and change it gradually. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed quickly. His legs did not stop moving. He maneuvered and tried to get as close as possible. Because of these water path Dao marks, there was no wind. Around the entire corpse, there was silence, with no signs of life. After this area is completely transformed, it will have thick fog. a lake might even form, and countless plants and wild beasts would start living here. Fang Yuan concluded that this area was still not stable. The immemorial desolate elephant's Dao marks were subtly changing the environment of the surroundings. This process could take decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, the immemorial desolate elephant's water path Dao marks would dissipate. The surrounding area would also reject Dao marks of all other paths, with water path remaining primarily. Eventually, the water path Dao marks in the surroundings and the water path Dao marks left in the immemorial desolate elephant's body would reach an equilibrium. The desolate elephant's corpse would stop breaking down. The remaining water path Dao marks would stop decreasing. It would, instead, be nurtured by the environment. Other than Fang Yuan, there were no traces of plants or animals. Fang Yuan was very out of place now. The beast tide suddenly became chaotic. They were moving forward initially, but now they were starting to get messy. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He watched as he focused. But the beast tide was only messy for a moment before it returned to normal. It was like a tidal wave, going around this corpse and crashing elsewhere. Everywhere it went, grass and trees fell, smoke and dust rose. It was a pitiful sight. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he thought. It seems that Shadow Sect's intel is correct. Even though desolate beasts are easily influenced by heaven's will, the effect is small in the short run. The beast tide has already formed. Even if heaven's will discovers me, it cannot control the beast tide to charge at the immemorial desolate beast corpse. Over here, I am safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, raising his head. At this distance, it was perfect. He was neither too far nor too close to the immemorial desolate corpse. Most importantly, there was a reaction in Fang Yuan's Gu worms. Before leaving, Lang Yalan Spirit had given him a set of Gu worm to set up the area. The Gu worms which were reacting now were specialized investigative Gu worms. If they sensed a suitable location for the formation, they would send out sound and vibrations that only the Gu Immortal could hear. Set up the formation. Fang Yuan stopped moving forward. He stood still and injected Immortal essence into his Gu worms. One after another, Immortal Gu were activated. Some flew out of Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture, circling around him. Some were dancing in the air within Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture, staying inside. Lights of Immortal origin were shining. It was a beautiful scene. A great amount of concentration was needed. Fang Yuan had to stop his transformation and show his true form. Heaven's will raged. It had uncovered Fang Yuan. Thunder was rumbling in the sky. But it was futile. Heaven's will could only act in itself when a Gu Immortal was undergoing tribulation. Fang Yuan was not undergoing tribulation now. He was also not using the hairy man nature Gu refinement technique to refine Immortal Gu. Traces of smoke were dancing, mysterious sounds were resounding. With Fang Yuan as the center, a huge seven-colored spiral was formed. It looked like fog, while also looking like a tide. It was a grand scene with unparalleled beauty. The spiral became larger and larger, expanding in an orderly fashion. Gu worms were arranged in the rainbow light. Some were buried in the soil, some were left on the ground. Some turned phantom and were floating in the air. Some were even sealed in the air. They could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of Gu worms were arranged at lightning speed. Fang Yuan was mainly the Immortal essence provider. An Immortal Gu was setting the formation. Rank 6 formation plate Gu. It was like a round plate, a porcelain plate used to hold rice and vegetables. It was floating above Fang Yuan's head, mobilizing all sorts of Gu worms. Setting up the formation took 6 hours. By sundown, when the sun emitted the final trace of light, Fang Yuan collected his Gu worms. A vast number of mortal Gu had been placed here. The Immortal Gu were all retrieved. All of the Gu worms formed a complex and hidden Gu formation, hidden in this area. Unless it was used, even Fang Yuan could not find it. Such astonishing attainment. Fang Yuan sighed. By placing down this formation, he had benefited greatly. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had much insight. If a formation path Gu Immortal has great Grandmaster attainment level, they would be able to use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to arrange the formation. This Gu formation is similar. This makes me think of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Lady Jiuhua. She was a famous formation path great Grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formation was to create myriad lights, beautiful and extraordinary. Most importantly, she was from the same era as Long-Hair Ancestor. Or more accurately, it was because Long-Hair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this transportation Gu formation was the result of a transaction between Long-Hair Ancestor and Immortal Lady Jiuhua. Fang Yuan guessed. The Gu formation was already completed. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating the Gu formation. With his vigilant nature, he would surely inspect the Gu formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this Gu formation was made by a great Grandmaster. It was too complex. Fang Yuan did not have the ability to inspect if there were flaws in it. The Gu formation activated slowly. After a few minutes, the first step was completed. Lights shone. An illusory formation manifested in the surrounding Li. Fang Yuan was in the center. He could hear the sound of water becoming more quickly, but the formless force around him vanished. This Gu formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Dao marks. No wonder Lang Yalan's spirit wanted to choose a place like this to set up the Gu formation. Gu formations that can transport Gu immortals are very rare. Even though this Gu formation can do it, it takes a long time. It cannot be used for a speedy escape. Fang Yuan assessed as he activated the crucial Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture. This Immortal Gu's power spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding lights gathered at Fang Yuan. They turned from phantom to solid, surrounding Fang Yuan and condensing into a ball. Fang Yuan felt an intense pressure, but a moment later, the huge pressure vanished. Bam! With a loud sound, the ball of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fang Yuan had disappeared. A moment later, the area became tranquil, as if nothing had ever happened. I am back in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's body shook. His vision was covered in bright lights. The world was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he felt that he was stepping on solid ground. He focused and looked ahead. His vision became clear, and he was already inside Langya blessed land. He was at the center of a huge Gu formation. He had already come into contact with this Gu formation. When he teleported from Feng Bo Cliff previously, he had landed here. Fang Yuan had some understanding now. It seems that this is the main formation. The ones at Tai Qiu, Feng Bo Cliff, and others are the subformations. To use the Super Gu formation, the key is that Immortal Gu. Lang Yalan's spirit's figure appeared. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Chapter 1090. Ancient Battle Formation Omni-directional travel. The matter in Tai Qiu ended in success, with Fang Yuan setting up the Gu formation. Lang Yalan's spirit did not shortchange him. He gave him the promised reward, a total of 600 Sect contribution points. Using these points, Fang Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path Immortal Gu recipes inside Langya's Sect's treasury. Langya's Sect has 3 true inheritances. They came from 3 legendary people: Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Longhair Ancestor. There were no transformation path true inheritances, but Langya's Sect had a huge array of Immortal Gu recipes. Among them were many transformation path Immortal Gu recipes. But Fang Yuan was not in a rush to exchange for them using Sect contribution points. He saved these Sect contribution points for now. Now was not the time to exchange them for transformation path Immortal Gu recipes, or the time to refine transformation path Immortal Gu. It was not a good moment. After transacting with Shadow Sect, and after the trip to Tai Qiu, Fang Yuan became deeply aware of his situation. Even though he succeeded in setting up the transportation Gu formation, and could travel between Langya blessed land and Tai Qiu quickly, Fang Yuan did not want to enter Tai Qiu again. If he went again, it would be too dangerous. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power has faded. It can only be used after some time. It is not safe anymore. Heavens can think. I caught it off guard last time. But because setting up the Gu formation could not be done secretly, Heavens already knows about it. It will definitely try to influence the surrounding desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Heavens was trying its best to get rid of Fang Yuan, it was a no-brainer that Heavens was going to create all sorts of traps and arrangements in the surroundings of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. It was best for Fang Yuan to not go. However, even though he was not going, Langya's Sect was going to take action there. Since Lang Yalan's spirit has already accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many Hairy Man Gu immortals to cultivate transformation path. Cultivating transformation path will require him to refine transformation path Immortal Gu. And to refine Immortal Gu, he would need immortal materials. Langya's Sect has a huge treasury with many immortal materials, but the previous Lang Yalan spirit has controlled the blessed land for so long, and he had been constantly refining Gu. Thus, even though the treasury has many immortal materials, they are mostly rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 materials. Rank 6 and 7 materials are scarce. Thus, Lang Yalan's spirit will definitely set up Sect missions soon to encourage Hairy Man Gu immortals to go to Tai Qiu and kill desolate beasts. They can collect immortal materials to refine Gu, while also training the Hairy Man Gu immortals to improve their battle strength. The second point is Lang Yalan's spirit's greatest concern. Let these Hairy Man Gu immortals be my pawns. Since Heavens can think, even if they are targeted, it is better than me being targeted. A cold light shone across Fang Yuan's eyes. Langya's Sect was stronger than him by countless times, but at this moment, he became the chess player. The whole of Langya's Sect were his chess piece. And the best thing was, Even though Fang Yuan was plotting against Langya's sect, he was also thinking about the future of Langya's sect and its progress. Thus, he was not going against his alliance agreement. This is the tactical advantage of having more intel than the other side. Fang Yuan's side. He learned about the value of information once again. Gu masters of all paths had their own specialties. Information path was not an exception among them. But if its ability could be displayed fully, information path could give the Gu master as much advantage as compared to any other path, if not more. Of course, Fang Yuan's advantage in information was because of his transactions with Shadow Sect. And Shadow Sect definitely paid a high price to obtain information on Heaven's Will and Langya's sect. I have been lacking information path methods. From now on, I need to try and fix that. Fang Yuan was determined. Information path Gu masters were skilled in collecting intelligence and setting up alliance agreements. They were carriers of information. This might not seem important for cultivation, but one could gain immense advantage from it. Central continent, Earth Abyss. Loud sounds were reverberating here. A discovery. We had searched that direction more than 10 times. They are really well hidden. Ancient Soul Sect's Gu Immortals reacted. They were enthusiastically charging towards the area with the sound. Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was his expression downcast, he was also gravely injured. Half his body was missing. A mere immortal zombie. The Ancient Soul Sect Gu Immortals fighting with Wuxia floated in the air. Looking down at Wuxia, they scoffed in disdain. Keep them alive. Even as an immortal zombie, his concealment method is very incredible. We have to interrogate him for it. The other two Gu Immortals shouted, rushing here with rapid speed. Wuxia laughed with a mocking tone. You want my concealment method? Sure, I can tell you now. Oh no. The three Ancient Soul Sect Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They realized that this was the enemy's plan. Wuxia had purposely showed weakness to lure these three immortals over. He was bait. Since there was bait, there were surely plans to deal with the enemies. Ancient Soul Sect's three Gu Immortals did not react slowly, but Wuxia had prepared amply. How could they manage to escape? In an instant, the Super Gu formation, which had already charged up, activated. Ancient Soul Sect's three immortals fell into despair. They only felt that an endless force was restricting them from all directions. At once, they could not move at all. They were helpless. Next, under the three immortals' expressions of disbelief, their bodies and souls were smashed into bits by the power of the Super Gu formation. Even though they resisted, they only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time. Humph, I will collect some interest from you people first. Wuxia snickered. His gaze was cold. He had just spoke, when Earth Abyss trembled. Sharp light shone dazzlingly, covering a vast surrounding range. So fast. It has only been so long, but Heavenly Court has already found my location and are moving here. Wuxia was shocked, but soon he calmed down. He flew into the Super Gu formation. The Super Gu formation was overworked these last days from resisting Heavenly Court's deductions, and after killing the 3 Ancient Soul Sect elite Gu Immortals earlier, it was greatly damaged and was on the brink of destruction. But Wuxia did not care. He was abandoning this base already. It could not be saved. Master. Shenu appeared beside Wuxia, Tai Yunsheng, and He Lulan followed behind. The latter two were lacking Immortal Gu. Their battle strength had fallen to the bottom. Shenu was the strongest, particularly as Wuxia had already returned him all of his Immortal Gu. Tai Yunsheng was worried. Fang Yuan, your injuries. Wuxia smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Yunsheng. No need to worry. After transacting with Fang Yuan, he had lost Fang Yuan's body. His appearance changed, but he still had absolute control over these 3 people. It was easy to deceive Tai Yunsheng. His body was destroyed when refining Gu. It was a good excuse that did not attract suspicion. The enemy is in front of us. Let's stop talking and leave. Adding Wuxia's will, the Super Gu formation broke apart, and the Immortal Gu that made up the Gu formation returned to him. The other 3 immortals coordinated together. They gathered and stood at the north, south, east, and west directions with Wuxia. Before leaving, Wuxia looked at the mysterious light in the sky as he laughed. He cried out loudly, Central Continent. We will return with vengeance. He had transacted with Fang Yuan. Obtaining a way out in this desperate situation, he had undergone a transformation, like jade that had been polished. Even though he was escaping, when he spoke, morale was raised. It gave people hope from out of nowhere. Move. A bright light shone from Wuxia and the other immortals' bodies. They had practiced it extensively. They activated the Immortal Gu that they had refined recently. They burst out with power, fusing together into one mystical effect. Bam! With a loud sound, Wuxia and the others vanished. Multiple rank 8 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Court arrived from beyond the mystical lights. They left so quickly. A female immortal was leading Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. She had a graceful figure and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Fairy Ziwei, a troublesome figure with wisdom path attainment not inferior to heaven overseeing Tower Lord. The few times she took action, she caused Ing Wuxia and the others to end up in despair. If not for Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxia would have been dead for sure. She looked at the rubble on the ground as she deduced, frowning. A total of 4 Gu Immortals, strange. I deduced that Fang Yuan was here initially, but now it's different. No matter what, they are from Shadow Sect, they have to be killed. She spoke casually, but there was deep killing intent hidden in her icy words. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal behind her spoke. I am sure they cannot escape this time. I will go to capture them. Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly, but there was bitterness in her smile. We cannot go. These 4 are at the regional wall already. By now, they should already be inside the regional wall. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were surprised. Someone asked, so quickly. This is an ancient battle formation called Omni-directional travel. Earlier, when Bo Qing awakened, he, along with the hairy man Gu Immortal Yu Chun, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and Blood Dragon Song Zixing teleported from Falling Heavenly River to Heavenly Lotus Sect. They used this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, this ancient battle formation uses people as the formation cores. It has lower restrictions regarding the Gu Immortals. We cannot stop them. Fairy Ziwei deduced again as she said slowly. In just a moment, she had completely understood what method Ing Wuxia used to escape for his life. Chapter 1091. Retreating after fighting Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense was roaming the huge space inside his immortal aperture. All around, he saw barren land. I have too few earth path down marks. This barren terrain has few resources. Most plants cannot be grown. To improve it, I will need to add earth path down marks. Other than that, all other methods do not solve the fundamental problem. Fang Yuan thought. The sovereign immortal aperture was too big. It surpassed common sense. Even if Fang Yuan's divine sense spread out completely, he would have to spend a lot of time. But when Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture with a focus and a target, his efficiency was greatly raised. Different divine senses were spreading towards different areas. Gradually, the resource points that Fang Yuan was managing were displayed in his mind. Western Desert had sandy terrain. There was a huge pit with charred sand surrounding it. The temperature was high. Inside the pit, there were a huge number of eerie fire dragon pythons coiling around, procreating. This was the first pit. Normally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in clusters of 2 to 3. But here, Fang Yuan used the Northern Plains Dongfang tribe's special method to raise them. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, promoting the creation of more infant snakes. These eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dongfang tribe's blessed land previously. He had obtained this rearing method from Dongfang Changfan's soul. It was the original copy and had many fine details clearly stated in it. Because of this, the eerie fire dragon pythons were growing in numbers at a rapid rate. Several li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was not fewer than the first pit. It has been less than a month outside, but the time inside here passes at 60 times the rate. I have quadrupled the number of eerie fire dragon pythons already. Fang Yuan nodded. 60 times the rate of time, it was terrifying. The eerie fire dragon pythons had been living in Hu Immortal blessed land for a long time, but there was little growth in them. The result was far inferior to what Fang Yuan was seeing now. This was because Hu Immortal blessed land was placed in the main world. The rate of time was much slower. The resources grew more slowly. The eerie fire dragon pythons were like this. So too were the dragonfish, regretful spiders, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass fields, and others. They increased in scale to varying degrees. But in terms of quality, the arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass were growing less well than in star form blessed land in terms of vitality. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture had fewer star path down marks than star form blessed land. When Gu Immortals managed their immortal apertures, they had to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent missing something. Especially when immortal apertures were small and all sorts of resources were placed closely together, they might negatively influence each other's growth. But Fang Yuan's situation was fine. The sovereign immortal aperture had huge space. All sorts of resources had their respective environments. There was little chance of a problem occurring. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I will sell these resources. The rewards will surely be promising. Fang Yuan concluded, feeling pleased. Treasure Yellow Heaven closing had a huge influence on him. He was trying to manage and construct resources points in the immortal aperture, but without Treasure Yellow Heaven, he could not buy much. Even though Lang Sect's inventory was huge, they were mostly Gu refinement immortal materials. They were not useful to Fang Yuan. Stopping the use of his divine sense, Only one last part went towards mini northern plains. This time, mini northern plains was Fang Yuan's focus. Roar, roar, roar. In mini northern plains, large numbers of snow monsters were roaming around. The further north he went, the colder the weather, there was even snow in the air. On the ground, there was a thin layer of frost. Fang Yuan observed carefully. The size of the snow had expanded since his last investigation. This was all due to the previous earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had undergone the first earthly calamity in the icy plain. It was powerful, but Fang Yuan also gained much from it. He obtained a huge number of ice and snow path down marks. Because of these down marks, many northern plains had snow falling from the sky. This environment suited the snow monsters more. Currently, in many northern plains, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters ruling them. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan had planned to keep these snow monsters as a form of resource inside his immortal aperture. But after the transactions, Fang Yuan understood what Heaven's will was. He was determined to eliminate these snow monsters. Because these snow monsters were filled to the brim with Heaven's will, Fang Yuan came with killing intent. He mobilized his divine sense. A strength path immortal zombie brought along a large number of immortal essence as Gu worms flew around the body. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. The Gu worms were used one by one. Immortal essence was expended. A moment later, a grand wave burst out. Rumble. The silvery sword wave charged out with countless ripples, giving off killing intent that was colder than ice. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist. They were engulfed by the sword wave and cut into pieces. The pieces were cut further into specks. Before being completely eliminated, nothing remained eventually. But those desolate beast snow monsters could resist. But they only lasted a few breaths of time before being destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path had extremely strong offense. It was one of the 5 strongest paths for fighting in the current Gu immortal world. Triple layered sword wave was an outstanding killer move. The wave of attacks became stronger each consecutive time. When Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation, he used this move to kill the ruin bats made from snow, barely surviving. After 3 sword waves, he killed thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters. It was quite a good result. The thousands of snow monsters did not expend much of the sword waves, but the 6 desolate beast snow monsters, each one used up a lot of energy, causing the 3 waves to expend. Roar. Following a loud roar, a 70 feet snow monster rushed towards him with unbounded rage. Along with it, there were several desolate beast snow monsters and 10,000 ordinary snow monsters. A huge snow monster group charged forth like an army towards Fang Yuan with killing intent. Fang Yuan moved the immortal zombie body, retreating. He was currently controlling this strength path immortal zombie to fight using his immortal essence and Gu worms. This strength path immortal zombie was obtained from Blazing Heaven Demoness. Its immortal aperture had been destroyed long ago. Immortal essence and Gu worms could only be brought alongside the immortal zombie. It was very unsafe for fighting. Thus, to eliminate these snow monsters, Fang Yuan chose to stay at range to attack them. This was a shameless tactic. Every fight was basically at a new location. After another fight, he would retreat again. The snow monsters charged imposingly, but when they arrived, Fang Yuan had already escaped, nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters' rage could not be vented. They growled loudly, causing vibrations in the air. The ancient snow monsters growled, throwing snowballs around, as they flew like meteors, scattering. Man is the spirit of all living beings. With a difference in intelligence, Fang Yuan held the initiative. These snow monsters could only take a beating passively. After getting to a safe distance, the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan was controlling stopped moving, stopping to rest. Even though his body was uninjured, Fang Yuan paid a price. It was his green grape immortal essence. Activating triple layered sword wave used a lot of immortal essence, and his Langya Sect contribution points. Because the Immortal Gu that formed triple-layered sword wave included not just the core Immortal Gu, wave sword, but also other, water path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had to borrow these water path Immortal Gu from Langya Land Spirit. He had to spend a lot of Sect contribution points. All in all, the cost of using triple-layered sword wave once was high. But now, Fang Yuan had a lot of resources to trade. He had enough profits to sustain the Immortal Essence cost. In terms of Sect contribution points, because of the trip to Tai Qiu, he had obtained a huge number of them. In the short term, they were not an issue. After resting, the snow monster group had settled down before Fang Yuan started his slaughter again. I have to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity comes. Otherwise, the calamities would make use of this and work together. I would die in the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan was aware of this. The calamities and tribulations of a Gu immortal become stronger and stronger each time. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was bound to be stronger than the first. If the snow monsters from the first earthly calamity remained, and coordinated with the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan's chances of surviving would be slim. He would almost certainly get into a desperate situation. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had acted. More than 10 days had passed since he returned to Langya Blessed Land. Every day, Fang Yuan went to kill snow monsters. Snow monsters were dying on a large scale. Their sizes were shrinking, but many were still left. Fang Yuan had to work harder. But if he killed many of them in one day, he would cause a huge commotion. Even though snow monsters had low intelligence, they had survival instincts. Other than growling to vent their anger, they could also communicate with one another and alert each other. After Fang Yuan attacked them multiple times, these snow monsters were alert already. They went under the protection of the ancient snow monsters, forming a tight defense. Fang Yuan could not attack easily. He withdrew the strength path Immortal Zombie and stopped killing snow monsters for the day. Placing his focus away from the Immortal aperture, Fang Yuan stood up. He flew out of Cloud City. Soon, he came to Luopa Valley. Every day, he had to cultivate his soul. Lord Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan is here again. You are really hard-working when it comes to cultivating. This is very admirable. In Luopa Valley, there were other Gu immortals. These hairy man Gu immortals were familiar with Fang Yuan because he had guided them in combat tactics. Fang Yuan entered the valley. They took the initiative to greet him. Fang Yuan also replied to them politely. Thanks to the spy, Sixth Hair, Fang Yuan could get along well with these hairy man Gu immortals. Selecting a spot, after inspecting the area, Fang Yuan had his soul fly out, starting his cultivation. Pain was ingrained into his soul, causing it to tremble intensely. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was unwavering. After a long while, a few hairy man Gu immortals who were watching him talked among themselves after retracting their gazes. A cultivation maniac. It is hard to think that he can stay in Luopa Valley for 2 hours a day. This pain, I cannot even endure some minutes of it. Fang Yuan's soul was roaming in Luopa Valley. He did not move far, only around the vicinity of his body. Once in a while, there would be bewilderment fog drifting towards him. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the bewilderment fog. He was like a book soaked in water, slowly opening up. The more condensed my soul is, the harder it is to loosen. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times as condensed as before. This is an incredible improvement. However, compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this is truly insignificant. Fang Yuan assessed himself, thinking about the Battle of Etion Mountain once again. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul remained. He still had the highest Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's soul was condensed to a terrifying level. Ordinary souls were like illusory silhouettes. They could interfere with the mind at most. They could not affect the material world. But Spectral Soul was so condensed that he could resist the Grand Tribulation with his soul. The imposing appearance was stuck deeply in Fang Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories due to the pure dream reality seeker physique, this portion of his memories was not lost. Perhaps even if Spectral Soul came to Luopa Valley, the bewilderment fog would have no effect on him. Fang Yuan thought as he sighed to himself, when can I have this level of cultivation myself? If Fang Yuan's soul had the foundation of Spectral Soul, then even if the immortal zombie body had a strong trap, it would be useless. Bewilderment fog gathered and scattered. Soon, Luopa wind started to blow. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind. Traces of wind cut his soul apart like steel threads. Pain that was greater than dying by 1,000 cuts made Fang Yuan's soul tremble. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last very long either. Fang Yuan could endure it. But if he encountered strong winds, Fang Yuan would retreat wisely and keep his soul inside his body. With the protection of his body, Luopa wind's might was greatly reduced. After this wind passed, Fang Yuan's soul shrunk by 30%. To play safe, he returned to his body. Guts Gu were shattered in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, as they turned into a mysterious power that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The injuries from his earlier cultivation vanished completely. Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain were both sacred lands for soul cultivation. With these two in his hands, Fang Yuan's soul path cultivation level rose rapidly. He was improving immensely. Like this, after the bewilderment fog and Luopa wind, Fang Yuan's soul was tempered like steel. It became more refined and condensed. But he did not know when he could enter the immortal zombie body. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan's soul started to feel agitated. He wisely stopped his cultivation. His soul returned to his body, and he left Luopa Valley. 2 hours was Fang Yuan's personal limit. He had learned it after cultivation multiple times. There were 3 aspects in soul cultivation. Everyone knew about strengthening the soul and refining the soul, but these were just 2 of them. There was a 3rd aspect, that was soul pacification. Strengthening the soul could make the soul grow. Refining the soul could make it more condensed and pure. And pacifying the soul was to allow rest and recovery. The 3 complemented one another. If one only focused on one aspect, they would lose out on a lot. It was not worth it. Among which, Guts Gu from Danghun Mountain were the best to strengthen the soul. Luo Po Wind and Bewilderment Fog were the best for soul refinement. And finally, the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in Bewitching Lake. Bewitching Lake was inside the door of life and death. In the legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had remained drunk by the riverside. The door of life and death is inside Shadow Sect's blessed land, and Shadow Sect's blessed land is at southern borders, Etion Mountain. It is currently engulfed by the giant dream realm. Otherwise, if I could obtain the door of life and death, I would be able to gather all 3 and cultivate my soul with the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan was only thinking about it. That giant dream realm was the greatest obstacle. Currently, he could not pass that obstacle no matter what. And most importantly, there was Heaven's will. Fang Yuan's every action drew the attention of Heaven's will. Even if he was going to act in the future, Fang Yuan would still be most wary of Heaven's will. As he flew, Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city first. He rushed to the 12th cloud city. Soon, he saw the hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you wanted me to refine. Inspect them. 12th hair said in a warm tone. Fang Yuan waved his hand, keeping all of the self-will Gu, saying, no need for inspection. 12th elder, I trust you. 12th hair laughed. He was deeply moved. Before Fang Yuan left, he held his hand as he said with much gratitude, I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I would not have the capital to buy desolate beasts. We are kindred spirits. This is a win-win situation. I hope we can continue to work together. Fang Yuan smiled as he replied. Of course, 12th hair replied candidly. After the transaction, Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Self-will Gu. In the room, Fang Yuan mumbled as he held a rank 5 mortal Gu. This Gu worm looked like a scorpion. It was tiny. It had a unique appearance. It looked like folded paper. In Fang Yuan's hand, it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light sound. It moved very slowly around Fang Yuan's palm. Self-will Gu's recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon now. He was unaffected by Heaven's will. But other Gu Immortals or Gu Masters were not like him. How could they resist Heaven's will and prevent it from subconsciously affecting them? Shadow Sect gave him a solution. That was self-will Gu. This was a wisdom path Gu worm. It could produce a special type of will, self-will. Using self-will Gu to cleanse oneself, it could block and prevent the influence of Heaven's will. This was an important part of Shadow Sect's research after a long period of experimentation to resist Heaven's will. Fang Yuan obtained self-will Gu's recipe in the transactions with 6th hair. He started refining it himself. But the result was not good. He was not a refinement path expert. He could not achieve much on his own. In particular, his time and effort were very precious. He could not waste time on refining Gu. Earlier, he refined change form Immortal Gu because it was too significant to him. But although self-will Gu was only Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a great need for it. Thus, after brief hesitation, he gradually felt that he should expose the recipe of self-will Gu and give it to the hairy man Gu Immortals from Langya Sect to get them to help Fang Yuan refine it. The price of asking Langya Land Spirit to help was too high and unnecessary. Among the hairy man Gu Immortals in Langya Sect, other than 6th hair, the rest were all willing to work for Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan was already close to them, or even had a good relationship. Also, Langya Sect focused a lot on Sect contribution points. After the trip to Tai Qiu, Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of Sect contribution points. The other hairy man Gu Immortals needed them. 12th hair was not the only one of them. Fang Yuan also asked for help from other hairy man Gu Immortals. He had set the Gu refinement fees to a very low price. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to do this. The hairy man Gu Immortals were quite guileless, and most importantly, they were skilled in Gu refinement while having some unwillingness to fight. They were willing to accept Fang Yuan's missions. This was not the first batch of self-will Gu that Fang Yuan obtained. After placing the self-will Gu into his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan inspected the other Gu worms. He had shown a trusting and casual attitude with 12th hair, but he was a vigilant person. After receiving the goods, he inspected them carefully. After all, Langya's sect had spies like 6th hair. Fang Yuan did not know that 6th hair was the final spy remaining. But he was cautious. He was wary of 6th hair as well as other potential spies. The inspection took some time, but compared to refining these mortal Gu himself, it was insignificant. After inspecting that there were no issues, Fang Yuan nodded, showing a look of admiration. These are refined by Moonlight Gu immortals after all. The quality is really superb. Fang Yuan kept the self-will Gu in his immortal aperture. Or rather, he sent them into many northern planes. He activated them one by one, until these mortal self-will Gu were expended. A large amount of self-will swept through several battlefields, cleansing all of the heavens will inside. Other than those inside the snow monsters, the battlefield had none of heaven's will left. These self-will Gu are the best weapon against heaven's will, but they are very flawed. They are only rank 5 and are one-time consumable Gu. They are gone after I use them. Fang Yuan sighed. He held deep suspicion towards this. This self-will Gu recipe has to be an incomplete version. Even though Shadow Sect gave it to me, they surely have a better recipe. But in those transactions, I requested for too many things. This is the limit. I could not obtain a better recipe. Like this, Fang Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture and used self-will to get rid of the heaven's will. At the same time, he used Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than this, he even squeezed out some time to coach the Moonlight Gu immortals in fighting. Secretly, he got familiar with his immortal Gu and practiced his killer moves. Treasure Yellow Heaven's closure was also a huge impact on Fang Yuan. The construction of his immortal aperture was forced to stop, even though Fang Yuan had the capital and plans. Days passed by. While Fang Yuan anticipated the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, the second earthly calamity gradually got closer. Lang Sect's plan towards Tai Qiu had never stopped. From time to time, Moonlight Gu immortals received Sect missions and used the transportation formation to head to Tai Qiu. These Moonlight Gu immortals' first mission over there was to change the environment and stabilize the transportation Gu formation. What made Fang Yuan feel strange was, these Moonlight Gu immortals did not face any difficulties. It was smooth sailing. Heaven's will did not seem to be targeting them. Chapter 1093, Rejection. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. In the first Cloud City, Langya Land Spirit was attending to Fang Yuan. Here, Fang Yuan, have some tea. This is the famous Fire Rainbow Tea. Langya Land Spirit said with a warm expression. Fang Yuan received the cup. He saw that this cup of tea was glowing with a red light. Looking closely, there seemed to be a rainbow inside, swimming around like a fish, moving up and down in a jolly manner. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He had a trove of knowledge. Ordinary tea needed to be drunken slowly and appreciated. But this tea was different. One had to gulp it in one mouthful. Most importantly, it was the rainbow inside the tea. After drinking it, one could taste the true Fire Rainbow Tea. Fang Yuan held the cup as he looked at the tea. He did not drink it. His current body was very outstanding. At once, countless thoughts churned in his mind. He was pondering deeply into an idea. The current Langya Land Spirit liked drinking Fire Rainbow Tea. The previous Langya Land Spirit drank Cloud Smoke Tea instead. The two types of tea showed the difference in the personalities of both Langya Land Spirits. The main ingredient of the Cloud Smoke Tea was float ball tea grass. This was planted in Tai by Yuan Sheng's blessed land as his main resource. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky. It was not ordinary. Float ball tea grass was quite high-end. Because it grew in the sky, mortals could not pick it. But in northern plains, there was a type of tea flower that grew from the ground and was deeply liked. It was the milk tea flower. This type of flower grew in the plains of northern plains. There were a huge number of them. In some places with lots of aquatic plants, they could be seen everywhere in large numbers. The flower of the milk tea flower was in the shape of a cup. Every few days, nectar would fill to the brim of the cup. The nectar was sweet and delicious. It attracted countless bees and butterflies. It used them to spread the pollen of the milk tea flower. Of course, people could drink it too. Almost all Gu masters living in northern plains, or even mortals, had tasted this natural beverage. Actually, tea and alcohol were very popular drinks in northern plains, as well as the other 4 regions. In southern border, there were blue sea cloud tea bricks for sale. This tea brick was not produced in southern border, but eastern sea instead. E-Clan, one of the super forces of southern border, had a close relationship with eastern sea. Every year, they imported a huge number of blue sea cloud tea bricks and sold them for great profits. In central continent, there were even more types of tea. Like Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, they were very famous. Some tea were specialties of Gu immortals. Only that specific Gu immortal could make it. For example, Fairy Li Shan Snow Oil Tea, or Feng Jiuji's Jade Sea Tide Tea. Langya Land Spirit saw that Fang Yuan was not drinking it. He coughed and urged, Elder Fang Yuan, quickly drink it. You might not know, but this is the best way to drink this Fire Rainbow Tea. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I have heard about Fire Rainbow Tea long ago, but when I held this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of many things and was lost in my thoughts. Lang Yuan spirit. Then what was Elder Fang Yuan thinking of? Is there an issue with Lang Yu's sect developing in Tai Qiu? No, not this. Fang Yuan smiled. He freely picked out something in his mind and used it as an excuse. Lang Yuan spirit showed a look of disappointment. He replied, "You are the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada. You came from the future and are very knowledgeable. You have experienced many things and know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, they have both been spread far and wide due to food path." Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan was deeply interested. Or more accurately speaking, he was interested in food path. He was managing his immortal aperture now. The main goal was to have multiple resources that could satisfy the feeding requirements of his Immortal Gu. But if he had methods of food path, it would be easier for him to feed his Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. There was only a short period in history when it flourished. Afterwards, it spread much less. It was rarer than wisdom path inheritances. It was on the brink of extinction. Regarding food path, Fang Yuan had learned some secrets during the Battle of Etion Mountain through spectral soul demon Venerable's memories. The creator of food path was not a human Gu immortal, but a beastman Gu immortal. This was likely the reason why food path was in its current state. But to Fang Yuan, it did not matter who made this path, as long as it has use to him. Most human Gu immortals had a sense of racial pride and superiority, but Fang Yuan did not. If being a hairy man could help him reach the goal of eternal life, he would discard his human identity immediately without hesitation and become a hairy man. After realizing that Lang Yuan spirit had some understanding towards food path, Fang Yuan continued to ask. Lang Yuan spirit revealed, the creation of any type of tea or wine is actually an incomplete Gu recipe. If it is completed, a unique tea Gu or wine Gu would be refined. There are already many types of wine Gu or tea Gu, like the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea Gu. Liquor worm was a familiar one. Fang Yuan had used it after rebirth to grow rapidly. Big smoke tea Gu was a type of Gu worm that could make a Gu master addicted and become decadent. It was heavily suppressed by the people in power. It was a type of drug in this world. It is a pity that food path is facing extinction before it even became widespread. Right now, when many Gu immortals want to test their refinement path attainment, they do not need to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They can compete by making a cup of tea each, tasting and determining who is superior. Lang Yuan spirits answered disappointed Fang Yuan slightly. The land spirit did not know much. The contents were mostly about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot of food path methods. After all, he had inherited a food path true inheritance in his life. Unfortunately, he is trapped in the giant dream realm now, and is being weakened continuously. It is too hard for me to get anything from him. This thought flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. Lang Yuan spirit and Fang Yuan spoke for a while. He saw that Fang Yuan could not stop talking about tea. He got anxious and said openly, Fang Yuan, I will speak frankly. I invited you for tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes. Fang Yuan thought. He looked at the land spirit. Please speak. The land spirit was straightforward. Fang Yuan had guessed his intentions long ago. As expected, Lang Yuan spirit said at the next moment, You know about my plan to develop in Tai Qiu. You suggested it yourself, after all. There is also the transportation Gu formation. You placed it yourself. Because of your actions, recently, our Gu immortals could enter Tai Qiu smoothly and modify the environment to expand our base. But now, we have a problem. Fang Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder is talking about the falling star hound. That's right. This damned, ancient, desolate beast injured several Gu immortals of our sect. I have already placed a mission to exterminate it, but everyone who took the mission returned in failure. I know that the only person who can beat this falling star hound is you, Fang Yuan. But why did you not take that mission? Lang Yuan spirit asked directly. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his difficulties to deal with. More than a month had passed since the last earthly calamity. The next earthly calamity was coming. Fang Yuan was preparing for this earthly calamity now. But Fang Yuan was not going to tell Lang Yuan spirit about the earthly calamity. In fact, he was keeping the sovereign immortal aperture as a secret from Lang Yuan spirit. As long as he did not cause harm to Lang Yu blessed land, it was not going against the alliance agreement of Lang Yu sect. This secret was Fang Yuan's trump card. He was going to keep it hidden. Of course, Shadow Sect knew all about it. But Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect's plan was to take back sovereign immortal fetus Gu. In this case, they were not going to expose the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture, because that was just causing more problems for themselves in the future, right? From Lang Yuan spirit's perspective, it was very fortunate that Fang Yuan could revive and become a living person. As for the revival method, Fang Yuan had lots of excuses and explanations. He knew many ways for immortal zombies to revive after all. Fang Yuan's difficulties could not be said. Langya land spirit nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was a land spirit. He knew everything happening inside Langya blessed land. Langya land spirit said, you cultivate really hard, but completing the mission also helps you in your cultivation. Don't forget about dog shit luck Immortal Gu. To feed it, you need to find 6 types of desolate hounds and use their feces to feed this luck path Gu worm. In the past, when my previous self fed dog shit luck, he made use of Treasure Yellow Heaven, purchasing from there. But now, Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. Even after it reopens, I would suggest you rear some desolate hounds in your immortal aperture. You also know the benefit of doing this. Lord's words are truly enlightening. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. Dogshit luck was very important to him. Against heaven's will, luck path could be used. Fate and luck. Fate was predetermined, it could not be changed. But luck was ever-changing, it could be made of use. This precious information was obtained from the transactions between Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's exploration was known by heaven's will. It caused a beast tide and tried to eliminate him. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan found an immemorial desolate corpse and used it to set up the formation. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this was not a coincidence. It was likely thanks to dogshit luck. This Immortal Gu had no use towards offense or defense, but its passive help was huge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Self-Luck, All Living Beings Luck, Heaven and Earth Luck. Dogshit luck is among the key parts of the self-luck true inheritance. I am in possession of it. All Living Beings Luck was hidden in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Connect Luck, Calamity Beckoning, and Fortune Rivaling Heaven were from there. What a pity. Fang Yuan had a scary guess recently. Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed because of him. Back then, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will. But was he unaffected by Heaven's will? Did Heaven's will use him as a tool to destroy Giant Sun, Immortal Venerables, All Living Beings Luck true inheritance? From Heaven's will's perspective, it had to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Fate was the best method that Heaven's will had. After Fate Gu was broken by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of Luck Path burst out, creating Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Langya Land Spirit sat up, muttering, Elder Fang Yuan, if you can take this mission and complete it, regardless of whether you capture or kill the Falling Star Hound, you will receive 800 Sect contribution points. 800, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. But next, he thought about it and answered, I'll have to say no. Chapter 1094. In this world, what is most important is myself. Fang Yuan flew in the sky. Before leaving, he looked back at the cloud city behind him. He showed a bitter expression. He sighed deeply before flying away. Last time, he accepted Langya Land Spirit's mission to explore Tai Qiu. The Land Spirit was happy, and the meeting ended well. But now, Fang Yuan rejected him. He did not accept the mission to take down the Falling Star Hound. The meeting ended poorly. In Cloud City, Langya Land Spirit sat gritting his teeth. He held in his anger. He was holding the cup, but before he drank the tea, he smashed it towards the ground. Fang Yuan, this fellow. Langya Land Spirit clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he could see Fang Yuan's expression before leaving. The anger in him subsided a little. Fang Yuan. Oh Fang Yuan, you might be really busy, cultivating so intensely and having your own plans. But this matter affects the development of Langya's sect. You are a member of the sect. At the crucial moment, how can you not sacrifice yourself and defend the interest of the sect? You are an outsider after all. You are not a hairy man Gu Immortal. Langya Land Spirit thought of this and squinted. There was a cold glint in his eyes. In his position, Langya Land Spirit could not force Fang Yuan to accept the mission if he did not want to. He created Langya's sect. All of the members were under an alliance agreement. But there were no rules that would allow him to force members to do missions that they were unwilling to do. Of course, when Langya's sect was in a life and death crisis, there were rules that would be enforced. But currently, Langya's sect was developing Tai Qiu. It had nothing to do with fatal danger. If Fang Yuan was unwilling, there was nothing Langya Land Spirit could do. Langya Land Spirit could not sit. He stood up and paced around the room. His arms were behind his back. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt troubled and frustrated. His frown was growing deeper. Fang Yuan is unwilling to do it. What can I do about the Falling Star Hound? Thinking about it hard, there were no good solutions. Langya Land Spirit himself could not leave Langya Blessed Land. There was another way. That was the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. But Langya Land Spirit was in control of the most crucial Immortal Gu that constituted the formation. Now that refinement cauldron, an Immortal Gu house, was incomplete. This was one of the strongest remaining methods to protect Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit did not want to lend Heavenly Giant Solar over this situation. What if an unexpected mishap happened? Langya Land Spirit had a clear view of the circumstances. Sigh, do I really need to do what Fang Yuan suggested? I might as well use this falling star hound as a grindstone and develop the fighting abilities of these hairy man Gu immortals. Lang Yalan's spirit sighed. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his clothing fluttered in the wind. Raging winds brushed past his face. The sound of the wind was clear and loud. He was cold and impassive on the inside. His bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fang Yuan knew. Inside Lang Ya blessed land, Lang Yalan's spirit knew almost everything. He had a huge investigative range. Otherwise, he would not be able to collect so many lifespan Gu. Because Lang Ya blessed land had existed since long ago, it had a deep foundation and an uncountable number of Dao marks. This allowed Lang Ya land spirit's abilities to be very developed in this blessed land. Other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Lang Ya's Sect to cultivate. I am the chess player, and Lang Ya's Sect are my chess pieces. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become the pawn myself, risking my life for Lang Ya's Sect? Heavens will has its attention on Tai Qiu. It is very dangerous there. I suspect that Heavens will has already set a trap, but because it has not found me, and because of the immemorial corpse, it is biding its time. Fang Yuan was vigilant. In this situation, he was not going to go to Tai Qiu. He wanted to cultivate transformation path. He had to refine transformation path Immortal Gu and kill desolate beasts to get immortal materials. But he did not need to do these himself. Lang Ya's Sect was trying to develop in Tai Qiu. It would do all these. Fang Yuan only needed to use his Sect contribution points and stay behind to cultivate, not mentioning the danger and the possibility of a trap from Heaven's will. Even if there were no such thing, Fang Yuan was not going to delay his own cultivation speed. In this world, what is most important is myself. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He was mentally prepared for this unpleasant meeting already. I will definitely not waste my time for Lang Ya's Sect, but I need to handle my relationship with Lang Ya land spirit well. If such arguments happen often, my relationship with Lang Ya land spirit will worsen. At some point, Lang Ya land spirit might be unable to control himself. He might chase me out of the sect, or even kill me. For the current period of time, I still need Lang Ya's Sect's power. At least, during this second earthly calamity, I need to borrow those water path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed his situation. He had once been in conflict with the previous Lang Ya land spirit, and their relationship became icy cold. That was a mistake. Fang Yuan alerted himself not to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, I can and have to try and help out. I am purely making use of Lang Ya's Sect to bring convenience for my cultivation. Only my own strength and cultivation level are dependable. Heaven's will could affect many things, but the extent of its influence was limited. Heaven's will was not a fake will, capable of directly colliding with the thoughts in one's mind to distort the results of their thinking. Heaven's will could not compare to fake will in that regard. After hearing about Heaven's will from Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan learned that Heaven's will was, in essence, simply a type of will. Heaven's will could, at most, make very subtle influences. Thus, Heaven's will used Fang Yuan as the tool to deal with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul. It had not exposed itself. It created a huge scheme and progressed slowly. Only towards the end did it bear its fangs. But at the Battle of Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan, based on his nature as half an otherworldly demon, broke free of Heaven's will's planning and resulted in the current outcome. Thus, to deal with Heaven's will, the best method was to raise one's cultivation level and strength themselves. For example, when Shizai chased after Fang Yuan, it was because Fang Yuan was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was weaker. If Fang Yuan was rank 8, Shizai would not foolishly pursue him. Similarly, against the cloud beasts, if Fang Yuan had the strength, he could kill them easily. It was because he was weak that he had to escape and run away. Thus, even if earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are the best timing for Heaven's will to get rid of me, I must face them without any fear. Every time I pass the calamities and tribulations, I would be one step closer to breaking free from Heaven's will's restrictions. I will grow stronger and stronger until I can face it head on. When I become a demon venerable, when I am invincible in this world, what can Heaven's will do to me? Fang Yuan was aware of this. He was prepared for it. Returning to his cloud city, he was informed that a hairy man envoy had visited him. Fang Yuan met with this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. Lord, this is something my city lord had ordered me to bring to you. The hairy man Gu master said respectfully. Saying this, he held up a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it, but did not open the box. He took a look at this hairy man envoy. With just one glance, the hairy man Gu master felt his heart turning cold. It was as if his entire body was naked. All of his hair was shaved away. All of his secrets were exposed. From today onwards, you will stay here. I will guide you in the cultivation of enslavement path. Fang Yuan said slowly. Thank you, Lord Immortal, for your guidance. The hairy man Gu master quickly knelt on the floor. His body was trembling. You can go now. Fang Yuan had no interest in this rank 5 peak stage Gu master. After sending him away, Fang Yuan went to his room and cultivated. He opened the wooden box. There was an Immortal Gu inside. It was the rank 6 beast enslavement Immortal Gu. As it turned out, a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that the relationship was close enough and the time was ripe. He made a suggestion to 12th Hair, wanting to borrow his beast enslavement Immortal Gu. He was willing to pay for it using Sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept the Sect contribution points. He had another request. Not long ago, he had taken in a bloodline descendant from the continents below. 12th Hair had an intimate relationship with the grandmother of this descendant, and because he had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to nurture him. Because this descendant cultivated enslavement path, 12th Hair wanted Fang Yuan to guide him. Fang Yuan had no reason to reject it. In fact, this was better for him. After all, he had been using a lot of Sect contribution points recently. Cutting costs was good for him. Inside the Immortal aperture, the snow and ice had stopped increasing in area. This meant the earthly calamities ice and snow path Dao marks had fully displayed their influence. They had finished modifying the Immortal aperture. Fang Yuan controlled the Immortal zombie and carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the Immortal aperture, because time flowed differently, since his last slaughter, a long time had passed already. The snow monsters had relaxed. Thus, Fang Yuan could find a lone snow monster roaming outside. Beast enslavement Immortal Gu. At Fang Yuan's will, he injected green grape immortal essence into this Immortal Gu. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook. It was as if it had been hit by an invisible force. But soon, it growled. It discovered the hidden strength path Immortal zombie and attacked it. Failure. Retreat. Fang Yuan immediately left. Normally speaking, with his current soul foundation, it was nearly certain that he could suppress this desolate beast snow monster. But the reality was different. As Shadow Sect had said, these life forms filled with heavens cannot be controlled or enslaved by me. Keeping them is a major threat. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he knew this from Shadow Sect's information, he was not going to be certain until he tested it for himself. If I could enslave them, I could control the desolate beast snow monsters to resist other tribulations or sell them in treasure yellow heaven. Those are good options. But now, I can only kill them. Wait, maybe I can use Self-Will Gu to get rid of the heavens before using beast enslavement Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had an idea. Chapter 1095. Ample preparation an hour later. The desolate beast snow monster only had its head left after Fang Yuan's attacks. Roar. Even with just its head left, the snow monster's fierceness did not drop. It growled at Fang Yuan, spitting out icy wind. Snow monsters were different from ordinary desolate beasts. They were formed from snow and ice. They were like cloud beasts, blood beasts, or mud monsters. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path Immortal zombie. He snorted as he stood in front of the snow monster's head. His hand was placed on top of the snow monster's head. At once, a thin layer of ice covered the strength path Immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it. He activated a huge amount of Self-Will Gu. Self-Will surged like a tidal wave, flowing into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was full of Heaven's Will. Fang Yuan's Self-Will entered and fought with Heaven's Will. It was like the clash of fire and water. They were irreconcilably opposed to one another. There was little Heaven's Will, but the Self-Will was unceasing. In a while, the Heaven's Will lost and was completely wiped out by the Self-Will. Bam! At the crucial moment, the snow monster's head exploded. A large amount of snow and ice scattered everywhere. The strength path Immortal zombie Fang Yuan was controlling immediately was buried in snow. However, the explosion before dying had no destructive power. Soon, Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path Immortal zombie to come out of the snow unscathed. But his expression was quite dark. Even if I use Self-Will and get rid of Heaven's Will, the result would be that the snow monster self-detonates. It cannot be subdued. But even if I could subdue it, I spent hundreds of Self-Will Gu to cleanse just one snow monster's head. The cost is too high. Self-Will Gu was only Immortal Gu, but it was rank 5. Furthermore, the Self-Will Gu was not refined by Fang Yuan. He had asked the hairy man Gu Immortals to refine by paying contribution points. Because of this, the cost was higher to Fang Yuan. And most crucially, it costed his time. Fang Yuan had to injure a desolate beast snow monster, forcing it to be unable to move or resist him, before he could flood it with self-will and get rid of the Heaven's Will. One desolate beast snow monster might not take long, but Fang Yuan had so many snow monsters in many northern plains. With a greater number, the time needed would increase. His second earthly calamity was coming. Fang Yuan could not do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, it is dangerous. Back then, one of the first split souls of Shadow Sect, the Gu Immortal named Green, had researched the life and death Immortal aperture in Earth Trench's Super Gu formation. A huge explosion occurred during his research. Countless Immortal materials were infested with Heaven's will. Green avoided them like the plague. Because of that, he threw these Immortal materials away. This firm attitude of his shows a huge problem. If I truly sell these snow monsters filled with Heaven's will, there might be horrible series of consequences. After his attempt failed, Fang Yuan could only continue his previous plan to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill these snow monsters completely before the second earthly calamity. He even had to cleanse all of the Heaven's will here. Not a trace could be left. Ordinary snow monsters were cannon fodder. Fang Yuan could easily kill them. It was not a problem. But desolate beast snow monsters were harder to deal with. He had to spend some time. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fang Yuan started to miss Flying Sword Immortal Gu. With Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core, the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death was extremely effectively in dealing with ancient snow monsters. Triple-layered Sword Wave was an attack with wide range. It was too wasteful to use against a single ancient snow monster. And using triple-layered Sword Wave had a huge cost. Thankfully, Fang Yuan regained his Strength Path Immortal Gu. He could use the killer move Myriad Self once again. Strength Path had few requirements for Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence. Myriad Self First Style. Giant Hand required much less Immortal Essence to activate than triple-layered Sword Wave. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan used his Strength Path Giant Hands to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu to try and enslave a snow monster. After failing, the snow monster would be angered and fall into a frenzied state, cursing Fang Yuan endlessly. Fang Yuan immediately retreated, luring this snow monster away, before using Strength Path Giant Hands to kill them. This way, the other snow monsters would not be alerted. Earlier, when Fang Yuan attacked, the snow monsters would gather into groups, but now was different. The efficiency was higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would feel great hatred towards the Gu Master. Fang Yuan made full use of this. Earlier, Fang Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too weak, and some wisdom path methods were useless due to Heaven's will. Thus, the beast enslavement Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan borrowed was not useless after all. Days passed. Less than 30% of the snow monsters were left. But there was less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, coming to mini southern border in the Immortal aperture. At a particular location, Fang Yuan's original Immortal Zombie body was placed. Even though I have my original Immortal Zombie body, I can only look at it. I cannot use it. Fang Yuan sighed, mobilizing Self-Will Gu as he placed his formation. After some time, a Gu formation using hundreds of Self-Will Gu as the core was created. This Gu formation was mainly for sealing. Fang Yuan obtained the method of setting up this formation from Shadow Sect, using a large number of Self-Will Gu to seal Heaven's will. The Super Gu formations that Shadow Sect had in all 5 regions used this method. After inspecting it, and confirming there were no problems, Fang Yuan let out a sigh. Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body was at the center of the Gu formation. The Gu formation had completely sealed the Spring Autumn Cicada inside. Spring Autumn Cicada had originally been sealed by one of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Wei Lingyang. Wuxia was unable to activate Spring Autumn Cicada and start again. Thus, he was trapped in Central Continent and could only trade with Fang Yuan. During the transactions, Wuxia returned Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body as well as Spring Autumn Cicada. After obtaining it, Fang Yuan realized that Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed. It could not even consume the water of the River of Time. It was weakening, on the verge of dying. Fang Yuan had tried many methods, but this seal was very powerful. He could not even obtain any information about it. Without other options, he could only give up on this. Not long ago, the method of the Rank 8 Restriction Path Gu Immortal, Wei Lingyang, seemed to have worn out. Spring Autumn Cicada seal was lifted. Fang Yuan knew that Heaven's will was hidden inside it. Only refinement path methods could remove it. Fang Yuan did not dare to place this Immortal Zombie body outside. Storing it inside his own Immortal aperture was safest. But Fang Yuan was afraid that during the second earthly calamity, the Heaven's will inside Spring Autumn Cicada would coordinate with the calamity. Thus, he set up this Gu formation, sealing Heaven's will and preventing this threat from occurring. 3 more days passed. The snow monsters were completely eliminated from Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture. Next, he used Self-Will to cleanse all of the Heaven's will. For this, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. Even though Giant Hand had a low cost, using it so many times meant his consumption was still very high. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have much Immortal Essence or Immortal Essence stones. because treasure yellow heaven closed. Even though Fang Yuan had a lot of resources, he could not sell them. His Langya sect contribution points were also dwindling. Even though Fang Yuan could earn more from teaching the Hairy Man Gu Immortal's combat techniques, Langya Land Spirit was making his own plans. He reduced the rewards of these missions while raising the reward of the Falling Star Hound mission. Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven. When are you going to open? Fang Yuan waited for the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven as he prepared for his second tribulation. There were 5 days until his second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan cleansed all of the heavens while inside, before going to Dang Hun Mountain. Using myriad self and other methods, he completely altered the appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. Next, using Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, he moved Dang Hun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not have landscape as before. He did not dare to do this, but now his worry was lessened greatly. Such a commotion caused Langya Land Spirit to show up. He asked nervously, "Elder Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" He was worried, because Dang Hun Mountain belonged to Fang Yuan. It was not like Luo Po Valley. If Fang Yuan wanted to bring it away, he could not stop him. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. He gave an excuse of his that was prepared long ago, saying he was going to leave Langya blessed land for some time. Langya Land Spirit believed what he said. He wanted Fang Yuan to exterminate the Falling Star Hound, but instead, he was going to leave with Dang Hun Mountain. Langya Land Spirit was very worried. Fang Yuan used this chance to exchange all of his sect contribution points. He even used Wisdom Gu as collateral to borrow a lot of Immortal Gu from Langya Land Spirit, and large amounts of Immortal Essence stones. He finally replenished his green grape Immortal Essence. Regretfully, up until Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Treasure Yellow Heaven did not open. Fang Yuan sighed, choosing to move a portion of the resources in his Immortal Aperture to Langya Blessed Land for safekeeping. So much resources? It seems that you are very skilled in managing an Immortal Aperture. Langya Land Spirit was a bit surprised at the amount of resources Fang Yuan had. But in fact, this was only a small portion. It was not even 30%. Fang Yuan was not going to move out all of his resources. Langya Land Spirit was not a fool. He would be suspicious of Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture. With half a day until the earthly calamity descended, Fang Yuan used the Transportation Gu formation to go to the Northern Icy Plain. Even though the Northern Icy Plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and had lots of Reckless Savage's true meaning, heavens will still existed here. Thus, Fang Yuan did not come here far in advance. The icy plain was huge. Fang Yuan casually chose a direction and picked a spot to place his Immortal Aperture. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what it was, the second earthly calamity's might would surely be greater than the first. Fang Yuan waited for it vigilantly. Chapter 1096. Wind Flowers. Snow Moon Fang Yuan wore a white robe. His black hair was flowing with the wind. He slowly descended into many northern plains within the sovereign Immortal Aperture. He was planning to undergo tribulation in this place again. The other areas had resources placed in them. Many northern plains only had this icy area, and most importantly, the snow monsters filled with heavens were all eliminated already. The sovereign Immortal Aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations only targeted Fang Yuan. Therefore, the tribulation would occur where he was located. The Immortal Aperture had already been placed. It was in northern plains. The tributary of the River of Time in the Immortal Aperture linked to the River of Time outside, and the rate of time inside greatly slowed down. First, he inspected his arrangements. There were large numbers of Gu worms placed in the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Most of them were Gu worms related to the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Other than that, there was Dang Hun Mountain right beside Fang Yuan. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain looked completely different from before. Fang Yuan did this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to enter while he was undergoing tribulation. He got rid of this possibility before it could be used. During the first tribulation, Fang Yuan did not have Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu or landscape as before. He could not bring Dang Hun Mountain in. But now it was different. With Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan could single-handedly drag Dang Hun Mountain into his Immortal Aperture. If he had to request for help from other Hairy Man Gu Immortals, not only would he need to waste his sect contribution points, he would also need to let the Hairy Man Gu Immortals into his sovereign Immortal Aperture, exposing his huge secret. With landscape as before, he was not afraid that Dang Hun Mountain would be destroyed in the calamity. After all, the more severely Dang Hun Mountain was damaged, the fewer the guts Gu produced. After some inspections, Fang Yuan confirmed that his arrangements had no problems. Immediately, at his will, the entrance of the sovereign Immortal Aperture opened. Huff, huff, huff. A huge amount of heaven and earth chi entered the sovereign Immortal Aperture through the entrance. At once, there was a huge commotion, as if tidal waves were crashing in. This time, I brought in Dang Hun Mountain. increasing the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture. Thus, there is more heaven and earth chi than last time. Heaven and earth chi rushed in fiercely. Fang Yuan also activated the Gu worms outside of his immortal aperture at the same time. He had already done this setup once before. Fang Yuan was quite familiar with it. While undergoing tribulation, Fang Yuan naturally used Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. First, the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture could, indirectly, weaken the earthly calamity's power. Second, it could draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, helping Fang Yuan with his transformation path cultivation. Unlike the first tribulation, this time, many of the mortal Gu used for forming Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture belonged to Fang Yuan. He even modified Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture himself, making some slight tweaks. The modified Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture was one of the preparations Fang Yuan made for this tribulation. Even though his refinement path attainment level was not high, he had Grandmaster wisdom path attainment level. His modifications were just icing on the cake. They were not crucial aspects. But as long as he continued his research, Fang Yuan was sure that he would make this killer move as suitable for himself as possible. After all, Fang Yuan could not always rely on Langya's sect. Each time he underwent tribulation, he needed to borrow so many Gu worms from Langya Land Spirit. There was a huge cost in it. Fang Yuan modified Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture so as to break free from Langya Land Spirit's control in this aspect. A moment later, Fang Yuan completed his arrangements and began to use his immortal essence, activating his Gu worms. Green light shone, filling the entire immortal aperture, while connecting to the outside world. Gradually, a green hue appeared outside the immortal aperture, covering a huge surrounding area. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence beads were used, allowing Fang Yuan to activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. The second earthly calamity descended. The world rumbled, winds blew as clouds shifted. At first, there was only a mild wind, but soon, the intensity of the wind rose greatly. In the blink of an eye, a huge wind blew. It had the force to sweep the world and blow away all life. What tribulation is this? Fang Yuan stood on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, awaiting vigilantly. Even though he had not recognized the earthly calamity yet, he could see that this earthly calamity was like last time. It was far beyond reason in terms of power. Intense winds blew, blowing the snow and ice on the ground up, causing the area to become obscured. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path down marks to begin with. It was dim. With the raging winds and snow, Fang Yuan's vision became very limited. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. What sound is that? Fang Yuan had already activated his methods to investigative, but he suddenly heard the sound of chimes from within the snow and wind. This strange scene made Fang Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me. This is, a thought flashed in his mind. At this moment, the sound of chimes became louder. A huge green flower flew out of the wind, crashing into Dang Hun Mountain. This green flower was extremely fast. It was simply faster than lightning. After crashing into Dang Hun Mountain, a huge mark was left on Dang Hun Mountain. The mountain rocks along the way were all smashed into bits before being blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Wind chimes rang again. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain. They turned into dust, but 18 blemishes were made on Dang Hun Mountain. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. He confirmed this in his mind. Wind flowers were a type of wind essence. They were only produced in extremely intense winds. They had no roots and floated in the wind. They were large like horse carriages. They were light green in color and were extremely sharp. Ding ding ding. Fang Yuan had just recognized these flowers when the next wave of wind flowers came again. The flowers were in greater numbers now. There were 40 to 50 of them. They were attacking from all directions, crashing into Dang Hun Mountain consecutively. Dang Hun Mountain's surface was impacted, dust and smoke rose, fragments of rocks were scattered by the wind and vanished. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, moving away from the mountain peak. He gritted his teeth, feeling slightly troubled. Last time, Heavens will created a large number of snow monsters, but I could fly and had the initiative. This time, Heavens will learned its lesson. It changed its tactics and used the wind flower tribulation on me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed was lower than the wind flowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Dang Hun Mountain here this time. Otherwise, I'd have no place to guard myself. It would be terrible. Fang Yuan felt extremely glad. Landscape as before. He used his time path Immortal Gu. The blemishes on Dang Hun Mountain vanished. It returned to normal. But soon, at the next second, a barrage of wind flowers attacked again, smashing layers of the mountain's surface into pieces. This cannot go on. Activating Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture already used more than half of my Immortal Essence. Even though I am safe currently, I am expending a lot of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Restoring Dang Hun Mountain is merely prolonging the inevitable. Fang Yuan squinted. Thoughts were churning rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. His body shook. He utilized his methods, as countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. One of them roared at the sky as all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside of the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's actual body used Familiar Face and Myriad Self to conceal himself. He turned into a rock on Dang Hun Mountain. With change form Immortal Gu, Familiar Face was closer to the original version. It was easy to use, having instantaneous transformations. It was unlike before, when Fang Yuan used a large number of Mortal Gu to replace the effect of change form Immortal Gu, causing Familiar Face to need a very long time to activate. After turning into a common rock, Fang Yuan did not rest. He used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, concealing his aura. Ding ding ding. A large number of wind flowers attacked the tens of thousands of Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamity's firepower became less concentrated. Dang Hun Mountain sustained less pressure than before. In a moment, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self phantoms were all exterminated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan used Myriad Self again, summoning countless phantoms that charged out carrying his aura. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind. Many phantoms were instantly destroyed. After some repetitions, Heavens will sensed Fang Yuan's tactic. As the wind flowers stopped paying attention to the Fang Yuan phantoms, they targeted their attacks at Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling the ill intent of Heaven's will. Dang Hun Mountain is my greatest sources of revenue. Heaven's will wants to destroy it and ruin my future prospects. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had landscape as before. He had landscape as before to restore Dang Hun Mountain, but it could only let Fang Yuan maintain the situation. He would still be in a passive state. Green Grape Immortal Essence was rapidly expended. Triple Layered Sword Wave. Strength Path, Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to counterattack, but the wind flowers were too fast. The two killer moves were ineffective. Especially Strength Path, Giant Hand. Even though it was powerful, it was too slow. It could not catch any wind flowers at all, unless the wind flowers came at it. Poison Breath. Fang Yuan breathed out dark purple poisonous gas that scattered with the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers wilted upon coming into contact with the poison. Fang Yuan showed great joy on his face. Poison Breath was modified from the Wisdom Path Killer Move, harboring malicious heart. It used woman's heart as the core. It had many flaws and was of comparatively low value. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it was so effective now. Under the effect of Poison Breath, the wind flower's offensive power lowered immensely. The winds were starting to slow down. A cold light shone on the entirety of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that in the sky, there was a crescent moon that appeared out of nowhere. Fang Yuan squinted. He muttered under his breath, "Snow Moon." This crescent moon was pure white as snow. It shone down with a pale light, causing Dang Hun Mountain's temperature to fall. Soon, layers of frost began to cover the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan felt like there was a weight on his heart, he thought. So this is not a wind flower tribulation, but a wind flower snow moon tribulation. The former is an earthly calamity, but the latter is a heavenly tribulation. This second earthly calamity is simply too absurdly strong. Chapter 1097. Undergoing tribulation with difficulty. Wind flower tribulation, snow moon tribulation. When alone, they were two different earthly calamities. When the wind flowers and snow moon were together, they formed a heavenly tribulation. The power was much higher, and the difficulty of passing the tribulation increases. The wind flowers were fast and hard to avoid. They were sharp and not easy to defend against. The snow moon gave off cold light that froze Gu immortals, making them slower. The two were a perfect pair. Fang Yuan was feeling heavy pressure. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path became his main source of offense. Be it Strength Path, Giant Hand, or Triple Layered Sword Wave, they could allow him to unleash rank 7 Gu Immortal Battle Strength. It was possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What created Fang Yuan's heavy mood was not the heavenly tribulation now, but his future progression. When Gu immortals undergo tribulations, they get stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was in theory stronger than the first, but the second earthly calamity was already at heavenly tribulation level. Such an increase was simply too much. Theoretically, if this went on, how strong would his third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 Gu immortal faces an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. That means they would have 27 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. And for Fang Yuan, after this second earthly calamity, he still had 25 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. If his second earthly calamity was already at the level of a heavenly tribulation, what future would he have? If he projected this into the future, his earthly calamities would reach the level of grand tribulations. The light of the snow moon made Fang Yuan's face look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind were moving at a slower rate as a result. The snow moon gave off a cold light that not only slowed the Gu Immortals' movement, but also their thoughts. Fang Yuan quickly used wisdom path methods to protect his mind. He was a wisdom path Grandmaster. He could achieve this easily. This should not be. During Shadow Sect's transaction, Sixth Hair told me, even though earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to their power. As long as this is an earthly calamity, it will be within the range of an earthly calamity. Was he lying to me? He gave me false information. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. It was not impossible that they lied to him. But to Fang Yuan, thinking from the other side's perspective, they had nothing to gain from doing so. Because this was something that could be easily found out. And Shadow Sect wanted to capture Fang Yuan to reverse refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Wouldn't it be a problem if they lied to him and caused him to die in this calamity? Or can I say, there is another possibility. Brightness flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, before turning dim. The winds were howling outside. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky. His pupils were dark like the night sky. Standing on a mountain rock, his white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a lone wolf. Triple-layered sword wave. Strength path, giant hand. Suddenly, he burst out with a strong attack. Sword waves appeared out of nowhere, rushing up towards the sky, defying gravity. Strength path, giant hands tore through space, pushing apart the wind with immense force. The two charged towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Countless green wind flowers gathered towards the sword waves and giant hands like bees that were attracted to nectar. The sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword waves and giant hands. Soon, these two forces were eliminated. But there was a strange sight. Earlier, the wind flowers only targeted Danghun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fang Yuan's sword waves and giant hands, even avoiding them on purpose. But now, these wind flowers went to attack them. It was because Fang Yuan's attack was aimed at the snow moon in the sky. It seemed like these wind flowers were trying to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence was indeed placing much pressure on Fang Yuan. It was not wrong that the wind flowers were protecting it. But excitement flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Myriad self, myriad self, myriad self. A group of phantoms roared. Large number of Fang Yuan phantoms rushed up like a tidal wave. Fang Yuan used it 3 times. In an instant, Danghun Mountain, which was originally empty, became extremely crowded. Countless Fang Yuan flew into the wind by jumping down the mountain. But unlike last time, Fang Yuan's true body also turned into a strength path phantom, rushing out of Danghun Mountain. Large numbers of wind flowers came at him. But there were too many strength path phantoms and too few wind flowers. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not resist the wind flowers. They were rapidly sacrificed. But using them to conceal himself, with familiar face and dark limit helping him, Fang Yuan successfully got into the sky. It is time. Sword escape. Fang Yuan found the perfect time to use sword escape Immortal Gu. He was like a dragon out of the water. He rushed into the sky and soared above the clouds. It was an astonishing sight. He was close. Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Heaven's Will was caught off guard. The wind flowers were still eliminating the Fang Yuan phantoms. Fang Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the sky. At the next moment, large amounts of reckless savage's true meaning filled him. Fang Yuan was like a withering plant receiving water. He absorbed all of the true meaning. All of a sudden, he felt like he had transformed into a moon. He was hanging in the sky, quietly emitting moonlight as he looked down on the living beings of the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path. It did not just include animals and plants. It also encompassed mountains, water, wind, moons, all of these natural phenomena. This true meaning of reckless savage gave Fang Yuan great gains. He laughed loudly. One could feel his joy from his laughter alone. As it turned out, the wind, flower, snow, moon tribulation was just pieced together. It was not a true heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was within the scope of an earthly calamity. No matter how angry Heaven's Will was and how much it wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan, there was no use. It was Heaven's Will. It had to obey the law of balance of the way of heaven. Winds roared. Heaven's Will raged, as if it was embarrassed from having its plan exposed openly. Countless wind flowers assaulted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad self again. Large numbers of Fang Yuan phantoms diverted Heaven's Will's offense. The wind flowers killed Fang Yuan phantoms. It was a true slaughter. But there was little effect. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms, eventually landing on Dang Hun Mountain again. With Dang Hun Mountain, he had a place to defend himself. Fang Yuan could catch a breather. Deactivating familiar face, Fang Yuan's body shook. There was a huge wound on his back. Blood was dripping. His bones could be seen. But because of change form Immortal Gu, his wound was concealed. He managed to deceive Heaven's Will. My defense is too weak. Fang Yuan sighed, starting to heal himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an Immortal Gu that used immortal essence, and it could only return him to his state a moment ago. Fang Yuan was hurt by a wind flower in the sky when he was flying. At that time, he could not use man as before. If the Immortal Gu aura was leaked, he would be exposing himself. Thankfully, my Tao marks do not conflict. Even mortal methods work well on me. Fang Yuan felt his immense advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, Gu immortals were hard to heal. Because they had Tao marks, they would interfere and reduce the effectiveness of mortal healing methods. When using healing immortal killer moves, one also had to consider if the Tao marks conflicted. Fang Yuan had no such problems. He could use mortal methods. This allowed him to conserve immortal essence. Fang Yuan did not prepare as much immortal essence as last time. The main reason was the closing of treasure, Yellow Heaven. Cold light assaulted him. Frost formed on Fang Yuan's forehead. It spread, and he was soon covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the entirety of Dang Hun Mountain was the same. Fang Yuan looked up and his pupils shrunk. He mentally cried out in dismay. There were 3 more snow moons that appeared in the sky. With 3 times the cold light accumulated, the effect was multiplied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path method defending his mind stopped working. He could only use other ways to counter it. He also had to defend his body. Multiple defensive mortal killer moves were used. His body flickered with light. His body temperature was maintained at a normal level. The number of snow moons and their rate of production exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. This ruined his plan of sitting back on Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart beat quickly. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized this was a crucial moment of life and death. The longer he dragged on, the more snow moons would appear, and the less hope he had of passing the tribulation. He had to counterattack. He could not slack on it. Otherwise, when the opportunity fades, a slight delay would cause him to get into deep despair. There would be no way for him to survive. A different Gu immortal might hesitate, but Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used myriad self once again without hesitation. Doing the same thing again, large numbers of Fang Yuan phantoms lured the wind flowers away. Fang Yuan's body was mixed in with them, charging into the sky relentlessly. After flying towards the sky, the cold light's power rose. It was no longer restricted by Dang Hun Mountain's soul path Tao marks. This was an intense battle. Fang Yuan needed to destroy the 3 snow moons, but the cold light from them gave him much greater pressure than the wind flowers. And worst of all, a 4th snow moon was already forming in the sky. Heaven's Will was going through all kinds of ways to stop Fang Yuan. While he had the best opportunity to attack, large numbers of wind flowers attempted to kill Fang Yuan. 1 moon, 2 moons, 3 crescent moons. Fang Yuan destroyed them after a difficult process. And more snow moons were still forming. The cold light made Fang Yuan feel a deep chill in his mind. The cruel reality was making his limbs go numb. His chances of surviving dwindling. But Fang Yuan's expression became more firm. He charged up against the difficulty without any dejection. His immortal essence was rapidly decreasing. Every time he used an immortal killer move, he had to be careful about the expenditure and calculate it accurately. Ding ding ding. A wind flower hit Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan's defenses were like paper, torn to shreds immediately. His robe on his back was cut apart. Blood spewed as his flesh was dug out. I'm getting unlucky. Fang Yuan's heart sank. There were dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one wind flower attacking them. To think that he was the one who got hit. As time passed, dogshit luck's protection would get weaker. The chances of him being found out by Heaven's Will increased. And worse, there was also Dark Limit Immortal Gu to take into account. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was activated, protecting Fang Yuan and concealing his aura, but it was weakening too. Once this protection vanishes, it would be more severe than losing dogshit luck's protection. Time passed. Seconds passed like years to Fang Yuan. He was holding on desperately. He had already endured countless attacks from the snow moons and wind flowers. Dogshit luck and Dark Limit's protection weakened progressively, but Familiar Face, formed using Attitude Gu and Change Form Gu, was a reliable method that Fang Yuan was holding on to. There was also Myriad Self. At this moment, its attack power was useless. he could only use it as a distraction. Heaven's will was not stupid, it could think. After understanding Fang Yuan's tactic, after he used myriad self each time, it could find him in a shorter time than the previous attempt. Fang Yuan's injuries were getting more severe. He had no choice but to use man as before. But this way, his immortal essence expenditure rapidly increased. He did not have much to begin with. Now, it was depleting. Heaven's will had the high ground controlling the earthly calamity. It was not going to lose out in this situation. While Fang Yuan was like an ant, desperately struggling to survive in this dangerous situation. The number of snow moons continued to increase. Fang Yuan was slowly unable to keep up. The situation was dire. Fang Yuan saw almost no hope. But he did not give up. He continued to grit his teeth and persevere. The winds were wild, seemingly mocking him for overestimating himself. The snow moons hung in the sky. The cold light seemed to be looking down at Fang Yuan, seeing this ant struggle desperately in futility. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. His white robe had turned into a blood-red color. His blood and sweat had frozen because of the cold light. He was in a pathetic state. Some of his black hair that fluttered with the wind had snapped. The length was now uneven. He looked like a combination of a beggar and a lunatic. His face was icy cold. He did not laugh nor shout. He was like a firm piece of ice. Even if heaven and earth were burying him, he did not say a word. He endured silently in this desperate situation. The wind slowly became weaker. The power of the wind flower tribulation was fading. This was its limit. An earthly calamity's power had limits. Even if heaven's will amplified it to the greatest extent and personally manipulated it. Fang Yuan was not killed by the wind flowers. Soon, the number of wind flowers decreased. There was no longer any wind. Fang Yuan smiled. He activated his immortal essence, targeting the snow moons. Even though the wind flowers were gone, and the snow moons had stopped forming, there were still some wind flowers left behind, and many snow moons in the sky. A tough battle. Fang Yuan had no strength to grit his teeth. He felt extremely weak. Myriad self. Strength path, giant hand. Triple layered sword wave. Familiar face. He was not in a good condition. Some of his immortal killer moves failed upon activation. Each time he failed, he faced a backlash and spat out blood from his mouth. The earthly calamity was at its limits, so was Fang Yuan. There was no reason to run now. Not only could the wind flowers stop him, the snow moons could fly slowly. The range of the cold light was too large. The earthly calamity was not over yet. Heaven and earth chi was not balanced yet. It was impossible to retrieve his immortal aperture. Undeniably, Heaven's will had planned this for some time, creating the most suitable tribulation to kill Fang Yuan. In the last earthly calamity, reckless savage true meaning was a part of the earthly calamity's strength. But this time, even though Heaven's will could not stop it, it influenced reckless savage true meaning and turned it into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the entire earthly calamity. In this current situation, it depended on who could outlast the other. An hour later, Fang Yuan collapsed on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was depleted. He could no longer sustain familiar face. His mental energy was drained. Fang Yuan exerted his effort and strength, destroying a large number of snow moons. But there was still one final moon in the sky. Using Danghun Mountain's protection, Fang Yuan resisted the force of the cold light. He was covered in injuries. Frost had formed on the surface of many of his injuries. Fang Yuan had no strength left. Snow and frost accumulated on his body, turning him into a piece of ice. The final trace of wind was blowing on top of the ice, carrying Heaven's will, wanting to take Fang Yuan's life away. He had no immortal essence left to use even one immortal killer move, but Fang Yuan showed the faint smile of a victor on his face. I finally survived this calamity. At the next moment, a desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish appeared. It swung its tail and destroyed the final snow moon. Beast enslavement, Immortal Gu. A few minutes later, heaven and earth chi settled down. Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to leave northern plains. After he left, a while later, two figures emerged from below the ice. It's here. One of the figures inspected the place, saying this after it confirmed the surroundings. The other figure sniffed around with its nose, confirming as well. We did not sense wrongly. Someone was undergoing tribulation here earlier. There is still some heaven and earth chi remaining. It has not completely dissipated yet. The two figures were indistinct. They were purposely concealing their figures. However, to be able to know about tribulations and to inspect them so clearly, they were surely Gu immortals. Sai? The northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon venerable in the past single-handedly. This is an icy plain without any land. The heaven and earth chi here is less abundant than in other places. If many Gu immortals undergo tribulation here, more heaven and earth chi would be consumed. At some point, the glaciers will shatter, the entire place would become unstable. One of the two mysterious Gu immortals sighed as they spoke with much worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise left for us snowmen. We live under the icy plain and do not conflict with the rest of the world. To think that the humans are not satisfied, they even want to take away this final sanctuary of ours. The other mysterious figure was younger and said with much anger. It turned out that these two Gu immortals were not simple. They were Snowman Gu immortals of the variant humans. The young Snowman Gu immortal continued. First Supreme Elder is too behind the times. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chu-Du look. Not only is Chu-Du coming to undergo tribulations, others are coming too. Soon, more and more Gu immortals will come and destroy our sanctuary. The older Snowman Gu immortal sighed. Sigh. I understand why First Supreme Elder agreed. They are worried that a battle with Chu-Du would expose our location to the world. Right now, humans are the overlords of the world. Their status is firm as a mountain, unshakable. If we are exposed, all the Gu immortals in northern plains would come after us. Do we let this continue? Let more and more Gu immortals undergo tribulations on top of us. With our strength, if we fight in this icy plain, as long as we plan well, it is not hard to kill some human Gu immortals. Of course, I admit that Chu-Du is very strong. We can play it safe and avoid him, but other Gu immortals are not hard to kill. If they all die, who will know we are the culprits? Heh. Humans are a chaotic bunch internally. The righteous path and demonic path have never stopped their conflicts. The young Gu immortal said. Sigh, you make sense too. Let's report this matter to the tribe and see what the other supreme elders have to say. The two Snowman Gu immortals discussed as their vague figures vanished. Even though Fang Yuan was covered in wounds, he moved unceasingly, rushing back to Langya blessed land. Heavens will wants to exterminate me. The best chance is during my tribulations. Not only can it increase the might of the calamities and tribulations to their limits, it can manipulate them personally. And worse, it can influence other people and create a human tribulation to kill me. Fang Yuan remembered this detail clearly. This was precious information that he had obtained from transactions with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Etion Mountain months ago, he was also part of the crucial human tribulation that heavens will use to deal with spectral soul. Because he had experienced it personally, Fang Yuan was very much on alert regarding these human tribulations. Look at who spectral soul was. And he had Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance to assist him for 100,000 years. He still lost to heaven's will in the end. Compared to them, what was Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan disregarded his severe injuries. He immediately left. He was fast, not giving heaven's will any time to plan. There were no unexpected mishaps along the way. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Langya blessed land. After he got to Langya blessed land, he let out a sigh, knowing that he was safe for now. Next, Fang Yuan hid inside his cloud city and healed his injuries, while returning all the immortal Gu he borrowed. A few days later, Fang Yuan's injuries healed. He was in prime condition again. He started restoring Dang Hun Mountain, which was in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help when he was undergoing tribulation. Dang Hun Mountain was in a terrible condition. It was a huge mountain earlier, but after getting attacked by countless wind flowers, there was only a tiny mound left. Landscape as before. Using this immortal Gu, Dang Hun Mountain regained its former size. Only when Dang Hun Mountain was in this state could it produce Guts Gu at the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out Dang Hun Mountain and handed it over to Langya blessed land. However, even though he could mass-produce Guts Gu, the place to sell them, Treasure Yellow Heaven, was still closed. Right now, Langya Sect's inventory had a huge amount of Guts Gu that could not be sold. Fang Yuan was anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will arrive. It will be stronger than now. If I do not obtain a breakthrough in any aspect during this period of time and gain more strength, I will likely die. But gaining strength does not come out of nowhere. I need all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven. When is it going to open? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a place with an aquatic terrain. But it was not as vast as the Eastern Sea in the outside world. The deepest sea level was only 60 feet. Most of the places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture did not have enough water path down marks yet. Right now, in a particular location of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Howl. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth, showing its fangs. If its attack landed, even mountains could be damaged. But its opponent was a desolate beast flying bear. A crafty light shone in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf exerted excessive strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its paws and slammed down at the shark fin wolf's head. Bam! A huge force threw the shark fin wolf onto the ground. It went into a daze from the impact. It could not get up. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this result. When I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu earlier, my strength increased. But the Flying Bear transformation had an issue. I am temporarily using this Strength Path Immortal zombie body. It has a lot of Strength Path Dao marks on it. Even though I have changed form Immortal Gu, I can only change my appearance with difficulty. The Strength Path Dao marks are resisting the effects of change form Immortal Gu. Transformation Path Gu Immortals mainly had Transformation Path Dao marks in their bodies. These Dao marks could transform into Dao marks of other paths under the influence of Gu worms. Change form Immortal Gu was the essence of Transformation Path. With it, the Gu Immortal could transform into anything. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, grass, trees, mountains, rivers, suns, stars, moons, they could become anything. But this Gu only changes the form. Other Gu worms had to be used to change the strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is inside my body. I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombies and train my Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path Dao marks. It is hard for them to use Change Form Immortal Gu. But Flying Bear Strength Gu gains an amplification from Strength Path Dao marks. It has a greater effect. Fang Yuan assessed this, realizing the usefulness of his current body. Non-interference and conflict between his Dao marks. This was an immense advantage. Between all paths, they had clear boundaries that separated them. Even if one cultivated more than one path, there was a difference between the primary and secondary path. But for Fang Yuan, the boundaries were indistinct. He could cultivate all paths. It seems that using Strength Path Immortal Zombies can only train my Transformation Path methods to some extent. It cannot let me understand the true extent of my abilities. Fang Yuan sighed, controlling the flying bear, dodging agilely. As it turned out, the desolate beast shark fin wolf had gotten up. It attacked in a frenzied state. But Fang Yuan had the intelligence of a human. He utilized battle tactics and manipulated the flying bear fluidly. The shark fin wolf could not even injure the flying bear. Even though Fang Yuan had beast enslavement Immortal Gu and controlled this desolate beast before, after the earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to return beast enslavement Immortal Gu. Thus, before this, he had released his control over the shark fin wolf and spine fin star dragonfish. This had a benefit. Without beast enslavement Immortal Gu, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could unleash its true fierce nature. It was a good sparring partner. Bam! With another loud sound, the shark fin wolf was slammed into the mud pit by the flying bear's paws once again, as mud splashed all over. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered. It got up quickly, seeing that the flying bear was unharmed. It quickly escaped timidly. Fang Yuan, who was anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was dazed, he thought. Was it because I was too harsh when flicking it to subdue it in the past? Its ferocity is greatly reduced as a result. The shark fin wolf escaped. Fang Yuan lost all interest in continuing. But my practice these last days was not in vain. It proved that my Transformation Path attainment level has indeed reached Grandmaster level. Transformation Path Grandmaster. Right now, Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in Blood Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and Star Path. A fifth path, Transformation Path, had also become Grandmaster level. The 500 years of his previous life were not of much help to Fang Yuan here. His Transformation Path attainment could reach this level because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Heavens will wanted to exterminate Fang Yuan. It planned and raised the power of his calamities and tribulations to the limits permitted by the way of heaven. Fang Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but these earthly calamities were extraordinarily powerful. They were on par with heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out in a greater amount. Good fortune and misfortune came in turns. Calamities and tribulations had a rule. That was the balance of fortune and misfortune. The stronger the calamities and tribulations, the greater the danger Fang Yuan faced, but after passing the tribulation, he would receive much greater benefits. Fang Yuan's Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment was obtained after 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was when He Lu Lan ascended to a 10 extreme immortal. The latter 2 times were inside his own earthly calamities, drawn out using Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture. He could become a Grandmaster because his foundation had been accumulated sufficiently. Becoming a Transformation Path Grandmaster is good news, but my current situation is quite bad. Fang Yuan was worried. Calamities and tribulations grew stronger each time. After the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan could guess how much stronger his following calamities and tribulations would become. The second earthly calamity was passed after an extremely dangerous process. Along the way, the snow moon started appearing. If Fang Yuan was not resolute and attacked them immediately, the outcome would be disastrous. Towards the end, Dang Hun Mountain was reduced to a small mound. He had so little immortal essence he could not even use one immortal killer move. He only passed because of the desolate beast he prepared. It could be said, Fang Yuan expended almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning took over half of the calamities and tribulation's power. The snow monsters created by Heaven's Will did not hold the initiative. But during the second earthly calamity, Heaven's Will planned and plotted while involving Reckless Savage's true meaning, making use of it, influencing it to become the snow moons that amplified the power of the wind flower tribulation. Heaven's Will can think, in the third earthly calamity, it will definitely consider Danghun Mountain, my current immortal killer moves, and my desolate beasts, as well as even subordinates like Gu Immortal Zhou. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had gone through some tribulations. He gained a deeper understanding towards Heaven's Will. Conversely, the same applied to Heaven's Will. It gained more and more information regarding Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan had 7 main methods against the tribulations. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to lure out Reckless Savage true meaning, weakening Heaven's Will's control over the tribulations. The second was Dogshit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the tribulations. The third was using Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, Change Form Gu, and Familiar Face to transform into various things that could confuse Heaven's Will. The fourth was his Strength Path, Sword Path, and Blood Path Immortal Gu, as well as immortal killer moves that could resist it head-on. The fifth was Danghun Mountain. It gave him an advantage in terrain. The sixth was his status as a complete otherworldly demon. Heaven's Will could not influence Fang Yuan's cognition. The seventh were external forces, like the Spine Fin Star Dragonfish, Shark Fin Wolf, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou, Langya Sect's Hairy Man Gu Immortals, and others. Heaven's Will knows clearly about these methods and trump cards. At most, the seventh point has greater room for variance. But these external forces are unreliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not skilled in enslavement path methods either. Even though I can enslave the Shark Fin Wolf and Spine Fin Star Dragonfish, Heaven's Will can also use the tribulations to grant them freedom. Thus, during the tribulation, I can only set them up as a trump card to prevent Heaven's Will from making use of them. And the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou, he is a variant human Gu Immortal. He has abundant intelligence. If he regains freedom, he would be a bigger threat than desolate beasts. Unless I have no choice, I will not expose the secret of my sovereign immortal aperture to him. And most importantly, he had once used Heavenly Wish to descend into Tai by blessed land as an earthly calamity. If he was manipulated by Heaven's Will like those snow monsters and betrayed me, that would be problematic. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a near-death experience, and the fourth earthly calamity would be a certain death situation. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of his circumstances. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Treasure Yellow Heaven was not open. He could not use any cultivation resources to increase his strength. This was the problem with Gu Immortals undergoing tribulation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. They had to work hard and cultivate to ensure that the growth of their strength could match the increase in strength of the calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortals with lower potential would face weaker calamities and tribulations. There was a long time between each one. It was not hard for them to cultivate. But Fang Yuan's potential was unprecedented and possibly never surpassed. He had the sovereign immortal aperture that could cultivate all paths. Thus, his calamities and tribulations were so terrifying. The growth in their strength was unheard of, and there was only 2 months between each tribulation. Other Gu Immortals would have died already. Because Fang Yuan had a deep foundation and a huge amount of resources saved up, he could last until now. Look at the number of Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves Fang Yuan had. His Grandmaster attainment level and multiple paths, and even Danghun Mountain and Langya Sect, these external forces that he could use. But even so, his future was bleak. Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. It completely breaks my plans and momentum. At this rate, I cannot survive. The problem was Treasure Yellow Heaven. If Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, he would have a smooth journey ahead. But when was Treasure Yellow Heaven opening? Nobody knew. It could open in the next moment or several months later. In Fang Yuan's case, if it took a few months to reopen, he would be dead already. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and gained a huge boost in strength. Days passed, but there were no signs of Treasure Yellow Heaven opening. Fang Yuan's injuries had recovered, but his immortal aperture could not develop. Langya Sect's development was also halted. Langya Land Spirit had asked Fang Yuan many times to settle the matter of the falling star hound. But Fang Yuan did not agree. Their relationship was getting worse. Langya Land Spirit reduced the rewards of Fang Yuan teaching the Hairy Man Gu Immortal's combat skills to the lowest. He was making almost no Gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy man Gu immortals were also turning cold to Fang Yuan. They even started hating him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, or attempt to take the initiative and find a breakthrough? Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult problem. Chapter 1100. Hey Tribe takes the blame. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Heaven's will. Over at Tai Qiu, it seems peaceful, but Heaven's will has likely already made its plot, waiting for me to jump in. Earlier, Langya's sect was developing smoothly in Tai Qiu. It was likely Heaven's will's bait. Next, the falling star hound appeared. It was Heaven's will's probing and pressure. It is attempting to use Langya's sect to force me out. This means I definitely cannot go. Or maybe Fang Yuan was just overthinking it. Maybe Heaven's will was not so omnipotent. Or maybe Heaven's will has not started plotting in Tai Qiu yet. Fang Yuan thought about these, but he eliminated all these wishful thoughts. He could survive until now because of his vigilance and the fact that he did not leave things to chance. He always planned for the worst outcome, placing no expectations on the love of others, not longing for anyone to be kind to him, not expecting himself to be favored by fate, relying entirely on himself. Waiting. Fang Yuan settled down, awaiting the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven. After considering all aspects, this was the most advantageous and stable choice for him. Time continued to pass. Half a month soon passed, but Treasure Yellow Heaven still had no change. Sixth Hair was sowing discord everywhere. The hairy man Gu immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan was getting worse. Some were pointing at Fang Yuan in the face, scolding him for being a traitor. Even though he joined Langya's sect, he was not contributing it. I have a reason for everything I do, Fang Yuan explained plainly. After that, he stayed in his cloud city and rarely moved around. He also accepted very few requests to guide the hairy man Gu immortals in fighting, because the rewards were simply too little after Langya land spirit's adjustment. He could not develop his immortal aperture, and it was difficult to become proficient in transformation path methods. Fang Yuan did not waste his time. He used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan felt a strong contrast. His deductions took a long time. It was very different from using the light of wisdom. The difference was like that of heaven and earth. Why would I care about the attitude of others? As long as I am in Langya's sect, and do not break any sect rules, would Langya land spirit break his own rules and remove my external supreme elder status? Unlikely. Fang Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment exerted great pressure on him, he was unmoved. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden, more than 10 days later. This place had fertile soil and good sunny weather. There were fields for farming with lots of irrigation channels that were orderly arranged. Chu Du came here and looked around. He felt his emotions calming down. He said loudly, Tian Xia Xine, you are indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world is already in a mess, but you are still here farming and living peacefully. You are truly an unfettered expert. There were thousands of square kilometers of farmland, with many figures that had their backs lowered in farming. Most of them were ink men. They had dark skin and white hair. They were a type of variant human. One of them was a human. He looked like an old farmer with a hunched back, 50 to 60 years old with wrinkles on his face. His rough hands were grabbing onto 2 special beanstalks. His pants were rolled up as he stood on mud. He had no demeanor of an immortal. He really looked like an ordinary old man. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head, straightening his back. Facing the famous domination immortal, he had no fear or unease. He smiled lightly. Chu Du, you are flattering me. How can I be the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains? There is a mountain taller than another mountain, an expert. Above another expert, there are so many hidden experts in Northern Plains. Even though I inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, I could not learn much and had a weak foundation. Back in the day, I competed with Dong Fang Chong Fan and lost to him by miles. There is no way I am #1. This wisdom path Gu immortal Tian Xia Xin was originally immortal. He was not even a Gu master. But under a coincidence, he obtained an immense opportunity from an immortal. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of a famous person in history, the wisdom path great expert old immortal Tian Yuan, becoming a wisdom path Gu immortal secretly. Back then, when Dong Fang Chong Fan tried to develop his clan and lead Dong Fang tribe on a strong rise, he had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Tian Xia Xin obtained a true inheritance and became a Gu immortal, he had ordinary aptitude. His immortal aperture was ordinary and his calamities and tribulations were not powerful. Because of his personality, he had no grand ambitions. He was originally cultivating peacefully at home, but when Dong Fang tribe expanded, they interrupted his peaceful lifestyle. Even though Tianxia Xian was unwilling to, Dongfang Chongfan was very overbearing. After losing to Dongfang Chongfan, he could only leave Myriad Bean Garden and roam outside. During this period, he interacted with other Gu immortals, and slowly, the Northern Plains Gu immortal world learned of his existence. After Dongfang Chongfan died, Dongfang tribe's base was taken down. Countless resources were snatched away. As a super force, Dongfang tribe was like the setting sun, fading out of existence rapidly. Without Dongfang Chongfan, Dongfang tribe collapsed. Tianxia Xian used this chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though he had ordinary aptitude, his true inheritance was very impressive. Many Northern Plains Gu immortal promoted him, considering him to be the #1 person under Dongfang Chongfan. After Dongfang Chongfan died, he naturally went up in status, and was now publicly recognized as the #1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal in the Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But he had no ambitions or desires. He wanted to be ordinary. Even as a Gu immortal, he did not want to give up on his original life. He went to the fields to farm daily. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge. Most of the labor was done by Inkmen. Tianxia Xian raised Inkman slaves. He was quite famous in the Northern Plains Gu immortal world for this. Chu Du smiled, walking towards Tianxia Xian. Brother Tian is too humble. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would call myself #1 already. In the whole of Northern Plains, I would like to see who can compete against me. Tianxia Xian squinted his eyes. He laughed heartily. Brother Chu, you carry yourself like a dragon or tiger. You are a domineering person among immortals. You have grand ambitions. I cannot compare to you. Well, do you also want to reap some benefits from He tribe? You came here today to ask me to make deductions for you. Chu Du nodded, but shook his head a moment later. He tribe is about to be destroyed, like the former Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all forces in Northern Plains Gu immortal world are attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to interfere in this. I came here with an even more important matter to ask Brother Tian to deduce. Tianxia Xian showed a look of admiration on his face. Impressive. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you are unfazed by the trends of the world and stick to your own goals. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to make deductions about a person. This is the clue, Chu Du said, handing an immortal Gu to Tianxia Xian. This immortal Gu looked like a silver-winged dragonfly. Its wings were flickering with silver light. Tianxia Xian felt a cold chill looking at it. A rank 7 sword path, immortal Gu. He was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, his body shook with a mystical aura. He answered himself. Flying sword immortal Gu, Bo Qing once used it. As expected of Tianxia Xian, that is the case. Chu Du praised, stating his intent. He wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fang Yuan, to lure out infusions of reckless savage's true meaning, assisting him in cultivation. Compared to the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, his method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become Gu immortals was too slow and inefficient. Even though he had Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not match him in speed. He could only negotiate with him. But after that, Fang Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du a contact method, Chu Du received few replies from him. Even when Fang Yuan replied, he was just giving half-hearted replies. Chu Du was getting more anxious. Especially in the last few months, when Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, Chu Du lost all ways to contact Fang Yuan. Chu Du was also anticipating the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he thought about it, even if Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan might still ignore him. It was quite unbelievable. What sort of person was Chu Du? He actually had to wait for a Gu immortal to reply to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was a way for Chu Du to cultivate. Chu Du ignored even the events in He tribe. He went to Tianxia Xian to use his methods to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Since you are ignoring me, I will find you myself. Chu Du was thinking like this. This was the demeanor of the domination immortal. Tianxia Xian continued deducing. A moment later, he said, Good. This immortal Gu still belongs to the target. You did not forcefully refine it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing the other party. Chu Du frowned. Only 50%. If he is hiding inside an immortal aperture, I definitely cannot deduce anything. 50% is very high already, Tianxia Xian said. Chu Du nodded helplessly. Then I will trouble Brother Tian. Let's go to another location. I need 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by Langya land spirit. He was not asking him to deal with the falling star hound. Instead, something huge was happening in Northern Plains. He tribe, Fang Yuan muttered, his gaze flickering. He tribe was facing a destructive crisis. They were in dire straits. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was among the main culprits for it. Looking at the situation, Fang Yuan caused the collapse of 88 True Yang building. He destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and caused Northern Plains' righteous path to be furious. They were trying to find him. But at that time, with Shadow Sect helping him, along with Fang Yuan's own efforts, they could not find him. Next, He Chung joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and Feng Jiuji's group fought in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. He Chung left behind the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped, being captured by Fang Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demonists dealt with old ancestor Shuehu. They came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demonists forced He Tribe's top 4 supreme elders, who were using Green City Rampage, to retreat, and old ancestor Shuehu used the chance to steal immortal materials from He Tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody could protect Fang Yuan from deductions anymore. His secret was exposed by Heavenly Court to the entire world. The truth of Imperial Court blessed land was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, but they could not find his location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were very rare, and secondly, Fang Yuan had been hiding inside Langya blessed land the entire time. Finally, this fellow also had quite a high attainment in Wisdom Path himself. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lu Lan or Tai by Yunsheng. Fang Yuan was the main culprit. They were the accomplices. Right now, they were with Ying Wuxia. Central Continent's Heavenly Court struck, but could not capture them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious, especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals and those super forces who dominated territories, the Huangjin tribes. Their lives was originally great. Using the arrangement of their ancestor giant son, Immortal Venerable, they could bully those demonic path or lone immortals, playing the game of the Imperial Court contest every 10 years. It was quite exciting. In all, the Righteous Path flourished, and the Huangjin tribes dominated Northern Plains. The situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. 88 True Yang building collapsed. This beautiful setup broke apart utterly. They could not find the culprit or the accomplices, so they went to He Tribe. He Lu Lan was a member of He Tribe after all. Who else but He Tribe could take the blame now?